isn't a more perfect thing that a leader of the nation could have chosen to say at the time, other than, I can hear you. I know what just happened. We're all in this together as Americans. I can hear you.
The body of the government,
Yes.
if you think about it as a body, has its own defense system that will fight for its own survival.
Yes.
And that's the nameless, faceless, gray suits
Yes.
that all work for it. They don't want to lose their jobs, and they might even believe in what they're doing. And so they're not going to let some random person that gets elected by some weird system that some people understand and most people don't dictate what the future of their lives are and the future of the country is.
You are being actively stolen from when you pay them more money, when you have to pay taxes to buy anything, to get gas, to buy food, to buy anything, to pay your bills, you're paying taxes.
Every time there's a transaction of currency, you're paying taxes.
To not allow the government to further steal from you is not wrong.
Hey, everybody. Welcome back to the Salt the Street Podcast, the most pro-America anti-government show you know, the show where we discuss news, government, and culture and how it pertains to you and your natural rights to life, liberty, and, of course, that pursuit of happiness. I am that big bird-looking fellow they call Colin, and I am, of course, joined by my co-host and brother-in-arms, and just frankly, brother from another mother, Mr. Donovan Phillips. How are you today, big guy?
I'm excellent, sir. Thank you very much for being here. Happy to have you.
What do we do? Yeah, thanks. Thanks for having me over to the spot once again.
Of course.
I always feel so privileged to be back in the studio.
To be allowed back in the studio.
Yeah. It means I haven't pissed anybody off too much this week.
Well, the children are the real test, you know. So
Indeed.
as long as you're getting smiles from a little girl, then that's all that really
Dude,
matters.
if little princess one day decides she doesn't even like me, that's the end of the show. We're
Yeah.
done. At that point.
I'll have to find somebody else to come and do it.
Oh, well, what are we talking about today, big guy?
It's going to be a great episode today. We have episode 164. It is February 10th, 2024. Of course, we're thrilled to have everybody here. We've got a big show for you guys. We got a bunch of local stories for you. We have some stuff about some local initiatives. I have some stuff about a rec store robbery, a new tax on food delivery in Seattle. And then we have an update on the North Kitsap school bond that we talked about last
Oh,
week.
dude, the plot got so thick.
Yeah,
I am
it's-
so excited that there's more to this story.
It's a juicy one. In part two,
Or a greasy one.
Or a greasy one, yeah. In part two, we're going to be talking about a paramilitary training ban bill that was proposed by Jimmy Raskin and somebody else, Malarkey, I think his name is, something like that. I believe
I know
we're
it's
going to
just
be,
a bunch of malarkey.
yeah, I believe we are going to be having one of my Amble men fellow brothers, Nate, call in and talk about that. He is a battalion ranger out of the Joint Base, so he'll kind of give a little bit of his opinion on that. We're going to talk about 2024. We have a ton of different stuff that goes on with their Nevada, so a bunch of stuff with Trump and Biden as far as legal cases go, the Colorado voting stuff, the different documents cases, January 6th, a little update on the RNC chair. In part three, we're going to talk about the border. Again, we have some border updates. We're going to talk about the kind of bills that have gone on there, the one that's dead, what they're talking about now, there's different national defense things like that, and we're talking more about the war in the Middle East.
Indeed.
Then, of course, we have
I like
part
how
four.
it used to be the Israel-Gaza conflict. Now it's
Yes.
just generalized war in the Middle
Yes.
East again, baby.
Well, and I feel like if it goes too long, we might just see that the Russian one. I had to think about how the map was put together. The Russian-Ukraine conflict in this Middle East one just kind of fucking gapped together in the middle. So
I have that article from the Daily Mail where they showed that kind of like picture of all the conflict zones and all the things are in different colors. I'm like, oh, and all the Middle Eastern countries they had in green, and then the Western up north was like blue, and then Russia was red. And it's like, it's all just going to become red and blue pretty soon.
It doesn't take, it's not, we'll look at the map later, but it's not going to take, Bilbo, thank you
Howdy,
very much for joining
Bilbo.
us. Happy to see you. It's not going to take hostilities in many other countries for those two different lines or at least conflict zones to be touching. You
Indeed.
know, the Venn diagram of various military conflicts is that.
Gets Kamala Harris's fucking panties all wet just thinking
she's-
about that Venn
she's gonna
diagram.
love it. But then, we have the grab bag. I got a lot of stuff in the DMs for us. I want to talk about Taylor Swift with the Super Bowl tomorrow, so I want to talk about the Taylor
that's
Swift
right.
psyop a little bit, discuss this, just kind of
I
get some
hate that
takes on
so
it. I don't
much.
really,
It bothers me.
I haven't watched as much football this year or last year as in the years previous.
Yeah.
So it's been a cursory thing for me, you know, and I've just kind of really started to hear more about like the different kind of conspiracy theories and stuff about Taylor Swift. Yeah, I've just started to hear about these things. So
Oh, bro, they go so deep,
So
and
very-
it's Yeah, I can't wait to talk about that because it's garbage.
Yeah, no,
I hate everything
I'm
right
very,
now.
very interested in that. So we have a fantastic show lined up for you guys. Of course, I want to thank you all for being here. You're watching us, youtube.com/saltofthestreets. You can find us at our own personal social media. I am at alpaca_Donovan on Instagram, and Colin is at Big Bird Offie on both of those things. I'm at Salt of the Street on Twitter. Colin is at Big Bird Offie on both those things. Everything at saltofthestreets.com, including our Patreon, patreon.com/saltofthestreets. Go there and subscribe and like all these videos, do all the things, and you can help us make more better content just like this. We have the SOS ID, of course, is the other show that we have coming out. That'll be out on the 15th in 5 days. You
5
get
days.
the edited version of that. You can get the uncut version on our Patreon if you go there. Now,
Right
subscribe
now.
at any tier. We also have the newsletters, of course. There's old review previews on there for different books that we did for the book club. Those are always good. I've had a lot of people say very positive things about that. I've had a lot of really good feedback on the SOS IDs. Really good feedback on that.
Yeah.
People like getting the, surprisingly enough, even though we stream for 7 hours, we don't talk about like our personal lives that much. You know, I probably more than you about just because I have kids and they're involved in more shit than I'm doing. But you know, we do a little bit of stuff in the very beginning about just kind of what did you do last weekend and blah, 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 stuff like this. Like, we don't even really talk about that stuff at work anymore because we save it kind of for the
pretty
show.
much.
Yeah, the SOS ID is good. I think it's really good. We have we'll talk about some more dates afterwards, but we have a couple episodes for you and then more coming down the pipe.
Indeed.
So make sure you go there, you subscribe, check that out.
Yee. Any spoilers on what episode? Who's going to be on the next episode? Do we want to drop who's on that next episode?
The next episode, Brian. Big buddy
Brian
Brian
is
is
on
on
that
this
one.
one. Yeah, Brian has been an episode previously of Salt of the Streets. You guys can go and watch that. I don't know what number it is off the top of my head.
It's relatively
but
recent,
Yeah,
though.
within the last year for sure. We were at Colin's house, so it was before this studio
That's
came in. So
right.
before October of last year, September, October. So I'm going to say summertime, around June probably. So go check that out, Brian. He's a great guy, very good guest. He just got a house, helped him move in.
Fucking shout out, Brian,
I didn't
dude.
help him move anything. I helped him guide his trailer into the
There you
driveway, and then had a beer with him, bullshitted for a while. Talked about Riley's bringing a Jeep over to his house today. He said a Jeep at Riley's house for a very long time. It's like it doesn't run, so they're going to bring it over there. Brian is like, I'm going to have to pull this trailer out again tomorrow to like get this fucking thing in there. It was a real bitch to back the trailer, and it's a very sharp turn. It's a dead-end road. It's a whole deal. He's a CDL truck driver, so he did great.
He's
you know?
pro.
Yeah, it just took time. That's all, just because it's a tight thing. And I was like, what I would do if I was you is I would go over to your neighbor's house, and I would offer them $100 to drive a truck and a Jeep through their yard into your yard so that you can push the Jeep into your driveway. Just pull the trailer forward, and then have Riley drive through their yard because the yards connect. There's no fence or anything, and they have like nothing in their yard. Give them $100 to drive a truck and a Jeep through their yard onto yours, and then to drive the truck back out of their yard. Give them $100. It's not going to ruin their yard. It's going to it'll leave tire tracks in it because it's been wet. But what's the fucking? Their yard is overgrown as fuck anyway.
As
It's
long
a
as they don't
terrible
have
house
like
next
a,
door.
as long as there's not like a drain field there, there's nothing to stop it.
Yeah,
But I mean,
that's been my
$100 for a $100 convenience fee is what you're talking about, really.
Yeah.
That tells
drive-
me, coming from you, saying, hey, you should give this dude $100 to save you this amount of pain in the ass, tells me that was a serious pain in the ass to back that trailer around.
Yeah, it was.
Because $100 is $100, dude. I mean,
Yeah.
for a
You could
convenience
drive
fee,
over like a septic tank, right? And it wouldn't fuck it up.
I wouldn't suggest it.
Well, what I would say is that if they don't mention it, then I wouldn't worry about it.
Yeah.
You know, I would just pitch the $100.
If it's just like a Jeep, I would imagine you'd be fine.
it's like what are the longer ones, like a fucking Patriot or whatever. you
Oh,
know?
with the bed?
No. Like it's like an SUV. You know, it's closed in.
Okay.
But it's longer. It's not a standard Jeep. It's a little bit of a longer
Like
one.
a Rubicon.
Something
Like
like
one of them
that.
long ones.
Yeah.
4 doors.
Yes. Yeah,
Okay.
it has 4 doors. Yeah, exactly.
Is it like the boxy Ranger style Jeep, or is it like a Jeep Cherokee or whatever?
That's what I'm saying. Yeah, it's like a Jeep
Oh,
Cherokee.
okay,
Yeah, it's like an
okay.
SUV. It has like a fully closed.
Gotcha.
Then I don't know anything about fucking Jeeps.
It's
so
not
I
like
mean,
an off-road Jeep. I mean, you could.
Yeah, it's a
obviously, yeah.
Jeep, so you could do it no matter what. But it's that I wouldn't say that it's designed specifically for that as the other ones are.
It's like, I just need to know what's happening here.
But that's what I would say. There's definitely
Yeah.
septic out there, but that's what I would say. I would offer them $100, and if they don't mention it, then I would just be like, fucking,
Let's go.
yeah, fuck it. It's not my house. It's none of my concern, you know?
True. Is
It's-
it something like
you
this?
should- Yeah.
Oh, okay.
I think so. I think so.
Gotcha.
Brian's going to watch this and be like, no, you fucking idiot. It's nothing like that.
It's a Jeep Cherokee or
Yeah.
something. Who knows?
See, I am confirmed here with Nate.
Hot dog.
Working around that time, nothing's really up conflict-wise. Everything that could be something that work as our hope. Phone call. Yeah, should be all right. All right, cool. So
If it isn't, we'll always wish it was.
that's right. We'll always wish it was. Things happen. I saw fucking when I saw Brian yesterday. We were talking about this episode today, and he was like, "Hey, last episode, what's up? What happened with that guy?" He was like, "Why did he leave in the middle of the show?" And I was like, "I'm fucking." Like, no one knows
Because
It's a mystery.
relationships are complicated.
Yeah, no one knows. Yeah, because his wife said this is the thing that we're doing, and he said, "Okay."
Okay.
I can't necessarily blame him.
Smart man.
If it wasn't my show, they would probably happen to me more often. But this is just how things are. So, yeah, I do have a. Let me ask you this for you. I think.
Okay.
I'm still trying to figure out how I'm gonna get fucking work this.
Work this in.
Work it
Should we
in
just
there.
do a cold drop?
It's just a fucking.
With that, let me ask you this.
It's great radio. It's great fucking podcasting that we're doing over here. So it's a pretty.
Oh, yeah. What else do we talk about? What else is going on?
Yeah. It's a big. Oh God. It's kind of a big picture question for you. That's just kind of a conversation starter. I thought of it when I was working up the timestamps for our Breaking Down Breaking Point simulator. I don't have that on here on my
that's
intro
right.
notes, but that is something we're doing in the immigration portion. We're going to talk about to do a little Breaking Down Breaking Points. It was a 48-minute segment, so we're not going to be watching the whole thing, but I do have a pretty decent little list of some timestamps
I'm
for
so
us that
excited.
we'll
Well, there was no shortage
go
of
over.
fuckery to be had in there.
Yeah, she's the worst. Crystal Ball. Sauger made some pretty base points, and so I have
did?
some. I have
Shout
some
out to
points
him.
in there for us to. I'm telling you,
It was like the first time I've ever seen him like kind of stand his own ground a little bit.
was
Be
pretty
like,
good.
nah, man, you're being stupid.
I left work yesterday early, right? Because we're gonna. Jordan had a haircut. She got her hair's all pink and stuff now, so
Yeah.
she got her hair dyed. So I was here, so I did some notes during nap time, quiet time, and then they went to Costco afterwards. And so I sweep every Friday, so I swept during the day instead of after the kids go down for bed. And then I was like, nice, now I can just knock out notes after bed and everything's gonna be cool. So they went down, I did notes, and I was like, oh, this feels fucking fantastic. And then I did something else, and then I remembered, fuck, I have to watch this fucking Breaking Points video.
You
And
did
it was
not
like,
sound
It
excited.
was like fucking like 9:45, and I was like, God damn it!
Oh.
This is a 48-minute fucking video that I have to watch, and it's gonna take me over an hour because I'm gonna have
yeah.
to pause it, ask questions, or like
Yep.
I wasn't thrilled. I wasn't thrilled about it.
You
Yeah,
did
and that's
not
when I
seem
texted you and
excited.
I was like, fucking, I have to watch this thing. I can't do this. Will you do this one? I like, it was a whole deal. So I thought of this question last night when I was watching this because Crystal Ball said something to the effect of like, we'll listen to it later because I have a timestamp because she's such a fool. But like, we owe it to the world, to X, Y, and Z. So the question is, do we owe it to the world to be globally minded? Or is it okay for us to be worried about America first?
Ooh. Okay. So we
Do you
okay
want me
as
to
far as I will say this. Okay, so as far as foreign policy is concerned,
Yep.
it requires you to be worldly minded, if you will, internationally minded. There's no escaping that we live in a multipolar world at this point where you have to diplomatically and through various avenues, you have to deal with the other countries around the world, allies, adversaries, so on and so forth. So you kind of have to do that. And so there needs to be something in the back of your mind about how that's going to affect you back home, what it's going to do to the local economy and the citizens, and how it's going to affect your country. But you can be globally minded if you're based in an American first frame. Everything that you do on the world stage internationally has to be foundationally tied back to, is this going to be good or bad for the citizens of the United States of America?
Right.
And so, yes, we should be globally minded, with the caveat that should all lead back to an America first type of mindset.
Yeah.
So, yes. But, like, depending on the way Crystal Ball would see it is like, we don't need to have this sector of this industry in America because it'll be too expensive here, so we should work with other partners and we should have our big global pan-Pacific partnership and back east and, she would come at it from a very different tact. But I think no matter what you do, you have to stay globally minded in some fashion because that's just the world you live in.
Yeah.
So just think of China, the CCP. We have to do business with them because we can't afford to do anything. We can't afford to bring the manufacturing base that we completely wholly rely on China to take care of for us, to send us the cheap goods that we use every day. If we were to like not think about that, if we were just to cut them off and be purely America first and purely isolationist, there's no back end over here. There's not a manufacturer that's just going to pop up the next day in America to be like, okay, we're going to provide you the goods now, made in the good old US of A, and it's going to cost you the same price. There's no fucking way. There's a lot of sectors of industry that China takes care of, or Vietnam or Thailand or anything like that, fucking Taiwan, that like there's no ability for the United States to do. Like I imagine most of it would probably be fucking illegal in the United States, considering every regulation under the sun that we have for industry, which is why they pushed it over there to begin with.
Right. There's the clothing company Shein. This company, right? They're
Shein.
they sell very cheap clothing online that you can buy, and like I'm sure
Sounds
that Carolina
familiar.
has purchased from this company before. Jordan has purchased from this company many times, and that's it's SHEIN, I think. Yes. The retail company. So they're taking a lot of fire because of, their things are made fucking in like Bangladesh and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And so if you have ever seen, and you can look at the prices, it's very, 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 look at this, like $9, $15 for jacket. Like it's all super cheap stuff, very akin to like,
I am a child of God for, what is that, $5.91?
Yeah. So
damn, my eyes are getting bad.
Very akin to like a Forever 21, but even let's look at now it's online, so it's a little bit cheaper. So, but if you've seen videos or pictures of, any of the garment districts in Pakistan or Bangladesh or whatever, they're literally giant buildings that don't have backs on them. Yeah. And the people take material in through one side and they sew things and they drop them out the back of the building, and people come by and they put them in boxes, and then they take those boxes to a shipping warehouse.
Yeah.
And they're probably washed or dried off in some fashion and then packaged and sent to your house.
It's
that's how your shirt is $5 coming from that place, right?
Yes. That's how that, when you're walking through Walmart and it said, you buy the fucking George $5 t-shirt special.
Yeah.
That's because it's made by, child labor somewhere.
Yes.
Very, very cheaply.
Yes.
And then shipped over in massive quantities across the fucking Pacific. And that's how we get our cheap goods.
Made by people who are wearing the rejected shirts of the same version that you're wearing.
Indeed. Last year's NFL Super Bowl losers.
Yes. Yeah, exactly.
That's always the best. So what are your thoughts on globally versus MAGA?
I would agree with you. And I would think the only thing that I would add would be because of the way that the United States has structured its economy, its everything now, we're very globally attached, like you said. We're just connected all over the world. So even if we shifted to...
It's hard to roll back.
Yeah, even if we shifted to that, which I don't think would be a bad idea, we still have to consider the way that our domestic actions are interpreted by all those other people, because we're talking to them, we're trading with them, they're doing whatever. So even if we're spinning up a new sector of production here, but we haven't shifted anything with a trade partner yet, they're going to see that and then they're going to expect, in the future, they're going to be spinning down their trade with this because they're starting their production over here. They're doing this, they're doing whatever, blah, 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 blah. So...
Yeah, it's like the futures market of oil. It's if all of a sudden, I don't know, let's just pick a random item. There's the iPhones. Let's just say iPhones are only built in China.
Right.
Let's just say that. And then all of a sudden there's a new iPhone factory popping up in, bumfuck nowhere in the middle of the country. That's going to be the new thing in 10 years. Well, China's probably going to be like, well, this cash cow of ours is going to go away. Like, the lease is going to be over at some point, and they're not going to renew the lease.
Right.
And then we're going to lose out on all that money. That's going to affect the way they do more trade with us, the other types of trade with us. They're going to look to, fill that gap if you can. So everything that we do, if we try to pull any kind of sector from the international market back to the domestic, it's going to have consequences. And, people don't like it when you steal their money.
Right.
And that's that's the equivalent of what they would see it as. If your tenants, if you're a landlord and your tenant is looking to move across the street because they're going to save $100 a month on the lease, that's going to piss you off a little bit. Now all of a sudden, instead of the $2,000 a month you're getting from the dentist who's renting out your fucking office building, and now you're not going to lose $100 on that. You're going to lose $2,000 because you need to find a brand new tenant and this and that and the other thing. And so,
who knows how long it's going to take
exactly,
you to find that tenant,
or if you're going to be able to. So yeah, 100%. It's kind of a weird. The world of globalization, like that we live in now, where every country is interconnected by international trade in some capacity, is a strange new form of like Bismarckian diplomacy that led everybody into World War One. It's like we're all homies, we're all tied together for this reason or that reason, except instead of like military alliances, now it's all like trade alliances.
That's how you get the UN. That's how you get the fucking
it's no good.
NATO, all these things.
And this was in.
We're all in this together, guys.
We're all in this together, bro. Fucking COVID style. You looking for your? Oh, that was like, yeah. Where's your giant pig sticker?
Yeah, I'm at home now, so I don't have a pocket knife in. I don't even have my wallet. I don't have my wallet or anything.
Yeah.
I didn't put in my EDC.
Why would you, bro? You're in your house. You have weapons everywhere.
Everywhere.
Just a matter of like, okay, how far do I want to reach to get this said weapon?
I just couldn't remember where I put that. But it's here now.
It's there now. Everything's good. I'm curious as to the context behind whatever, because you said Crystal Ball had said something about this.
She was talking about, if I remember correctly, she was talking about the origin of the people who come here, the immigrants, and the amount. That, like, we owe it to X number of people from X countries to allow them to come here because of the foreign policies that we've carried out and stuff like this. If I remember correctly.
Yeah.
That's what she was talking
Wouldn't
about.
surprise me.
Yeah.
On that note, just as a generalized conversation topic,
Yes.
I've heard so many people like been making these historical arguments about this, that, especially with like the Putin interview. Did you watch the Putin
I've not
Tucker
watched
interview?
it. No, I thought about it yesterday, but decided not. I heard it was inconsequential, so I didn't really.
Yeah, it's inconsequential.
Interesting, but didn't shift anything, so I
yeah,
didn't
no.
feel like
Especially
I
if
needed to watch
you've
it.
followed Russia for any period of time before like the Ukraine invasion and stuff like that. Nothing is surprising whatsoever. But the point that I wanted to bring up was I lost it. It's right on the tip of my tongue. God damn it.
Putin interview?
Putin interview. Oh, historical arguments for claims on this, that, or the other thing.
Yes.
There's, with the Putin interview, he's talking about his historical, like Russia's historical claim to the lands to the west. You know what I mean? Like Poland and Ukraine and Crimea and all that shit.
With the Trump stuff.
And then it's the same thing with like fucking Israel and and Gaza and all that shit. It's Crystal Ball talking about that when you think about like the migration north and shit like that. Or like, well, all the bad foreign policy we did over decades and decades in South and Central America, we made these countries like this, and so like we have to do something about it.
Precisely.
It's the same fucking argument that leads people to believe that we need to give reparations to people because we used to have slavery.
Right.
It's the same shit. You cannot try to make up in the present day for decades, generations old, past mistakes, if you will.
Yeah.
Like, you just can't do that, and it applies on so many different scales right now, but it's the same exact line of argumentation that she would make for why we have to accept all these refugees is the same exact argument that should lead her to say the United States shouldn't exist anymore and we should give every square inch of land we have back to whatever surviving Native American tribes there are. It's the same fucking argument. It goes to the same goddamn place. She's a fucking retard. I hate her so much because that is the stupidest fucking line of thought, and it's the thing that takes over everybody. Dave Smith and all the fucking hardcore like pro-Palestine people, anti-Israel people, they're making the same fucking argument of like, well, for generations, years and years and years, if you go all the way back to, shut the fuck up. That's not the world we live in anymore, dude. There's fake lines all over the goddamn globe.
Right.
If you want to go back to the old days of like, well, everybody historically used to have a claim to this land or that land, Prussia would still be a fucking country.
Yeah. The let me ask you this was almost having to do.
I'm already upset, Donovan. This was early.
It almost had to do with like whether or not we owe people anything, you know, but I just couldn't like craft
Yeah.
it the exact right way that I really wanted for the question to go. But because I was thinking the same thing, and that's a lot of what they're talking about that we'll get into when we do the immigration thing later, of Saga being like, we don't owe anybody anything.
No,
You know,
dude.
nobody deserves anything from us.
Yeah.
That isn't how, and I very much feel that way. I think the reparations is a great example of I don't owe you anything. I
Yeah.
didn't do that to you. You know, I recognize and I accept that the government of the country that I live in carried out policies that did this, and I'm not trying to, you know, separate myself from that any more than I think is reasonable. But I'm 29 years old. I didn't do that. I had nothing to do with those choices. I didn't
Dude.
even elect the people who
No.
made those choices. So, or
You
even
were
elect the
bo-
people
you were
who
born in
appointed
Bremerton.
those people who made those choices. I don't have any connection to that at
No.
all. So, I appreciate the argument and I totally understand it, but I didn't do that to you. So the idea that we should now carry out a policy that will, in fact, immediately and directly affect
Mm-hmm.
me and my family and everybody else in this generation, the way that we live our lives in a likely negative fashion, just doesn't hold very much water to me when I'm already fucking struggling, you know? And I'm not trying to woe is me, but that's the general national consensus is that
Shit's bad.
things are very difficult right now.
Yes.
And the generation that is coming up now has it very difficult because of the housing, the schooling, the blah, 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 all the things that we've done, you know? And I feel more willing to accept those responsibilities, even though I'm in theory the victim of those things, because they're domestic policies. Like we did that as a country,
Yes.
even though my parents did that, you know? Then I guess maybe they're also the ones who voted those people who did the foreign shit, but I don't know, man. That's got
It's still, dude.
yeah, nothing
It's still.
nothing to do with me on that front.
You cannot operate in the present on mistakes made in the past. You
Mm-hmm.
cannot do that. That is, I'm pretty sure that's a fucking rule, like one of the 12 rules for life, for God's sakes. I mean, it's really simple. You have to, it might not help that every person in power, especially on the federal level, has been around. They were the ones making those shots fucking 50, 60 years ago, damn near. So it's all
Right.
the same people. Of course it still comes up because Joe Biden's the one that threw all the fucking minorities in jail with the crime bill, only to turn around 25, 30 years later
built
and
the
be like,
cages,
this is
Joe?
the worst fucking thing in the world. Biden was intimately involved in the like making the cages for the kids to be thrown in down on the border, and now it's a fucking war crime, for God's sakes. I despise this shit so fucking much, man. You cannot live in the world of the purely conceptual. You can't do that, especially with a critical mindset, because you can criticize everything for all time. It only leads you to make your existence non-existent anymore.
Yeah.
The United States is a fake country. We're only a couple of hundred years old, and we came over here and then took this land for ourselves. That's the way those people did that back then. It's not my fault that they did that, but this is where we're at now. The only logical place for that line of argumentation to go is to say we don't get to exist as a country anymore.
I think the best way to atone for that is to kind of continue forward and try and make your life as best as you can without taking away from other people. That's the best way to atone for that. I'm going to not fuck with anybody else as I move forward, because that's the right way to do it.
Yeah.
That's what my ancestors should have done.
Exactly.
Minded
Like-
their own fucking business.
Like if we could have had like good actual, if everybody lived up to good old fashioned what we have now, American values back then, it might be different, you know. There might have not been a Trail of Tears or whatever. I don't know.
Right.
You know, the Bureau of Indian Affairs that still exists today, that like the people, the reservations that are still under fucking treaties with the United States on.
Yeah.
Like, dude, we don't. There's only so much we could do about that, bro. It happened. I don't know what to tell you.
That's some old school
Well, we're
shit.
not trying to do that to those people now, okay? That's just not the way it is. We shouldn't be held responsible for that bullshit. Otherwise, Chris Ball needs to just turn over her property to whatever indigenous peoples were there before her.
Who used to live there.
Done. Goodbye. Go live on a ship somewhere offshore.
Yeah.
Because that's the only technical place that you decide you technically deserve to live according to your line of thinking. It's fucking insanity.
The zoo.
The zoo.
Yeah, it'll.
Okay.
It ties in.
I know. I'm
You'll
just
get
always
there.
curious.
The zoo that we just bought the membership from, Point Defiance.
Point D.
Right? On their website, there's a section that's like, we recognize that the land that the zoo was on was once home to indigenous and blah, blah, blah people, and we honor them and we do whatever. There's not one damn thing there that's, thanks to the natives. It's just a fucking thing on your website that no one gives a fuck about.
It's
and
a virtue
only,
signal.
And it's only because I'm just searching all over your website that I found it. Not for that. I'm just looking at all the shit.
Yeah.
I stumbled upon it. That's the only way that you find that type of thing. It's only if you're looking expressly for that to make sure that this Tacoma company is, recognizing their privilege, or
That's what it is.
if you're fucking stoned and you're like, well, what all comes with
How
this fucking
deep
membership?
does this internet go?
Exactly. What's this? What are the frequently asked questions?
I'm going to hit every corner of this fucking
Yes.
website. Let's go.
It's what, you send me on a mission, you never know what I'm going to find. So,
True that. True that. That's hilarious.
can I tell you about this book that I read before we get into some topics?
Of course not.
So I got two
No,
books.
I said no. We're not doing it.
This one that I've been bringing to work, right?
Philip K. Dick?
Minority Report, Philip K. Dick. This is actually a compilation of short stories that are by Philip K. Dick.
Volume 4 of the collected stories.
Yes, this is the fourth one that they've done of these. This guy's written 9 bajillion books. So let me tell you what I got here. I really wanted some used books. I wanted some fiction books, and I thought that, the best thing to do is to just go to a used bookstore. Well, I'm just going to go to Port Townsend. So
Gotta go there.
Jordan had
It's the spot.
Jordan had some cake stuff she had to do. So I'm going to take Dax. We're going to go to Port Townsend in the afternoon. So last weekend we did that. We went there, went to the toy store, went to the bookstore, got myself some fucking pizza. It was incredible.
Hell yeah.
So I went to the bookstore, great bookstore. Don't remember what it's called. Probably should because it was,
Like the bookstore?
it's a great bookstore. Yeah,
one?
Yep, the one. And went there instantly overwhelmed. Was like, I
don't
don't
even know
know
what
what
to do.
I'm here for because I've read 7 fiction books in my entire life since I'm an adult.
Yeah.
And I don't know any authors. I don't know any titles I should be looking for. I don't know anything.
Yeah.
So I had a little bit of a breakdown. Had to kind of sit there for a second.
I don't even know what I'm fucking
No
doing
idea
here.
what I'm doing. There's just shelves of books of people that I have no idea, and I'm going to spend $10 on a book, which is not like, it's $10, but I'm going to buy a book and then not fucking like it because I don't know anything about any of these people. So I tried to look up some books and stuff like that, no fucking success. So I just decided to find books that I knew would be at least okay, right? And so Minority Report, I know this is a good book, or I know this is a good movie. I've seen the movie before. The book has got to be good if they're going to make it into a Tom Cruise movie. Oh, this is a bunch of short stories. This is a great idea. I'm going to get this one. Right. Starship Troopers. 'Cause
Oh, dude, I
you've
have that
talked
book.
about this a ton. I don't know if you've read it or not before.
Oh,
but
yeah.
You said that, so I've heard good things about this. The movie's great. I've heard great things about all the different military things that are involved in this. So those are the 2 books that I got because I think that I'll enjoy them both.
Dude. Yeah. Okay, so we haven't talked too much about that book, right?
No.
Good. Because I just want you to know going into that your perception of what this might be because you've seen the movie
That's what you said.
is not the case.
Right, that's what you said.
It's super fucking awesome. It's a great book. It is so goddamn different.
Yeah.
But in like the best way though.
Starship Troopers. That's the other one.
There it is.
Yeah, so I haven't read this one yet, but I started reading Minority Report. So I've read 2 of the short stories that are in here. The first one that I read is the one that I wanted to tell you about. It is called Autofac, right? It's a great short story. And
Okay.
so it
This is not the
in-
one with the Blumbuses or whatever?
No, the Swibbles.
The Swibbles,
That was the
yeah.
one after that. That was also a good one. No,
Yeah,
but that one's
the Plumbus is the
precisely.
yeah.
And this doesn't translate. That one doesn't translate as well
No.
over audio to like in a story. I tried to tell Jordan about it. It's like I think this is not hitting somehow. I'm gonna
Yeah.
try it on Colin and we'll see how it goes.
You told me it took about 20 minutes. So
Yeah,
really
it just,
break down.
it's not as concise. So this is in some type of post-war society in which all means of production have been
Absorbed by the state.
Absorbed by the state, really like a corporation is more what it seems like, and it's also
good
it's
old-fashioned corporate
it's
fascism.
It's all been automated. Everything is done by robots. There's no humans that are involved at all.
The
There's
Andrew
just-
Yang dystopian vision.
There's just huge structures underground that go floors and floors and floors, and then trucks come out and they drop off supplies. They deliver the things you need. There's like settlements, that people live in.
Okay.
And so it starts and people are waiting for a truck. The truck pulls up. It's got all these sensors all over the front of it, just a whole bank of sensors so it can see all the things. It drops off a fucking pallet of shit and they're destroying it so that they can try and confuse the computers. And
Fighting back against the machine a little
precisely.
bit?
It's the people want to, the war is over and the humans would now like to reclaim the means of production. They don't want the machines to be doing this stuff anymore. They would make things for themselves.
They took our jobs.
Well, especially because a lot of the stuff, if the machines can't find the materials for it, they just synthesize it. So like a lot of the food that they're eating is fake, the milk is fake, all this type of stuff. Like we don't want this anymore. We want to just have our own shit. And so yes, so they have to cause a problem with this shipment so that a robot agent from the company will come and see what's up with the shipment. Why did you guys destroy it? Why did you reject it? Why did you whatever? So that happens, and eventually they're able to start a war between two different like factories, right? Because they place a big pile of tungsten in a spot that is equidistant between the two factories. And so the reclamation robots from each factory go out to get this thing and they start doing battle with each other.
Nice.
And so then to try and defend themselves, they send out other robots to defend the reclamation robots. The factories in turn start making guns to arm these robots with. So they start a war between the factories that is over essentially just this one pile of tungsten. Yes, so the factories start making all kinds of crazy weaponry, drones, and all this type of stuff. And so they're bombing the different factories to try. It's insane.
Dude.
So a drone bombs out this factory that's closest to their settlement, and they're like, "This is perfect. The doors are open now. We can go in and take all of the equipment, and we'll be able to restart production." And so they go in there, and all of the equipment has been destroyed. It's been totally fucking destroyed by this drone. All the floors, all everything. They get to the very bottom floor of it. Like, this is crazy. There's almost nothing here. What are we gonna do? Then they hear something. Like, what is this? What is this noise? There's something happening underneath the floor. So there's a secret level underneath the bottom floor, and so they cut a hole in the floor and they see like some machines and it's fucking immediately closed up, something under there immediately closed up. So eventually they're able to open up another hole. There is another factory that has been created underneath this factory that is like totally and completely automated, that has been made by the machines.
A backup factory.
Yes. And the backup factory is spitting out these capsules that seem to be about yay big, like smaller than a watermelon, but about that same shape and stuff like that. And inside of the capsule is a fucking factory that is making it's like another set of robots that is making scale models of the factory itself. It's like continuously self-replicating on a smaller scale over and over and over again.
To what end?
That's where it ends.
That's
where the story ends.
Why does that even exist?
I have no idea.
That's insane. Oh,
it was a great story.
It sounds like it.
It was really good.
That's
yeah.
awesome.
What the fuck is going on here? Yeah, it was crazy. Didn't make any sense, and it was awesome.
That's so
I was a
fucking
huge
wild, dude.
Yeah. So it's a very good book. I'm excited to read more of the stories.
Yeah. Well, it's interesting to the Heinlein book, Starship Troopers. That is probably the most approachable book that Heinlein has written, and he's got a ton of them too, and they're all very, very, very different. But there's a series, more or less, that revolves around this one guy who is immortal, and he just continues to live generation after generation after generation after generation. There's like a lot of like he's trying to protect his family's immortality or something like that, because if he has a kid with somebody, then like they get to be immortal too. Or it's like some crazy ass shit, and so there's a lot of like incest involved, and it's fucking nutty, dude. But that one is like the most approachable book. But if you're into the way he writes, I will suggest another one after that one of his, just so that you can get his broader, wild imagination involved. It's fucking weird.
Dig it.
But
I like it.
I'm glad you're getting into the fiction world.
Well, let's start with something easy. I'll send you this link. Boom. Copy link. We'll go to
I should probably open up Signal.
It's all right. I got to find the chat anyways. Salty boys.
Brian, incest is best. You fucking plumbus.
Boom.
Boom. boom skis.
Okay, so this is a story about not local. It's Seattle Recreational Store, which is a cannabis store. For those of you who don't live in a state, I don't know. I can't even say that it's like less free than here because we're cucked as fuck. But
It is
just a state where cannabis is illegal, I guess that's all that I can fairly say.
Yeah.
And so we're gonna watch this little video here,
Okay.
and then we'll talk about it.
It's a problem this pot shop in Greenwood has had to face for years.
This location has probably been targeted over 10 times.
In this latest break-in caught on camera this morning, thieves
Boom.
pull up in what Seattle
Dude.
PD says is a stolen vehicle and ram it through the fronts of Have a
Wonder if it's
Heart
a Kia.
4 times, breaking through
Yes.
these metal doors and leaving
They
this
ram a
wall
stolen
in
Kia into a
shambles.
Seattle pot shop.
The managers tell us around 10 grand worth of product was stolen.
10 grand
We
worth of
have
product.
a string and a rash of violent robberies at this location.
Back in 2016 at this very store,
Same
also
store.
caught on camera, several employees were held at gunpoint and tied up.
What?
Years later,
Employees,
safety
yes.
concerns haven't gone away. There's a total of 5 locations across the area. All have dealt with break-ins. As costs to repairs keep piling up, Have a Heart is running out of solutions to protect their stores.
We need our workers to be safe. We need our locations to be safe, and we need this to stop.
It's a
Okay.
Okay. What do you do about this, Colin? Because that's what she's saying. We need people to be safe. We need our employees to be safe. Of course, we need employees to be safe, right? This is a problem that we've had here for a while now. I'm going to say 5 years is probably a good ballpark. I used to know a guy named Cody who worked at a recreational store, and in one of their sister stores, somebody was gunned down because they had private security there, and because that's how bad it had got, that they had armed private security they had hired to stand at their store because it was in fucking Tacoma or something, and someone came in their store with a gun and tried to hold them up. Boom, somebody fucking shot him.
Okay.
So this is how things have been going down. So now this woman, we need people to be safe. We need to whatever. What do we do about this thing? What do you do?
You
if
get
the
strapped
people-
up.
Okay, what the fuck are we doing here?
I know
What the fuck are we doing here?
This sounds because this is in Seattle. You said, right?
Yes.
Yeah. Oh,
Defend yourself, you fucking fool.
that might be a good idea.
Defend your employees. At the very least, if you're not comfortable with your employees allowing them to defend themselves in your business, hire fucking private security. Hire
Yes.
somebody who is going to do that. You're talking about you need them to be safe, right? The police, if you're we talked about this last week, if you're choosing to abdicate the responsibility of your safety to somebody else, that's your choice. It's a foolish one, albeit it is a foolish one. We're going to tell you that every time. That is your choice. That is why the police exist. However, they are a response agency. They are first responders. They're only going to come after you've told them something bad is happening unless they happen to be in that place. They're not going to sit outside of your business. There's not enough resources for that. They're not going to do it. You don't want to pay
No.
the amount of money it would take for them to sit outside of your business because something bad happens there all the time.
Yeah.
Right?
Because you can hire them to do stuff like that, generally speaking, on the side.
Yeah.
But you can hire armed officers in the capacity as a
Yes.
police officer to run security for your thing. But this took place at 2:10, so it's like in the middle of the night. So
Right.
Unfortunately, if
Yes.
this is what you are dealing with, you need to have armed security there 24/7. Not only during the day, not just operating business hours, but if you want to protect $10,000 worth of merchandise, that
Yeah.
I would imagine is going to be a very interesting insurance issue, considering I don't know what like the recreational
I did
pot
not
store
think about
stuff is.
that, yeah.
Because like I don't know what kind of insurance company wants to get involved with something that's technically is still a Schedule 1
Yeah.
illegal substance on the federal level.
Historically, they've had banking issues and whatnot.
Indeed.
There's guidance for
It's-
that they're able to get
yeah.
around it, but there's a lot of kind of questions. Some of them like take debit cards and stuff like that. There's a big
Yeah,
question
some
for
of
that,
them do.
like how it's done. I know, like. The last time that I asked somebody about it, because I went into a store and they're like, "Hey, we're also taking debit cards now. If you want to do that," they like you made a purchase of like Ethereum or something, and you're like that's what you were buying really from them, and it was converted into Ethereum, and then they got it, and then you could like buy the product. But you also paid like a $5 charge or something for all these different transactions that happened in the middle in between them getting it, and like it was a whole deal, but it wasn't just a direct sale the way that it is
Yeah.
when you buy something like at a grocery store.
Yeah.
There was a big workaround
There
that
was
happened
a,
to use your debit card. Typically it's cash. You have to go and
Yeah,
get
it's
cash
always
and
cash
then go
money.
into the store.
And a lot of them
that's-
have an ATM in there, but a lot of them, the ATM and always cashed out.
Yeah,
I've noticed that's a big problem.
because people
but
don't, stoners don't prepare. They
And
just throw
there
it
is
in
that. They're
you
like,
know?
what are we doing?
Yeah.
It's like, well, I hope the ATM is full. And if it's not, I guess I'm going to go out of my way to go find some cash just to go back there and look like a fucking asshole.
Yes, I've ran into that a few times. Yeah, now I just get cash before I go there. It's just not worth it. Fuck them.
Yeah. I mean, fuck, the last time I even bought weed was a while ago.
Yeah.
And we're talking months and months ago. I hardly ever smoke weed anymore.
Bought weed last night.
Yeah, I know. You had a hard time opening up the package
Yeah,
earlier.
I always have a knife on me. It's just the easiest way. I always open it the
Exactly.
same way, so I've never
Yeah.
even considered a different way to open the package.
Oh, yeah.
So when I'm faced with that, I'm like a fucking bear trying to open a jar or something. I don't know. It's just never gonna happen.
Bear trying to catch some honey.
So you gotta just cut it open, smash it.
That's-
That's the only way the bear's gonna get in the jar. Smash it.
Well, it's fucked up, man. Like, this obviously is a kind of a special issue because it's like hit after hit after hit after
Yeah.
hit at the same place, and then these dumb fucks don't learn their lesson and try to actually do something about it. They
Right.
just go, well, the police should be
continues
protecting us or
happening.
something like that. And if this is not just a reflection of just the downward trajectory of our fucking society as a whole, especially in big progressive cities, I don't know what is. The cops are not going to help you. It's not going to. There's nothing to deter this kind of crime from happening to the point where somebody's going to steal a fucking car and then drive it multiple times in through the fucking wall of your business so they can get in there and grab a bunch of shit and leave.
There's not even like trees or planters or anything, on the sidewalk to deter from, because if anyone doesn't know, that is the dual purpose of the decorations on the streets. It's not just to make the cities look pretty. It also hinders cars from striking civilians for
Yes.
any number of reasons. That's
Yeah.
the other, the tertiary purpose of these items that are
Yep.
there. The
like a-
fucking giant balls in front of Target, things like this. These are not decorations.
That's so people
This
don't drive
so
in
No one, yes.
because it was a problem before.
So no one strikes the building or fucking shopper goers from
Yeah,
shoppers
dude.
from being hit by. So it just seems like it would make sense. Buy some fucking giant planters, but I don't know. This is very specific. It's one, but it's an avenue to a larger discussion.
There's
but
a lot of
like you said, they stole these people, the suspects, if you will.
The suspects.
Stole a Kia, stole someone's vehicle, used that to ram into the business. So the damage is none of their concern.
Yeah, you're stacking felonies, bro. That's what you're doing. That's nuts.
You mean they're stacking minutes in jail until they're released immediately
Yeah,
afterward?
yeah, just the processing time
Yeah.
will take longer. It's an extra 5 minutes because you need another document here. Somebody needs to write down another paragraph.
Right. The Kia Boys thing is pretty wild.
The Kia Boy things is nuts.
It got off the chain pretty fucking quick. It got out of hand quickly.
Yeah, and I've heard that was because of like TikTok and Snapchat. There was like
people just knew about it.
yeah, they knew about it and they were like, there's a dude I see sometimes on my fucking YouTube Shorts feed that it's like it's technically a TikTok account, but it's reposted everywhere else, and it's this fucking cartel dude.
Yeah.
He's like a retired cartel guy or whatever, and explaining and like showing videos of like all these like what's the right word, like jobs that people would do in the cartel, and it's like delivery stuff, running from cops, how to do this, how to
Yeah.
do that. There's a ton of instructional videos on how to steal fucking Kia on fucking TikTok all over the
We
place.
taught someone how to make a gravity bong last week.
That's right, we did. out of a vent cartridge.
I
That's
never
right.
did that, but I should. That's a good idea.
That just seems like a bad time, dude. That would just wreck your world.
it would
But
fuck you up for sure.
yeah,
I'll do it. I'll let you know. They were smart. Only did it with like a water bottle. That was smart. You
that was super smart, dude.
Yeah.
Because
You
you
can
can much
also
fucking
only-
money.
You can also only pull on this like so much. If you
Yeah.
did anything too big, it probably wouldn't work.
Oh yeah, because a lot of them have like a heat
Right.
sensor too that'll cut it off when it gets too hot.
Right.
That thing's gonna burn.
And I
baby.
bet this wouldn't get stale like when you use cannabis like flower, you get hit it pretty quick because the smoke gets stale really fast.
Yeah.
If you don't when you're using the lung that we talked about, if you don't hit that whole thing, the second time you go to hit, it's super stale. It doesn't. It's harsh. It doesn't taste as good.
Yeah.
It's rough.
Yuck.
But I bet this doesn't get stale like that.
Probably not. No, it's clean burning, baby.
It's
Clean,
vapor instead of smoke.
clean coal.
That's
Clean
right.
coal.
Clean coal. Not that bad.
Oh shit! This
Yeah.
reminds me of when the local place that used to hit next to the Safeway was they got hit like a few times.
Right.
I don't know what they ever did about it. It just kind of one day kind of stopped.
The place that I go in Silverdale, they got fucking robbed one night. And then
Yeah.
I saw the video on the internet. They're like,
Pretty
there's a
soft
security
target,
video. Totally. There's tons of cash there because
Oh, yeah.
because of the banking issues that they have. So there's tons of cash. People can only use cash in those businesses. So even if it's just one day
Oh, yeah.
of business, there's always people in a weed store.
Always.
I'm never the only person in there. If I walk in, I'm the only one. I'm not the only one when I leave, you know, unless it's a super weird time. Like,
Yeah.
so if I go right when they open, you know, like on Friday or something like that when I do, then maybe. But
Did you ever get out to the new one? The new, I can't even remember what it's called now. By the casino?
No.
Oh,
No,
dude.
the giant- no.
It's fucking nice.
No, I only went when they were in the trailer.
Oh, yeah. No, it is super nice.
Yeah.
If you're ever out and about in the area, it's worth a quick little jaunt up the road.
Well, I
just 'cause
want to go to
it's real
Kingston
cool.
to get some of that fucking pizza. The sourdough Willies.
Sourdough Willies.
The Willies, bro. I've been hearing about. I want to get the Willies bad. Gives me the Willies, bro. If they don't sell a shirt that says I got the Willies or some of them there, is it kind of a classy joint?
I mean, classy enough. but
Medium classy?
Yeah, it's Kingston classy, if that's a
Kingston
thing.
classy.
you know.
I want a shirt that says
It's a s-
Kingston classy.
It's a step above the filling station, but that's about, it's like going to the wine bar.
yeah.
That's about as classy you ever need. You could still wear a hoodie and fucking cargo shorts, I'm sure.
What the fuck is that place called? The wine bar?
It used to be Divine Wine.
There
I don't know
you
if it
go.
still is now. I have not been downtown in a fucking hot second, dude.
Did
I
a
am-
fake live show there once, guys.
It was
It's pretty cool.
fake live show. I mean, it was
You just
live.
couldn't hang out there.
Yeah.
Sourdough Willies. It is fucking right there next to the ferry, huh?
It's literally that last road there.
Wow. Vine Bistro?
Oh,
Salad
Divine
Cat?
Bistro. There you go.
There you go.
There it is. There it is.
There you go.
There it is. There it is.
Okay, let's talk about the food delivery tax.
Dude,
right?
I didn't know this was a thing until I started looking into it. I'm like, this is
Yes,
fucked. And also,
um,
of course, it super makes sense that this went sideways. It's like, of course,
This is just how things go in
progressive
Seattle.
policies generally just backfire like nobody's business.
People complain. They don't want to hear fucking nothing about it.
Yep.
And so they just push forward, doing
Indeed.
exactly whatever the fuck.
Hey,
Yeah,
King
so-
5. I bet you it's the same one.
Maybe.
Maybe. We'll find out.
No, it's different.
Oh, damn.
Same idea, though.
It's because it's the same. It's the same news outlet, but it's different.
Economy. I wonder where yours is out of.
Let's see here. So this is
Scroll up a little bit. Local news.
local news.
Mine's an economy, bro. Mine has to do with the money, the things. So the one that I have is called Seattle's new app-based delivery fee ordinance goes into effect Saturday, which is today, actually. A new Seattle ordinance that started Saturday is stirring up controversy. Supporters say it will help provide a this is back in January, actually. It's been
Yeah.
going for a while. Provide a livable wage for app-based delivery drivers, the ones who bring you takeout and groceries. However, which is what they're talking about, like DoorDash and Uber Eats,
Yep.
Instacart, things like this, anywhere that you're going to get food delivered to your house.
Check.
However, critics say that it's going to make those services more expensive. When debating delivery or pickup, the fees factor in for Elena Thompson. The price they charge for delivery, it's like the price of a full meal already, said Thompson. At Baka Bak Fried Chicken, I've heard this restaurant be talked about in every article that I've read.
Baka Bak?
Yeah, I don't know why.
Baka Bak?
Maybe it's just well known or something. I don't know. It's probably some Asian fried chicken, if I had to guess. They expected delivery costs to climb because of the new city ordinance. The greatest concern on the restaurant side is just more fees. The particular fee is just to help benefit the drivers who 100% deserve a living wage, said Jacqueline Wagner, the director of the operations at Baka Bak Fried Chicken, director of operations. Local restaurants like mine and so many others rely on gig workers and rely on third-party apps, and additional fees like this could potentially harm our business. We won't really know until it actually starts happening, Wagner said. In a 2022 video, an advocate calling for new protections for app-based workers said, quote, when the workers who deliver food can afford to buy their own groceries and go out to eat at restaurants, it means a healthier community for all of us. Seattle City Council passed legislation that goes into effect Saturday. It will require delivery apps to provide a minimum payment for mileage and time worked. The ordinance and the minimum in Seattle is like $17.60 or some fucking shit.
It's pretty high.
It's above the state minimum wage, which is like $15.60 or
A
something.
bunch of fucking tryhards.
It's a lot of dollars is what it is.
Yes,
It's
it
more
is.
money than I made after multiple years in the I was going to say in the service, but
in the service industry.
yeah, there you go, working. In a response to the local decision, an Uber spokesperson says, unfortunately, this one more than doubles the fees consumers will have to pay, which means fewer orders for businesses and less opportunities for delivery workers. DoorDash said in a statement, unfortunately, we expect this will lead to lost revenue for local businesses and fewer earning opportunities for the very workers that regulations are supposed to help. Excuse me. DoorDash said Dashers in Seattle will earn at least $26.40 an hour before tips plus mileage. The company said that in the coming days, people in Seattle, listen, that's a lot of money. $26.40, because that can be your first job.
At $26.40.
Right. My first job.
It'd get you a rental closet in Seattle.
That's a lot of dollars. Before tipping plus mileage, the company said that in the coming days, people in Seattle ordering from DoorDash will see new fees at checkout to cover the cost of the new regulation. It said to balance the impact, it's reducing the suggested tip on each order.
There ain't no free lunches,
they're
bro.
about to be getting no tips is what they're going to be getting when someone
Yep.
has to pay 3 times or twice what the fucking delivery fee was. I've never placed an order on Uber Eats before.
No.
So I don't know.
I'm not
I've
doing
never
that.
had this type of food delivered to my house. I have a personal aversion to this type of delivery service. I personally feel if I'm going to be getting fast food, I should at least retrieve it myself.
Yeah, it
I should
seems like
at
I
least
could
go
do.
and get it myself. And if I'm by myself, I'm more than likely to go inside, not to sit down, but to at least order it and then go back to my car.
Not the drive-through.
No, if I'm with the family, I'm leaving everyone in the car. I got 2 kids. I'm not getting everybody out just to fucking stand in the restaurant and cause a ruckus for 20 minutes and then leave.
Oh, yeah.
But
Well, I mean, I've definitely been in the position where, like, I go to a fast food place and there's 8 cars in line and there's nobody in the parking lot.
Yeah.
And I still go through the drive-through.
yeah,
Because
I don't do
I'm
that.
a fucking fat, lazy piece of shit, as it turns
Yeah,
out.
if there's too many cars in a line, I just won't go. I take that as a sign that I shouldn't be eating fast food that day, and I will figure something else out. I'm a big signs person, you know. So
Gotta read the stars, baby.
yeah, and I don't know. There's a difference for me between a food company in which delivery is already like built into the business model.
Yeah,
like
like if
Chinese
I
food,
call-
pizza, these
yeah.
things are already.
I
things,
call the establishment and
Yes.
schedule delivery with the establishment.
Yes, historically
Yeah.
these things have been delivered. This is fine. This is already a thing there. I'm not gonna pay a third person to go and retrieve my food for me and then bring it to my house. This is something I'm not gonna take part in.
So this is almost a month old, right?
Almost a month old. Yeah.
What would you say, given this has been implemented now?
Yeah.
What would you say the effects would have been? What are your what's your the science word hypothesis
I
of
would-
what the outcome would be?
I would hypothesize that there's probably been a lot less Uber Eats been going on in the city of Seattle. I've seen a couple of people, like some videos and stuff, people saying, well, I just came to get it myself because, you know, it was like one guy, I don't remember where he was eating at, but obviously buying food for his whole family because he's like, listen, it was $70 out the door. Like if I had it delivered, it's going to be over $100 now
Yep.
to have it to my house with Uber Eats.
Oh,
That's
yeah.
fucking insane. A $30+ delivery charge for someone to go to your house. That's no longer worth it if it was ever worth it before.
Fuck no, dude. You should not be doing that.
No.
Well,
Just pick it up on your way home.
indeed. Just
Eat dinner early that day.
exactly. Or yeah, there's 1,000 ways to get around it, but
Yeah.
just go take care of business and save yourself some fucking money. But it's definitely backfiring. Seattle ordinance intended to help app deliverers is, quote, hurting them. One delivery worker said the new ordinance is hurting drivers and customers. New Seattle City ordinance designed to give food delivery app drivers a more livable wage is, quote, backfiring, according to several drivers. You may have noticed the new $5 fee on DoorDash and Uber Eats orders, but it is not just causing frustrated customers to delete this app, as we reported. We are now learning the people the ordinance was designed to help are hurting. What used to be considered hotspots for workers on these apps feel a lot cooler since January 13th, according to several drivers. We heard them. We heard from. That includes Gary, whatever your last name is. Give that one a shot. Lardzabala?
Lardizable.
Sir Lardzabal.
Lardizable.
A longtime app-based food deliverer in
Lardizable.
Seattle. Sundays before the ordinance, he said, we'd be... Lardizable, dude. What is this?
Sundays before the ordinance, Lardizable.
Just
That's it.
period.
This is bad writing.
Yeah,
what
it is.
We'd be thinking breakfast. Today, I didn't even touch it. They're not going to order. It's definitely backfiring. Since the ordinance went into effect last month, Mia Shagan said, "What's up with all the fucking names, bro?"
Seattle.
So yeah, that's right.
Fancy.
It's a city of immigrants or whatever, she says. Said her delivery opportunities have been slashed. I've got nothing, Shagan said. I'm not going to sit here for hours for one freaking order. Even on typically busy delivery days, groups of drivers can be seen waiting around together in groups in high-density restaurant areas. Instead of stopping at 2:30 or 3, it's stopping at like 1 o'clock, sometimes even a little bit before, Shagan said. So literally at 1 o'clock, suddenly there are no orders anymore. So just people getting lunch, just all people who need lunch at work. The pay up legislation, as the city regards it, was meant to improve wages for gig workers by entitling them to minimum pay, or in other words, pay based on the time worked and miles traveled for each offer. DoorDash, as a report has stated, their DoorDashers will get paid at least $26.40 per hour before tips. In their estimation, they're not telling the whole story, Shagan said. Assuming that you're working constantly, then yes, you're going to be making that much money, but that's not what's happening right now because people are not ordering as much anymore. The tips are going down because they think we're making all this money. I thought the same thing. If you get paid per delivery, because that's how this works, how do they guarantee you an hourly wage?
You don't.
It's
can't. It's like a rough estimation based off of like existing analytics for area and time and previous orders, and that's it.
The tips are going down because they think we're making all of this money. Well, I don't.
Yeah.
What the fuck do you want? Like, it's not because they think you're making all this money. It's because it costs them more money now. That's what it costs. That's
the reality of it.
Okay, fools. You should have paid attention when, like, I get. All right, hold on. Let me take a second so that I can formulate a thought because I'm starting about 5 different sentences.
Okay. You think about it, and let me just put out one point here real quick. They say one driver who shared how much he made this week last year, $931 versus this year is $464. So he lost like almost half his business.
So I understand if you don't like to listen to the old people. You don't like to listen to the conservatives. They say dumb things. They're mean and they're rude and they don't use your pronouns.
Racist.
They don't say the stuff. I get it. Okay. They sometimes know what the fuck they're talking about. When you're talking to a conservative person about money, they probably have a decent idea of what's going on. If you're talking to them about taxes, they definitely know what the fuck they're talking about. If they're telling you this is going to blow up in your face, just listen for a second. Just consider that what they said might be true before you completely dismiss it and say, push forward, city council, I want more money. Because you did this to yourself. You've done this to yourself. Even at the very least, you have selected a city. I don't even like to do that because it's too much responsibility to whatever. You did this to yourself. You absolutely did this to yourself.
Yep.
People told you. They told you this was going to happen. And you did it anyway. You didn't say, I don't want this. Just let me make my money. You didn't say, just let me be a gig worker. You didn't, And to be fair, some people did. There's a lot of people who work for all of these different gig companies that have pushed back on the city of Seattle all the various times they have tried to expand the worker protections, as they call it, for the different gig workers.
Worker protections.
We want to make sure that you're treated like a real employee and you get insurance and you get this, you get this, you get this, you get this. The people don't want that. If they wanted a regular job, they would get a regular job.
Yeah.
They work at Uber Eats because it works for their time. It works for the things that are going to work for them, their other schedules, the things that they're doing. If they wanted
the individual made an
one.
individual decision because they thought this was a good decision for them, given the circumstances at the time.
If you need insurance and you can't get it, if you can't attain it through the state, through the whatever, through any of the means, you need a better job. Sorry, I'm not going to apologize for that. I'm not going to tell you that's nothing. That's the reality of that. If you're working in a certain position now and you don't have the things that you think that you need a better job. If you need to expand your skills to do that, then that's a different discussion. Then you need to do that. These are things that are required of you. It is up to you to take care of yourself. You cannot, regardless of the communist utopia that you may live in, you should not be abdicating the responsibility you have to yourself to fucking try and make your life better. It doesn't work that way. You don't get to sit back, because when you do, when that's the choice you make, these are the repercussions of those actions.
Yes.
This is the help that you get. This is the type of help that the state has to provide to you. If this is what you ask for, this is what you will get.
Yes.
If you want actual help, actual progress, as you claim to always want, the progressives, when you move forward, do all this stuff, you have to do it yourself. No one will do it for you. No one is coming to help you. No one is coming to save you. No one is going to do that for you. You have to do it yourself.
Yes. And
So-
this is just a perfect example of how government interference into the free market only goes one direction, and that's in the wrong direction. All it does is hurt people's ability to participate in that free market and do better for themselves.
Yes.
It's a perfect example. Good intentions pave the way. The road to hell is paved by good intentions, or whatever that turn of phrase
The
is.
road to hell is paved with good intentions.
There it is. This is it. This is like so many hardcore progressive regulations. They all are like, well, this is going to help. They're going to make more money, this, that, and the other thing.
The long-term care tax is a good example. We have a tax in
Yeah.
the state, just a quick aside, that's on your taxes now, that if you don't have long-term care insurance, which is insurance for if you need long-term care when you're older, or I guess if you're young, if you if you are in some type of accident and you are disabled and can't take care of yourself for an extended period of time, you are required to have insurance or pay this tax so that you are covered if something like this happens. And it's now being addressed in an initiative in the state now, because just people like me are getting fucked. I'm just paying a tax endlessly until maybe I need this care one day when I'm fucking 75.
And I mean, being handled by the legislature is like a phrase. They're choosing
Yes.
not to handle it, but we, the people, are trying to handle it.
Yes.
But that's
Being
a
dealt
story
with,
for later
through
on.
the initiatives.
Yeah. But yeah, this is just another. It really pisses me off, because how many times do we have to watch the same exact scenario play out? I think we need a $15 minimum wage. Oh no, there's less jobs now. Hey, $15 minimum wage isn't enough. We're going to raise it to $17.50 or whatever an hour, and then up to 22 something over the next 10 years. Okay, well, less and less jobs become available because people can't afford that shit.
Right.
People either businesses will raise the price of their products so fewer people will buy them, such as we have in this case. You add on fees like that, next thing you know, people aren't going to they're just not going to be using it anymore because
Right.
it's too goddamn expensive for them. At a time at which everyday Americans are more strapped in their wallet than they ever have been in our lifetimes at this point. Like, things are... The government will tell you the economy's doing gangbusters right now. It's doing good.
Yeah.
You know, soft landing achieved. We did it. Cool, cool, cool. Everything's great. Can't you see how good the economy is? But in reality, every food is still 30% more overall than it was 2 years ago. Gas is still not fucking it's not even close to cheap. It's not as expensive as it used to be, but it's still expensive as shit just to drive around.
Rent and housing prices are still insane.
Rent and housing prices, vehicles. I mean,
But if
all
you take
your,
those things out, Colin,
then it's in 3%.
Everything's great.
So it's like, this is just a perfect illustration of what happens, especially in bad times.
right?
And you're like, we're going to pass something that's going to help everybody. Oops.
Their new measure now is they're not going up anymore. They're like, well, but, inflation has stagnated. Like, well, that's great. It's stagnated fucking 17% or whatever. Like I did. So
Yeah,
that's
they're like,
awesome.
no, dude.
But
The CPI is only 3%,
Yeah.
all right? This is
Great.
times are good, bro.
It's great.
That's what they say, okay? The government says it's 3%, so it definitely is.
yeah.
Fuck off.
Do you want to give us a quick little update on the school bond, and then we will take our first break and we'll get our stuff with Nate situated when we end the break?
Yes. I can't believe it's already gone to this point. All right, so we talked about this school bond thing last episode,
Yes.
and essentially it's a North Kitsap school district school bond.
It
It's
was almost
on
a
the
throwaway topic. It was just like, hey, this is a thing that I
Yeah.
saw, because your brother had received a letter or whatever.
Yeah.
Talking about the large school bond and how they were going to spend the money, the different ways the
Oh, yeah.
district had spent the money in the past.
and they're
the
talking
person-
about rebuilding schools
Right,
and,
right.
and doing all sorts of crazy shit. We're talking
Tearing
massive dollar amounts.
tearing down schools that kids are currently going to school in right now.
Indeed. Yeah, tearing it or refurbishing or whatever
Yeah.
you call it, remodeling, just upgrade. And, it's a thing that they ask for more money every year. No big deal. But then once you really start to dive into it like we did last week, it's like, this seems a little excessive. What's going on? Well, the plot thickened. there's some backdoor politics going on.
It's so good.
The Kitsap County prosecutor reviews case involving superintendent allegedly stealing campaign signs. Now, campaign signs for here is you drive down the road and you see "Vote No" on NK, North Kitsap School District bond.
A lot of that here.
And then you'll see one right next to it that says "Vote Yes" for North Kitsap Schools or whatever. So, Kitsap County, Washington. Kitsap County prosecutor office told Cairo 7 that it's reviewing a case involving the North Kitsap School District superintendent for allegedly stealing campaign signs. Allegedly stolen campaign signs. Cairo 7 reached out to the Kitsap County Sheriff's Office to get more details.
Local boys.
That's right. A spokesperson said that the county prosecutor's office is currently reviewing the case after he had shared brief details about the investigation. Cairo 7 requested public records from the Kitsap County Sheriff's Office to get further details about the case, including photos of evidence deputies collected and captured. So here we have
What a dumb bitch.
somebody literally stealing one of the signs. This is allegedly, this is the North Kitsap School District superintendent stealing one of these signs, right?
I told you I saw that clip from Brandy Cruz, and she had like some people whose house that she had stolen signs from, and those people were like, "Yeah, we caught her on our video cameras, like our surveillance cameras."
This is that dude. He
so awesome.
This is literally right before you turn down the road to come to my house.
That's incredible.
It's like right before fucking Eglon Road.
Right.
There's all those signs out there, and you'd be driving, and like one day signs would be there, one day they wouldn't be there. It was fucking weird. So after
allegedly, it was this woman.
Allegedly, yes. It's we'll just read because it gets allegedly is just kind of like she hasn't been found guilty
it's
of
to
anything
protect ourselves.
Yet. Indeed. According to public records, deputies said they began investigating reported theft of campaign signs on Friday, January 26, about 7:54 a.m. Scott Hendon and Kim Gerlach told deputies that they had several other members within the community formed a committee called North Kitsap School District Bond, opposing the 2024 capital bond measure that would be voted on in the upcoming election on February 13th. Hendon and Gerlach told deputies that they had purchased signs to place around the community. However, a lot of them were stolen recently, including on Cliffside Ridge near Eglon. Cairo 7 spoke with the Hendon about the reported thefts. We lost signs consistently in this location, Hendon said. It went from us replacing them a few times to now I am kind of ticked off. Hey, now play fair. I replaced the signs. They would be thrown in the woods and the stickers, so like blackberry bushes.
Sticker bushes, yeah.
And and that kind of thing. And about that time, I thought, let's get some game cams. So they got some game cams, capture this chick. It happened so frequently all over the north end. Hendon told Cairo 7 that he put grease on several signs help deter the suspects. He also placed game cameras around them to capture the next possible incident.
You know that she was pissed off when she grabbed onto the sign and it was all greased up.
Oh,
yeah.
yeah.
Fucking
faggot. I want to know who's doing this, he said. It is so started with the game cams. So I started with the game cams. One of his cameras captured a person caught in the act on Little Boston Road between Cliffside and Hansville on Friday. Hendon said he was hiding in the bush when the incident happened. The dude was hiding in the bushes, bro. I believe it was a woman getting out of a truck going to the side. He said, I thought her blonde hair had shown some. It looked like a smaller truck to me. Cairo 7 saw the video recording, which shows a person taking a sign on the ground and tossing part of it away. It makes me angry, he said. This is about our freedom. It's about the ability to have freedom of speech. We're placing legal signs in legal right-of-ways. Hendon said he called Gerlach about the incident and notified her about the truck. So Gerlach told Copa 7 that she captured a photo of the suspect's truck and followed it to the Sons of Norway in downtown Paulsbo. So there's the truck. And then over there at the Sons of Norway, the public record documents indicated that the truck turned in onto Stottlemile Road and pulled off onto the shoulder between Rova and Bond Road before it arrived at Sons of Norway. So they're making a pit stop from stealing signs, ditching them out at the halfway point, and then carrying on. Gerlich said the person she saw walking the Sons of Norway shocked her. I was so shocked because who I saw walking into the building and the truck I saw parked in the parking lot, she said. I couldn't believe who it was. Superintendent Lauren Evans is who I saw walking into the building, and that's whose truck was parked in the parking lot. According to public record documents in 2021, Ford Ranger parked at Sons of Norway is registered to Laura Evans. Evans also confirmed to deputies that at the scene that the truck belonged to her. When deputies asked Evan about the accusations, she denied taking the signs involved in the investigation and had been, quote, putting out a lot of signs in support of the new...
You dumb bitch.
Of the bond. She also claimed that her signs have been getting taken down as well, adding she drove straight to Sons of Norway Friday morning and it did not stop along the way.
Even though people followed
So
you
she's
there.
lying out her ass already.
Oh my God.
Evans told deputies that Henderson and Gerlich had been harassing her and trying to frame her for something she did not do. Carlos Evans asked about the accusations. We're not harassing her, Gerlich said. We do speak out on bond meetings or board meetings. I do post on Facebook. I post facts. Just posting facts, bro. I'm not harassing her. I'm not harassing her as a person. I'm trying to get accountability in this district and making sure what this district needs for our students to be successful and for our teachers to be happy. And I said, I never met her personally in public meetings. I've never been closer than 40 feet that I know of. I never touched her. I would never touch her vehicle. So the evidence. Sons of Norway, deputies said Evans opened the rear tailgate of the truck and they found a stack of support NK students and schools vote yes, along with a mallet for hammering stakes in the ground. Shortly after, another deputy arrived at the scene with vote no NKSD bond signs that he had found from Stottlemyre with green and blue grease on them. So these are the greased up signs that she ditched on the way over there. A different deputy looked at Evans' truck and observed two places on the inside of the tailgate and one in the bed of the truck that had faint smudges of the same green-blue grease that there were on the vote no North Kitsap bond signs. And so you could see there's the grease spots in her truck. More grease spots they wiped off. There's the gloves that she had in the truck. More grease spots in the truck. There's a dumpster. Evans continued to deny that she took the signs and said that she did not know how the grease ended up in the bed of her truck. The document said soon after, deputies said they found a pair of gardening gloves and a yellow towel in the dumpster next to where Evans had parked. The gloves and towel were wiped in a paper or wrapped in a paper and had the words support North Kitsap students and school vote yes printed on them. The items had spots of the same green blue grease that Hendon had put on his signs, the document indicated. So long story short, it's really sounded like the superintendent of the school district
She should stop lying.
About what it seems to be that she is deeply, deeply involved in and definitely been doing herself, caught on camera, has grease from the shit in the back of her truck. Not good, dude.
Yeah.
This is the superintendent of our school district, by the way,
Yeah,
who
she
is
should really stop
actively besmirching people's fucking freedom of speech so that she can get a bond measurement over so that her school district can get more funding, can steal more taxpayer funds so that she can, rebuild these schools and build up her resume.
That's terrible.
It's fucking gross, dude. It's fucking gross. So that's where we're at. There's a thing in there about the end. The Cairo reached out to the school district for a response, and they're like, well, we don't get involved with these kind of things, and we just want everybody and all the students and all the parents and teachers to be happy. So pretty nice stuff.
Yeah.
But it sounds pretty open and shut, dude, to be perfectly honest.
Right. If there's video of it, and now the cops have
Video.
fucking grease, that's what a fool.
Dude, and you're straight lying to the cops right now.
Right.
That's
At the point in which they're finding evidence of greasing your truck, and you're like, I don't know how that got there.
yeah.
Okay,
What do you mean? And then, like, your garden gloves with your fucking slogans on them are all wrapped up in paper, thrown in this dumpster
It's-
that you were definitely just putting stuff in.
it's never too late to tell the truth, man.
You just
It
do
is
it.
never too late to tell the truth. Just be honest. There's no sense in this at all. You've already fucked up. Like it's
Real
too
bad.
late to fix what you've done. So you really should just
Just fess up, dude.
be honest about it now. This is going to be our last story for part one, and then we're going to take our first break, get hooked with Nate, and we'll come back. So we're going to hit this one quick. This is from the Seattle Times. Washington Democrats unsure of next moves on the 6th GOP-backed initiative. So there's a couple of initiatives that I don't know if we've gone over them or not, but I actually voted. I put my name on all of these to get them on the ballot because I was doing my fucking duty. There's 6 of them. They have to do with like parents' choice in schooling and a removal of the green tax, and one of them has to do with it doesn't matter. There's 6 of these things, right? We'll talk about them in a minute.
Yeah.
There's been a lot of pushback from the Washington State Democrats to try and keep these things off of the ballot
Indeed.
because they have 3 different options. I think they'll go from in this article where they can. We've talked about them before in the past that they can. Put this initiative precisely as it's written. They can kind of rewrite one that speaks to the air or whatever of this and put that one up, or they can leave it straight to the voters, I think, on just a yes or no.
Yeah.
So
That's the legislature passed without a vote of the
Yes,
people. This
exactly.
measure, that measure. Should we repeal it or?
exactly.
Yeah. I
Olympia,
hate the fucking language they use
It's
for
terrible.
those. It's so gross.
Olympia. That's and there. It's that it's bad because they have to give you another pamphlet that tells you what that means.
Yes. And just as an aside, because you said you actually signed one of these petitions at some point.
All of them.
All of them. Okay, so they collected it was 2,684,663 total signatures.
Signed with the Black
That-
Bear Fest.
And some people signed multiple, but they represented over 800,000 unique voters. So over 800,000 people in this state. There's what, 3 million people in Washington?
I don't know off the top of my head.
And it's a fucking good, that's a good chunk of voters right
Yeah.
there that the legislature is just trying to tell
Ooh, one
them
of
to go fuck off.
One of them was to let the police chase stolen cars because
Yeah.
right now they can't pursue stolen vehicles.
Yeah, I got a thing that does like a small breakdown of each
Yeah.
one, just kind of
I've
mentions
had
them.
one
But
for a couple of weeks that I just, it's just not fit in, and it's not till
Yeah.
November, so we have time. It's not like a huge.
Yeah.
Olympia. The ball is now in the legislature's court on the slate of GOP-backed initiatives that could undo Democratic policy priorities, but it's not clear what will happen next. Republican backers continued their push for public hearings Wednesday, nearly a week after the 6th and last initiative, one that would allow Washingtonians to opt out of the state's long-term care payroll tax, that's the one I just talked about, was certified by the Secretary of State, and as the short session approaches, its midway point. But Democrats in the legislature, who command strong majorities and control the flow of the bills through the Capitol, have not committed to public hearings, and they say they are waiting for more information about how their initiatives would each affect the budget and change state laws before deciding what to do next. House Majority Leader Joe Fitzgibbon, Democrat of Seattle, said Tuesday that legislators are still waiting for documents showing the potential effects of the initiatives on the state budget and trying to unpack. Doesn't matter. That doesn't fucking matter.
doesn't matter.
Figure it out. That's your job. We're telling you as the people, we're not doing this anymore. It's time to repeal this. That's your job, is to listen to the people, right? That's the whole purpose of all of this.
it's
In this
literally in
representative
the state
democracy.
constitution that says you have to take initiatives from the people in top priority in legislative sessions. It's in the goddamn constitution. Not that the Democrats actually care about the constitution, but it's in there.
So it's literally your job to do what we say and figure it the fuck out on the back end.
Yep.
Balance the budget, bitch. Not my problem.
Not my problem.
Balance the fucking budget,
Not
bitch.
my problem. You can't do your fucking
You can
job.
propose new taxes if you want, and we'll tell you whether or not they're acceptable. Chances are no. Balance the fucking budget, bitch. Not my problem.
Oh, was this the one?
The initiatives are challenging some significant policies like the state's new capital gains tax, another one, and its carbon market.
Yep.
A repeal of either could blow big holes in the state budget. You
Yes.
shouldn't be leveraging your budget off of theft from fucking citizens who lived here. How about that?
It's green energy policies, bro. We're just trying to help out the environment, and that requires a carbon tax that you have to pay all the fucking time.
The initiative certification means they can go through a process that could have them eventually end up on the November ballot, but legislators have 3 options for each. Here we go. They could enact the initiatives as written. They could pass an alternative to appear on the ballot with the initiatives, or they could do nothing, leaving the initiative to the voters. Many of the initiatives run counter to the Democrat majority policy gains, like the capital gains tax, and are unlikely to be enacted. Backers of the initiatives, including the initiative sponsor Representative Jim Walsh, Republican of Aberdeen, railed on the Capitol steps Wednesday and demanded lawmakers hold public hearings on the measures. Republicans assert the state constitution holds that any initiative should be prioritized over the legislature's other business. House Republican, we all know that the Democrats don't give a fuck about any constitution, whether it's state or federal.
Yeah, they don't care. It's a living document, bro.
Yeah, it lives
fine.
and breathes, bro. House Republican whispered to us that we don't need to worry about it this time. Yeah.
Don't worry about it. It's better for them.
The Constitution? House Republican leader Drew Stokesbury, Republican of Auburn, said acquiring hearings in the initiatives would signify they are taking precedence and give both sides a chance to make their case. The legislature is supposed to consider these. We're not necessarily supposed to pass them, but we're supposed to consider them, Stokesbury said in an interview Monday. So again, holding a hearing that would be a helpful way for us to consider them because we'll hear both the pro and the con arguments. Democrats maintain they have until the end of session to act on the initiatives because they aren't subject to the same deadlines that most bills are, and they say questions remain about the cost and constitutionality of the measures.
That's Bob Ferguson talking.
Yeah,
I don't know if that period there makes it unconstitutional.
Right. Along with the repeals of the state's capital gains tax, its market system to cap carbon emissions, and making the new long-term care payroll tax optional, the initiatives would also require public schools to notify parents and guardians about medical services provided at their student, let parents and guardians review instructional materials and medical records, lift restrictions on when police can chase suspects, and ban the state and local governments from imposing an income tax.
Right.
Most bills, with some exceptions, had to have been passed out of policy committees by Wednesday in order to survive, but the initiatives are exempt from those cutoff dates, said House Speaker Lori Jenkins, Democrat of Tacoma. These are the initiatives: proposal to repeal taxes, a landmark climate law, and then, that's dumb.
Yeah.
It's just another article, but yeah, I think we went over all of them anyway. So they're talking about it, and the third option that we talked about, if they're leaving it to people, that's when they put it on our ballot for November, and they let us vote on it again. So we will see. I think that's for them, that's the most dangerous way to go. But I think we've also talked about in the past that they're not required to institute those initiatives if they're voted on the ballot, right? Like if they're left to us, they don't necessarily have to then institute those initiatives just because we voted on them. It doesn't make them law when we vote on them.
No, because then it's usually they have to do it
Right.
or not, but it also
They just have to form it into a bill and then vote on it.
yes. But as we've seen multiple times in the past, if it is not in the Democratic majority's agenda for something to get repealed or to get implemented,
Right.
they will find a way to not do that through the Attorney General of the state, Bob fucking Ferguson, who is probably going to be our next governor. Love it. And he's shown time and time again with the fucking registration tabs. I mean, this is why you have a Tesla. You want to be doing your part for the fucking green energy movement and all this shit. You drive a Tesla, well, guess what? You're paying like $350, $380 just for registration for your car.
Right.
Me and you who drive standard ass cars, we're paying what, if you're registering,
I haven't done it in a while.
it's like $135
real
or whatever
paranoid
like
lately,
that.
though.
And I mean, there's reasons, but and we
I know, I
the
have to register my
people
cars.
have voted to repeal this thing multiple fucking times, and they will find a legal recourse to be like, well, actually, we don't actually care about democracy, just like we say we do. So go fuck off. We know what's best for you. Take your medicine and give us your money. It's easier for them to just bail out on a past initiative than it would be than if they actually had to make legislation and pass it up to the governor to may or maybe not sign. That's law. That's done. That's in if they do that. And so why would they want to do that? If they don't want these measures,
Right.
then they're not going to do it. And they are systematically breaking the Constitution of the state by not making it a priority, which is probably the Constitution's fault because it just says you got to make it a priority. There's no timelines, or they have regulation
Right.
on when they have to look at initiatives and very
What does
very last
priority
minute or
really
not.
mean?
Exactly. It's all fucking gray.
It's all pipes.
It's all just pipes, bro.
Yeah.
It's all fucking lead pipes. So there it is. Washington is still a fucking communistic utopian hellhole brought on by our lovely legislature who hates every single one of us.
It's not good, guys.
No. Give them all your money and do what they tell you to do, and they'll still hate you for it the next day.
I get a little like a white pill that we can end it on. I shared it with Brian yesterday.
I could use one.
We were talking about gun stuff. I
It's
think
been a rough couple weeks, but I need white pills up the ass. I mean, maybe not that, not suppositories, but you know what I mean. Turn a phrase. Talk.
I think I talked to you about it already, but it's just a working theory that I have regarding gun laws in Washington State. Have we talked about this already? So it's bad, right? We got new gun laws here again. We got another one we
Everywhere.
just talked about last
Yeah.
episode. It's the gun training stuff for all the different any gun that you buy now. Bronson
Mm-hmm.
Ambleman was just talking about that today. He went to go buy a hunting rifle, and he's like, they won't even let me hold a hunting rifle without an ID, and I can't buy one without this training thing, and I can't. So I sent him the link, and I'm like, do it in 5 seconds on your
yeah.
phone, and you have the thing, and then it'll be fine. He bought it today, so he's fine. So people are running into these things all the time, right? My prediction, my feeling, my gut feelings, like we talked about a few weeks ago, we talked about with Elijah.
If it
right?
gets your tummy going, it's a good sign.
I have a weird feeling that I'm going to give myself kind of a broad timeline of 10 years, right? I think that it's going to turn around. Not all the way, but I think it's going to get better, right? And the reason that I think that is California. Is these different Supreme Court rulings that are coming out of California, right? They had a taste of freedom last week. They were able to buy ammo online for like, I don't know, 107 hours or something. It was a very short amount of time.
Get in
and
there.
it was immediately removed. There have been different rulings that are still being challenged and stayed and whatnot about the magazine bans and about the assault weapons bans, and this thing with the pistol braces is still working its way through, right?
Check.
They seem to be leaning in what I would say is the right direction.
Seems to
right.
be.
It seems to be where it's going. They're continually being appealed, but the different courts, as it goes higher up, seem to be ruling in favor of the people and their ability to defend themselves.
Yeah, it's like a 2 steps forward, 1 step back, 2
Yes.
steps forward, 1 step back. But it's moving in the right direction.
The Supreme Court has been generally friendly to the gun rights thing over the last 2 years or so.
Yeah.
Since this kind of new slate of justices have been in there.
I mean, they fucked on New York City, for God's sakes.
Washington typically does things like 10 years behind California does. If California is going to, especially since we're all in the same circuit court, if the circuit court is ruling or being ruled by the same precedents, the same judicial rulings, it's going to affect all of us. And even if it gets challenged here longer than it did in California, it's not going to work if it's already hit the Supreme Court or the state Supreme Courts or the circuit courts and come back down with the appeal.
Yeah, you can only hit so many failed appeals before you can't even gamble on bringing a case.
So I think that it's going to get better here shortly, especially coupled with the huge increase in crime that we have seen in the major cities, right? It's not necessarily as bad in kind of the surrounding smaller towns and stuff like that, Bremerton being one of them, but that in and of it's where the people are for Kitsap County, so it is getting worse, but it's definitely different than when I was a kid. But I think that the crime and stuff like that, if that continues to go up, the police forces are not getting any bigger, and the state legislature is only going to be able to add so much money to the police budgets before they start to get pushback from their supporters about, the police are racist and we hate them and all the stuff. So I think
Just give it time.
I think it's going to turn around. I think it's going to get worse before it gets better.
Yeah.
But I think that it will turn around.
Well, I don't know if I believe you.
Yeah.
But, at least as far as like the gun law stuff, I think it's going in the right direction. And I don't think there's anything that could stop that. Because even if you look at progress from like the 70s forward, it just, it is total freedom of like 2A expression compared to what it was 40 years ago. But it's still nothing like it should be. But it's all been moving in the right direction. So I would assume that it's going to continue to move in the right direction.
Yeah.
But as far as the rest of the tyranny caused by these people goes, I don't know if I can. I don't know if I would believe that or not. But
speaking specifically about guns at this point in time. I've told you this is
the
Gotham
gun stuff
City.
is moving in the right direction, 100%.
Told you this state is Gotham City. They do not want to be helped, but the courts, if the courts don't give them a choice, but to have the right to help themselves, what they do with it at that point is on themselves.
True.
So I'm not saying the state is going to save, but I think our ability to kind of fuck around with guns is going to come back a little bit. That's what I think.
That I do believe.
Yeah, that's what
I do believe. We're just in the middle of one of them pendulum swings.
Yes.
But I'm here for it. I'll take that for what it's worth. I'll take the little bit of white pill on that one. It's good. If there's any freedoms we're getting back, that's a good one to be working on.
It's a good place to start.
It's a good place to start.
So with that, everybody, I think we're going to take our first break, and it sounds like Nate may have to be heading to work. So we'll see whether or not he's going to be on the next segment with us.
Okay.
If not, we may hear from him later in the show. We'll figure something out with him, and if not that, then we will have him in the show soon. He's very interested. He was very, very excited to be on the show, so we'll figure these things out. But he is going to be a great person to hear from, and regardless, we will talk about this paramilitary training ban. We're going to talk about 2024, all the different things that go into that. So we'll be back in a few minutes. Of course, you'll be watching us here on YouTube, youtube.com/saltofthestreets. You can find all this at saltofthestreets.com, including our own personal social media. Excuse me. I am at Salt of the Street on Twitter and at alpaca_Donovan on Instagram. Colin is at Big Bird Offie on both those things. All of this, like I said, at saltofthestreets.com, including the Patreon, patreon.com/saltofthestreets. Go there, subscribe. Helps make more better
content.
Better content, just like this. We'll see you guys in just a few minutes for part 2. This segment and all the other segments that we do are executive produced by Zeke.
Shout out to Zeke, man.
Patreon, highest tier, become an executive producer. We'll see you guys in a few minutes.
Peace.
Thank you.
And we're back.
Thank you very much for joining us, everybody. My name is Donovan.
I'm Colin.
This is part 2 of episode 164 of Salt of the Streets.
Woo.
We're going to be talking about a lot of stuff today in this segment. The first thing we're going to talk about is a paramilitary training ban that is going on, that has been introduced. Let's be very clear about what's going on here. It's been introduced in the federal level by 2 different representatives, Senator Malarkey, and then also Raskin is involved in this somehow.
Yeah,
His
Jamie
name is
Raskin.
not on this, but Raskin, he must be a co-sponsor or something.
Yeah.
So what we're going to do, of course, you can watch this here, youtube.com/saltedstreets. You can find all this at saltedstreets.com. Personal social media, I'm at saltedstreet on Twitter, alpaca_don on Instagram, calls up Big Bird off, and all those things, all the stuff. We'll talk about it again later at the end of the show.
That was fucking good.
Thank you. So what we're going to do first, we have a little bit of special thing going on. I have my buddy Nate, right? Nate is a battalion ranger. I'm going to say too much. He's working at the Joint Base. And so we're going to let him talk for a minute about this bill, kind of his opinion, and we're going to ask him maybe some basic questions, and then we'll go over some more of the details afterwards. But he's on his way into work, so we have only a finite amount of time with him, so we're just going to let him talk for a few minutes. So we're going to bring him in right here. Nate, how you doing, buddy?
Good. Thanks for having me, guys.
Dude, thank you very much for joining us. So this paramilitary, it's Senate Bill 3589, Preventing Private Paramilitary Activity of 2024 is what the bill is, and it essentially, I don't want to oversimplify it too much, but it would make illegal any training in groups of larger than 3 that involve any type of quote-unquote military activity that involves firearms or any type of training regarding land navigation, sustainment, anything. And it's crazy how far this goes. We'll get into more of it afterwards because there's some pretty extreme circumstances that this could extend to. But Nate is one of the guys that I train with in the Amble Men. We talk all the time. We do the group chat together. We're very good friends now. And like I said, he's a battalion ranger. He's an Army Ranger. So he is probably one of the first people that I thought of when I thought of this, because he crosses over that bounds of obviously government soldier and also trains with it all the time. So Nate, I'm kind of interested just on your general take on this. You and I talked a little bit about it this week.
My straight opinion on it. This is coming from, for all intents and purposes, I like to look at myself as more of like a patriot than anything. I kind of think that it's completely infringing on constitutional rights, because how this country was established was basically because armed citizens overthrew their government and did exactly that. We're only just modernizing this to our time.
Right.
So I really don't like anything about this proposed bill at all. I guess that's kind of where I stand on it, just because obviously, like kind of what Donovan said, we go out of our way to train and do our thing. I think it's something that is inherent to not only a citizen, but like as a United States citizenry, where armed citizens should be able to do this stuff. So I don't think it's something that is, you have to be in the military or you have to be law enforcement. I think it's just a God-given right, the same way you should be able to protect oneself and your family and loved ones.
And we talked a little about the duty part of it last week in my freedom and liberty portion for one of the segments. And we talked about, like I said, it's in my opinion, it's your duty as an American to be fucking deadly and to be difficult, to be a problem for anybody that comes here. Like it's part of your job as a citizen of this country is to do that. So I'm interested in, do you think that it's, from a government perspective, from a soldier, right? Do you think that it's a good idea for us to have a citizenry that has zero basis of any type of training, let alone group training or safety training, preparedness training, anything like that? Do you think that's a good idea?
Absolutely not. Like I think it's almost like the same thing as if you are completely able to take a car out of your driveway, drive and get a driver's license, you should be able to practice safe driving techniques. Same thing is with a firearm. You should be, if you're going to be able to buy a firearm, walk out the store with it, you should be able to at least utilize it and protect yourself by means of a plate carrier, a ballistic helmet, a sidearm, a pistol or Glock. The examples go on from there now. I think being able to wield your sword, it should be just as much as being a citizen in functional society.
Absolutely.
Amen.
Absolutely. And if you will, we've talked a little bit in the past about some of when we're out training together, right? Just some of the differences between kind of some of the training that you guys do on a regular basis and the general military and some of the stuff that we do, kind of the general skill levels and stuff like that. Will you speak to that a little bit?
Sorry, can you say that again? I just came in through the gate.
No, you're fine. No, you're fine. So we've talked in the past a little bit about some of the training differences between how much you guys train and general soldiers train, general infantrymen, and kind of the type of training that we do when we're out together, and the differences and some of the utility and stuff like that. So will you speak a little bit to that if you can?
Yeah, for sure. So I mean, as you know, as just an infantryman, you're just gonna have, you know, especially in the unit that I'm in, you have an abundance of assets that you just have. You're just going to have. You're gonna have like a support company that is gone through selection as well, and then is ready to do Ranger-esque tactics and be able to do that. Obviously, going through like the civilian side, you're just not gonna have you're just not gonna have the quantity of you're just not gonna have the quantity or assets to be able to facilitate like a battalion asset. You know, you're not
Right.
gonna be able to have. You're just not gonna be able to have like a 4-man mortar team to call in fire. You're also not gonna have an FDC that's going to be able to coordinate that mortar fire. You're basically going to be more or less in a small unit tactic squad element, being able to make headway in that way, I guess.
And since that's the case, right? If in the reality, when shit hits the fan, because that's what we're talking about, right? Since that's the reality, then it's likely important, in your opinion, that citizens have that training. That since we don't have the amount, right, then the quality is more important. The level of training that we put ourselves under is going to be more important because we don't have the level of resources. You know?
We're looking for quality over quantity.
Thank you.
100%. Like in the grand scheme of things, like me being in the unit that I'm in, me being a soldier or, you know, whatever have you, I can, the easiest thing that I can have, like the easiest thing that I have to do at work is shoot. Right, because like I'm going to have other assets that's going to take me to target A or target B. I'm going to be able to drop into X location, but as a armed trained citizen, you're going to have to be pretty much deadly in every trade. Like you're going to have to be able to land nav without a GPS. You're going to be able to have the terrain associate without a GPS. And you know, just on our, you know, our group chat alone, we were just talking about like long range. Someone's actually going to have to dive into the idea of like formulating long range ballistics, and then the class that I taught, you know, the March class that I pretty much taught.
Yeah.
You pretty much have to do everything as an armed citizen without having to rely on X medic or X, you know, truck driver or sustainment of food operation. Like you're not going to have that. So I do think you're going to need to be able. It's going to be tougher for a armed citizen to facilitate all this. So you're going to have to dive a lot of your life and attention to training and stuff like this, which is kind of ridiculous to the bill that's going to prohibit any of that.
Right. Precisely.
Yeah.
And let's talk about one other instance, right? In one of the worst case scenarios we can think of is like a national invasion, right? In which the country is still operating, but someone decides they're going to test the United States and they decide they're going to invade. Right?
Red Dawn.
We got a big military, right? It's getting smaller. It's not as big as it used to be, but it's a big military. They can't be everywhere at the same time. You know, there's only so many military bases. There's only so many squads of dudes that can be sent out at one time because they still have to protect the bases. They still need to maintain the infrastructure that exists there. So there's only so many guys that can go out at one time. If you don't live in a big city that they need to protect, it's probably going to be important that you can defend yourself and your family for, you know, a couple of days at the very least.
Right. Yeah, at that situation, I almost feel like the military is going to just kind of turn into a nationwide police, like a law enforcement department.
Yeah, like a federal police.
You know, like, you know, like, I forget the quote, but like, police are going to be minutes away from what's actually going on. Like you're going to have to take action. You're going to have to take action to protect yourselves and your neighborhood or your family or your loved ones. So, and even in the national crisis, military is going to have like kind of what you just said, are going to have to protect soft targets and large scale worldwide assets that need to be protected.
Right.
Like, at the cost of that, the wayside is going to be the citizens. I mean, if you look at some of the stuff in Ukraine, I mean, a lot of the defense are more tailored to government infrastructures than XYZ neighborhoods or, you know, avenues and stuff like that, where like the actually civilian populations are in danger.
Right. Or even, you know, some people might not like the example, but like the IDF, the amount of reservist soldiers that are fighting in the IDF right now, whether that's because they have to or whatever, you know, they were regular civilians, shit popped off there, and now it's time to put your uniform back on and get the fucking gat.
Yep.
So let me ask you just one last quick question. I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, go ahead. Yeah, I completely agree. I mean, like, I'm coming from, you know, I grew up from a very small island, so like it was inherently one's responsibility to like protect you and your own, because you can't rely on other people that probably don't even have a second thought about you entirely. So like
Right.
having some sort of, you know, armed citizenry that can step up when time calls for them to is something that I stand wholeheartedly behind.
Let me ask you one last question that speaks just kind of to the proficiency of our group and groups like us, right? Because there's a big skewed perception I think a lot of people have, especially if they're not into guns at all or if they hate guns, about what these groups can look like. You know, they're terrorist groups, they're extremist groups, they're in the worst case scenario, a bunch of big fat dudes getting drunk in the woods, fucking shooting at trees, and yeah, a bunch of, you know, retards in the woods shooting guns and drinking beers and shit like that. So, but we've talked about, you know, you've talked about the proficiency of our group versus kind of the general. And this is not at all me being like, we're fucking out shooting, you know, soldiers, nothing like that, right? But just to speak to how important this can be and how useful it can be, and how we're not just a bunch of fat retards drinking beer in the woods together. Speak for a moment, if you can, about the proficiency of our group versus like, and even just on shooting, right? Versus a squad of infantrymen.
Right. I think with the general squad of infantrymen, they're kind of leaning more towards the job of an infantryman, whereas the group that we have, we're kind of looking at trying to build something that we don't get anywhere else. Even me being in the military, you would think I would have an abundance amount of like-minded people, but you know, the fact of the matter is, it's just not. You know, I maybe have like one or two friends that actually came out there with us, and even then there was like 2 guys out of, you know, a unit of maybe 800. It's, you know, the percentages there is very, very small. And you know, the proficiency of what we actually do in shooting, you're just going to have more people that are dedicated on actually perfecting their craft. I mean, not to say that, you know, the unit that I'm part of, we don't take pride of being the best. Because,
well, you're in a special unit also.
Yeah, we definitely do, but there's gonna be there's a big difference between like loving what you do as a hobby and then doing it what you do as a profession.
Right.
And you can't entirely love the profession because of its, you know, bureaucracy of sorts. You know,
Absolutely.
There's gonna be there's gonna be some stuff that's gonna like jade you a little bit to how things are done and the rank structure and how things, you just don't, you know, stuff that just rubs you the wrong way. Whereas if you're going to go out recreationally, hang out with a bunch of your good buddies that you guys enjoy being around with, and then you're also doing said hobby together where it's training, obtaining some sense of standards of practice and proficiency in firearms and tactics and land navigation and whatever have you, you're just going to have more, you're just going to have a lot more willing group engagement and more attention to detail and stuff like that. So
yeah,
I think that, like, I hate that, you know, our group can be misconstrued with, like, you know, the fat dudes that are just like mag dumping into a pile of trash. But
right.
I mean that's the running joke, is that there are groups that are pretty much just like that.
Because they are doing that. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, they are doing that. I mean, it is kind of, so that's the funny part. But
you guys only mag dump when it's in celebration of people having kids.
That's right.
yeah, that's true too. And I think that's kind of, I think that's kind of like a, I hate to even use this term, but I think that's like a, you know, gun community, like, you know, I think that's kind of like a gun community, like, black eye, I guess, in a way.
Yeah.
You know, like, that's, you know, because that's cool, that's what's fun, that's what you kind of do, but then, like, there's also, like, people that actually enjoy and want to plan and figure this stuff out. It's, I guess the best examples I could say is just, like karate used to be used as like a good way of like an actual valid way of self-defense.
Right.
But like now it's kind of like the McDojo. Like you kind of just check in and you do your 40 classes and there's your black belt.
Right.
And I think that's kind of like where the gun community or like some of the stuff in the gun community is kind of going, where it's kind of like you do these drills and you get the certificate and then you get to teach a class or something like that.
Right.
But I think the group that we're trying to do, I think we're trying to perfect the important stuff, where like it's not about like cool, it's about getting results and putting rounds where they need to go and stopping wounds and stuff like that.
Right.
So
I
think there's gonna be like those, amateur groups that just kind of get out there to just plink, and then there's gonna be more guys that just take it a little bit more serious than.
Right. Our success in an active scenario is going to be from our proficiency, where on a military perspective, like you said, with resources and dudes, and like the success comes from overwhelming fire. If we've got 30 dudes that are all shooting at one thing, eventually we're going to kill that thing. But if we only got 4 dudes, we got to try harder to make sure we're really hitting that fucking thing to kill it,
Yeah. I think
100%. Yeah.
Yeah, the way you're phrasing it reminds me a lot of like the hunting community too. There's a lot of people out there that make the hunting community kind of look like shit because they're just big fat losers that roll around in their trucks and just look for anything to shoot, and they act like a bunch of idiots versus like people like me and my brother and stuff who go out with like we hike in, we put in the miles, we're looking for like the right animal to take down. We take it very, very seriously, and we work on our skills to hone that hobby, if you will, if we're going to use that term. You guys are essentially doing the same thing. And there's always going to be those people, especially the more popular a group gets, like the gun community. It's becoming more and more popular. You're going to get more and more fucking retards out there that make all the good people look bad. But at the end of the day, there shouldn't be any form of fucking legislation that says, okay, even the guys that are taking this seriously, who are trying to hone their skills and become better Americans, to become better assets to the nation, to their communities, to their families, you're going to tell them that now this is now illegal because we don't like the way some dumb fucks do it, because also white supremacy and domestic violent extremism.
And Jan 6, of course.
Of course, Jan 6. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, and that's not even to mention. What's that? Donovan's dying all of a sudden.
I think that's what's the difficult part of everything is just how it's, when Donovan was just talking to me about it, and I was doing a little bit of research that you sent me, it seems like the bill is just a very broad blanket, prohibition.
Very broad.
Like, and it's so it can be. They put the power of interpretation into the the prosecuting party.
100%.
So,
yeah.
Kind of like what you were just saying, Colin. Like, you could just be out there with your family, hunting and tracking, but to someone else who, like, God forbid, a forest ranger deems that as XYZ paramilitary training. Like, where are they? Why do they need to land? Like, why do they need to learn how to track or train?
Right. Yeah, food comes from the grocery store, bro.
I think that's what's scary to me, is that they're pretty much trying to find ways to just prosecute you for anything that they can.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Anything, because domestic violent extremism and militia groups are, in their eyes, a bad thing, because
the worst thing.
Yeah, because if there was a form of tyranny that needs to be stood up against, if there's somebody there to stand up against the tyranny, that's a problem. Right. So let's make sure there's nobody to stand up against the tyranny, and then the tyranny can just reign supreme.
Reign supreme, yeah. I completely agree. I'm on the same line with you on that.
All right, Nate, well, we will let you get to work. Do you have any closing notes for us before you go?
No, thank you guys again, man. Hopefully we can do this again. I actually love this stuff, man. Let me know. Donovan, Colin, you guys are doing great stuff, man. Thank you again.
Thanks, very much, brother. Thank you. We will talk to you soon. Absolutely, we will have you in here. The audience needs more of you.
Amen.
Thanks, brother.
All right, brother. We'll talk to you later.
Later, man.
Thanks, brother. You too.
I think we should probably just go over this thing in its entirety because it's so short.
Absolutely, yeah.
Because there's so many things that this thing touches on that are blatantly 1,000% unconstitutional. Yeah, I think it's worth a good dive.
That was Nate of the Amblemen, just so everybody knows.
Kevin asks if this is a surge.
Is that a
How retro would that be, dude?
No,
dude. I only drink beer on this podcast.
Yeah, this is my favorite beer from a local brewery. It's a Sonic Rain. That's a pale ale. Can't see it as good from over there, but there you go. Colin's got me better. Yeah, there it is. It says my favorite beer. Yeah, from a local brewery. I'm a big fan of the pale ales over here. That was, for anybody who came in during the call, that was my friend Nate of the Amblemen. He is a battalion ranger out of the Joint Base, and he was talking to us a little bit about his opinion on the new paramilitary training ban bill that has been introduced out of the Senate. So we're going to go over that now. Nate was going into work, so we were just getting him on the phone, get his opinion before he had to go in. They said they're...
He's a regular teams boy, isn't he?
Oh,
he's in the teams, man.
He's a dog.
I
bro.
love
That's
it,
what I'm
dude.
saying. And I loved when Brian was here that he made sure that we drew the distinction. He's like, this guy didn't just go to Ranger school. He's a battalion ranger. If the Rangers get deployed, this guy's fucking going. It's like, I like it, dude.
I prefer Daddy's Wine. If this is a brand name, I'm going to Google it. Or are you talking about Mr. Joseph G Unit makes wine?
Brews where he makes wine.
Making toilet wine, bro?
But also, Tiffany.
Florida man wine.
I think you know precisely the double entendre that you have. It's entendre?
Entendre.
Entendre?
Double entendre.
The entendre that you've dropped in our chat just now. And I don't appreciate that.
Daddy's Wine?
This is a family-friendly fucking program.
Oh, Jesus.
Yes, so that was
I didn't even think Daddy's Wine. I just was like, I didn't know if that was a brand or he was like home brewing. Brew? Yeah.
If you're using the term daddy,
fermenting.
That's what I'm going to think of immediately is something sexual.
I thought it was like, is it like a mead? Or is it a white wine?
I don't know.
I don't want to talk about it anymore. I'm already grossed out by this concept already.
So we're going to go over this bill a little bit. This is Senate Bill 3589. This has to do with, yes, to amend Title 18 United States Code to prohibit unauthorized private paramilitary activity and for other purposes.
Unauthorized private paramilitary activity. Unauthorized. This is not authorized. You can't do paramilitary shit anymore. Because what does paramilitary mean? Let's Google that real quick.
This, I imagine, is to try and speak to the idea of state militias, because that's something that the lefties always like to throw around when we start to talk about the militia language in the Second Amendment. This is, well, the militias that were there were state militias, and they were, signed on by the state. They were conscripted, or not conscripted, but they were signed on to service, and they had, service times, and then they were gone, and they were. So that's, I think, like what that's an attempt to is to be like, well, militias are only legitimized if they're recognized by the state anyway, and so anything that's an unauthorized militia is, I think that's probably what they're trying to.
Of an unofficial force organized similar to a military force.
And
that's paramilitary.
And
so
we'll get into this, I think, more, but the biggest takeaway as far as the verbal structure of this that I'm taking is they're talking about like leadership roles. That's the thing they keep referring to with groups is that, a structure, any type of structure like this, a command structure or this structure. Ambleman has no structure.
Ain't no structure.
Ambleman is like Binnick. Everybody's the exact same. Everybody's just an employee here. Nothing is any different. Ambleman is just Ambleman. So y'all can fuck off. There's no structure here. Nobody's leading. Nobody's doing anything. Captain Riley is just Captain Riley in name only. That's
it's just a term of endearment.
It's his call sign. That's all.
Dude,
it's his call sign.
That's why I was like, when I first met him, I was like, yeah, so you're like the leader. It's like, nah, dude, we don't have leaders. There's no because he's like, he saw this coming down the pike. Was like, nah, I'm not. No, there ain't. We don't have a leadership structure. We're just a bunch of boys.
It's because he's a good leader.
That's right.
he sees the IDs before we go down the road. He's been down this way before.
Which is why he's Captain Riley.
That's right. So the first part is a bunch of definitions that we'll kind of refer back to. It's the unauthorized paramilitary activity. This is the bottom part. Or the second part when they're talking about describing exactly what unauthorized private paramilitary activity is. Offense, it shall be unlawful to knowingly in a circumstance described in subsection B while acting as part or on behalf of a private paramilitary organization and armed with a firearm, explosive, or incendiary device or other dangerous weapon. 1. publicly patrol, drill, or engage in techniques capable of causing bodily injury or death. 2, interfere with, interrupt, or attempt to interfere with or interrupt government operations or a government proceeding, which is already illegal. Interfere with or intimidate another person in that person's exercise of any right under the Constitution of the United States, which is already illegal. 4, assume the functions of a state law enforcement officer, peace officer, public official, whether or not acting under color of law, and thereby assert authority or purportive to assert authority over another person without the consent of that person. Again, already illegal.
Not-
5,
Carry on. We'll address these later.
5.
Not fully illegal.
Train to engage in any activity described in paragraphs 1 through 4. So train to do those things.
Yeah.
B, circumstances. The circumstances described in the subsection are that the conduct described in subsection A involves A, travel across the state line or national border, or B, the use of the channels, facilities, or instruments of interstate or foreign commerce. So it's driving on the roads.
Yeah. So if you use a federally funded highway to get to a location to do the training, you have committed the infraction. Moreover,
Yeah.
it's already a crime if you're doing it in your backyard. But if you use the state or a federally funded freeway to
Right.
get from point A to point B to do your training, that's a twofer.
All back roads to Oakville, baby.
That's
2,
right.
involves a firearm, explosives, or incendiary device or dangerous weapon that has traveled in interstate or foreign commerce. So just keep your guns where you train at.
Yeah.
Is what it sounds. Excuse me. Involves the use of ammunition or a large capacity ammunition feeding device that has traveled, which is a fucking 30 round
No more
mag.
than 30 rounds, bro.
Yeah, that has traveled in interstate or foreign commerce. 4, obstructs, delays, or affects interstate or foreign commerce. 5, occurs wholly within any Commonwealth territory or possession of the United States. So that means even if you didn't travel through back or on interstate commerce to get there, if you're doing it in the United States, it's illegal. Exemptions. Subsection A shall not apply to 1, the armed forces of the United States, the National Guard, the naval militia, any regularly organized state militia. That's precisely what I'm talking about. Is that that's what they're cutting against. Is that if you're part of what we would recognize as an organized state militia, then that would be okay to do these trainings. But if you're not, then it's not okay.
And whatever you do, do not try to file to become a state militia because then you'll just be thrown in jail as a domestic terrorist.
Yes. Also, you'll become a Fed immediately.
Yeah.
Any unorganized or reserve militia called into service by a state or the United States, or any unorganized or reserve militia called into service by the state or the United States. So that means even in a circumstance in which the Amble men were called to service by an armed force, it would still be illegal for us to have conducted ourselves in this way prior to being called to service.
Yeah, only if the Amble men, as it were, existed before the call to service. You could not be training and just be loosely affiliated group of friends with guns that definitely don't train together or do anything like that, and then all of a sudden, for some reason, the state knows you exist, you get a phone call, say we have to activate you as an unofficial state militia, and then you can do your training.
Oh my God.
That's what that means. That doesn't mean anything. That's nothing.
Pretty hilarious.
That literally means
That's pretty
nothing.
hilarious.
That is a non-existent. This doesn't exist. That's not real.
We need to register and not train.
Yeah.
In hopes that one day we do get called up so that we
Indeed.
can train.
Yeah.
But hope that we don't ever actually have to go and fight.
Yeah, but all the training can only be done at your house, and that's it.
Okay.
That's it.
2, these are the exemptions. A group of individuals who associate as a military organization solely for purposes of historical reenactments. So if you're
So
reenacting
Civil War
battles,
reenactors, or
right?
we should start
Revolutionary
reenacting the Civil War, and that way we can get pretty close. Or we can reenact like the Afghanistan conflict, and that way it counts.
War. That's a good one. Can you act out how you envision the second Civil War would go?
No, because that's not. It needs to be a reenactment of past events. But I mean, for God's sakes, we've got decades upon decades upon decades of past military experiences that we can draw from. I mean, everything special forces have fucked around in every goddamn country around the globe for decades now.
Yeah.
We just have to pick one that fits best to what we're doing.
Whatever looks most like.
I'm
the
sure,
terrain that we're
like, you know,
training in.
like Fallujah or
If you're doing CQB training.
yeah, shit like that. Like that's you'll find one. We're reenactors. What are you talking
my
about? You've never heard of John Dudley or whatever the fuck who was in this one conflict. Who's the dude on your shirt? That sweatshirt that you always sport? The South Africa thing?
Obi-Wan Nairobi.
Word. I'm reenacting
Christian
that.
Craighead.
There we go.
Yeah.
See? I'm just a reenactor, bro.
Joseph, this has not been passed. This has been introduced. I will get to the Constitution thing because I'm right there with you. But
I'm ready to tear it down, Joseph. We just haven't gotten there yet.
yes, we'll get there. We're just going over the bill itself now.
All of the Bill of Rights. That's basically everything that it
Yes.
infringes upon.
B, parade in a public as part of bona fide veterans organization with no intent to engage in the activities prohibited by subsection A.
I'm
So
a
it's
member of the
okay-
VFW.
Hold on. Parade in public as part of a bona fide veterans organization with no intent to engage in activities prohibited by subsection A.
Yeah.
But those are one of the exemptions.
Yeah, so like you can be one of these dudes. I'm a member of the VFW that marches in the fucking Apple Cup parade or whatever the fuck, or I'm a part of the Veterans Motorcycle
this just means
Association.
You're exempt from the grouping part of
Yeah,
it.
you're not a part of paramilitary
Okay,
activity that will be
okay.
away from this.
You're
so,
just a
yeah.
part of the because that's part of what's exempt is like the grouping part is getting together in any group of 3 or more. I think it says that's part of what's illegal.
but only to train.
Right.
But
So
you can
the-
get
okay.
together if you're a group
Okay.
of members that
You're
don't.
not gonna train.
If you don't want to train and you don't want to do paramilitary shit, but you also are a group of veterans who ride motorcycles together and
Right.
sport your jersey or your vests and stuff like that, we're not
Okay.
talking about
That's
you.
okay.
Yeah.
Students in an educational institution authorized by the federal government or by state to teach military science as a prescribed part of the course and instruction when under the supervision of a military instructor. So that means if you go to West Point or some of these military academies,
ROTC,
Yeah.
Sea Cadets, Civil Air Patrol, that kind of stuff.
member of the organization that is authorized under federal or state law to provide paramilitary law enforcement or security services training or to engage in paramilitary activity, law enforcement or security services when performing the functions authorized by law, and in the case of paramilitary activity, law enforcement functions when under the direction and control of the government authority. So I think that means if you are a private citizen who has authority to instruct law enforcement
Yeah.
in shooting or something to that effect,
I'm a-
CQB training, some type
I'm a
of
retired member of the teams who now
Okay.
trains SWAT members how to
Yeah.
do CQB
Okay.
or
So
I'm
that's
a,
what,
yeah.
Okay. The penalty. So this are the penalties for this, right? Any person who violates subsection A, which we'll go over again in a few minutes, shall be fined under this title imprisoned for not more than 1 year. It's a year in prison, or both, except that, right? That's a fine for whatever the fucking amount is. It probably says somewhere lower. In the case of violation that does not result in bodily injury and is committed by a person who has not, prior to the commission of the violation, been convicted of violating a federal or state law, the person may be sentenced to the probation for the term of not more than 1 year. In
Okay.
the case of a violation that occurs after, so that just means if you get a clean record, but someone rolls up on you and you're training with the dogs, you're going to get probation for a year. That's
Yeah.
what they're going to give you.
Or, well, could be.
A probation for up to 1 year.
Yeah.
That's what it says. If you've not been found convicted, if you've not been convicted of violating a federal or state law, the person may be sentenced to probation for a term of not more than 1 year.
Yeah.
So that's if you have a totally clean record and you get caught training with the dogs, they could give you probation for 1 year.
That's a could be.
What do you mean?
Like they say, any person shall be fined, because you have to pay attention to the shoulds and the shalls, right? Shall be
Yes.
fined under this title and imprisoned for no more than up to a year. In the case of, and then they go, okay, so like, but if you have a clean record
Yeah.
and you don't, and nobody was hurt while you're doing it,
Yeah.
you could get up to 1 year probation instead. It's
That's
not
what I'm
a.
saying.
It's not a. That's a prosecutorial discretion
Okay,
or
okay.
a judicial discretion
So,
thing.
okay, 'cause
if they
this-
don't like you
right.
because you're an asshole, then the judge goes, well, you get a fucking,
'Cause the
you get a
fine-
year. I'm
right.
throwing the book at you.
The fine in the year is this. The fine in the year in prison, in jail, is the standard, but it's not the mandatory minimum for it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
All
yeah,
right. In the case of violation that occurs after the prior conviction under this section has become final, the person shall be fined under this title in prison for not more than 2 years or both. So that's if you get caught a second time. If you're training with the dogs again,
2 years.
still
baby.
clean record. But the only other thing you've done is get caught training with the dogs before.
Yep.
Because they're definitely going to have their eye on you if you get caught one time.
Yeah.
Then you're going to get locked up potentially for 2 years.
Yeah, and Signal's not safe anymore, so
In the case of a
start note
violation,
passing.
In the case of violation that results in damage to property, the person shall be fined under the title in prison for not more than 2 years or both. And in the case of violation that results in damage to property, so if someone's shit gets fucked up, but that could also be, you blew up the rocks on the national.
It's
forest,
state property, bro.
Right.
It's state property. You're in a state forest right now doing your fuck around, boys. And this is the second time you've done it. And that tree over there belongs to the state, and you damaged it because you shot it.
Yeah.
So guess what? Now you're looking at 5 years.
In the case of a violation that results in bodily injury, the person shall be fined under this title in prison for not more than 5 years or both, or death. The person shall be fined under this title in prison for any term of years or for life.
Yeah, so in other words, that's when
You're training
you done
somebody
killed
dies.
somebody, so that's this statute is no longer going to
Regardless
take
of
control anymore.
circumstance.
Yeah.
Forfeiture. In general, any person who violates subsection A shall forfeit to the United States any property, personal or real, involved in, used, or intended to be used in any manner a part of, to commit or facilitate the commission of the violation, or that constitutes or is derived from proceeds traceable to the violation. Any guns that you have, any ammunition, any equipment that you have that is related to any training at all in any way. That means if you have a 3D printer that you've been using, if you have anything that you've been using, if you have a radio, a computer that you've been using, your cell phone that you've been using to talk to any of those people, any type of social media, that's all gone.
All gone. Bye-bye. And I would assume at that point they're going to grab a warrant and search your home. And so
for sure,
everything's
to find
gone.
all the things.
Yeah.
Procedures. Section 413 of the Controlled Substances Act, with the exception of substances A and D, shall apply to the criminal forfeiture of property pursuant to the subsection. I think that has to do with the way that they claim property to the state. If you used in the commission of a crime, it now belongs to the state. Rule of construction. Nothing in this section shall be construed to preclude a violation of subsection A being committed by a person acting separately from any of the other members of the private voluntary organization, provided the violation is committed in furtherance or in coordination with the acts of the other members. So this means that they can charge you individually and as the group.
Check.
You could be charged twice. They're
Yeah.
gonna
Individual
fucking,
and RICO, baby.
I was just gonna say they're gonna RICO you and get you by yourself. Preemption. Nothing in this chapter shall be construed as indicating an intent or part of the Congress to occupy the field in which any provisions of the chapter operate to the exclusion of state or local laws on the same subject matter. Nor shall any provision of this chapter be construed to invalidate any provision of the state law unless the provision of state law is inconsistent with any of the purposes of this chapter. Civil remedies, public right of action, whether the Attorney General has reasonable cause to believe that any person or group of the persons has engaged in or is about to engage in a prohibited act by Section 2742, the Attorney General may bring a civil action for preventative relief, including an application for a permanent or temporary injunction, restraining order, or any other order in an appropriate district court of the United States. So that means if they think that you're going to train, if they think that you're training, they can get a civil order, which, depending on the state that you live in, could be a red flag order, which means they could come and seize all of your weapons. A restraining order, which means they could tell you
You can't hang out with your boys.
with your friends. Yep.
Yep.
And you can't talk to them.
Yeah, no engagement whatsoever. Minimum distance of, you have to
500
stay away.
feet. Private right of action. Any person injured as a result of any violation of section 2742 may bring a civil action individually or jointly with other aggrieved persons in an appropriate district court of the United States. So it means if you hurt somebody, then they can sue you also. Forfeiture. Any property subject to forfeiture pursuant in section 2742 may be forfeited to the United States in a civil case in accordance with the Procedures Act set forth in Chapter 42.
46.
Means they can take all your shit.
Yep. Okay, so
Let's go over some of these
go over the-
definitions really quick.
yeah, ammunition. The term ammunition
bullets,
is
right?
Yep, has the meaning given in that's
Armed
bullets.
forces. Dangerous weapon. The term dangerous weapon has a meaning given in section 930, which has to do. It's an assault weapon. Dangerous weapon is an AR-15. It's anything like that.
Yeah.
Explosive or incendiary device. Firearm. The term firearm has the meaning given in the term section 921. Large capacity magazine, ammunition feeding device. The large capacity ammunition feeding device means a magazine, belt, drum, feeding strip, or similar device has a capacity of or that can be readily restored or converted to accept more than 10
10
rounds of ammunition.
rounds.
Anything more than 10 rounds, does not include an attached tubular device designed to accept or capable of operating only with the 22 caliber rimfire ammunition. So that means if you're going to do this, you got to do it with 22s.
Yep. It's the only way you can. And it you can't be a drum style magazine that holds over 10.
Third, National Guard has a meaning given in the term subject. We know the National Guard is person. The term person means any individual, partnership, corporation, company, association, firm, society, organization, or government entity whether incorporated or unincorporated, private paramilitary organization. The term private paramilitary organization means any group of 3 or more persons associating under a command structure. That's, I think, going to be the key thing. We'll talk about this later. I don't see any way this makes it even to the floor.
Oh, no,
right?
no.
So there, but if it were to become law, the key to skirting it would be the command structure. That would be the command structure.
We're just loosely affiliated.
For the purpose of functioning in public or training to function in public as combat support, law enforcement, or security services unit. So that would be the way around it. Would be there's no structure here. There's no rulers, there's no leaders, there's no anything. We're just fucking guys. We're just chilling.
We're just dudes. We're just friends that hang out.
Yes.
Well, who started the group? I don't know. At some point, we
right.
all ran into each other and somebody started a text message thread, but that's it.
Regularly organized state militia. The term regularly organized state militia includes a defense force authorized under Section 109C. State, the term state means state of the United States. So, yeah, they're talking about 3 or more. And
Under a command structure.
Under command structure, yes.
So you cannot, there's no way to prove that or nothing like that. But
And the big problem, I think, that the command structure would give, at least this language would give, it would potentially provide some coverage to the private actors, the groups and stuff like the Amble Men's out there, right? But where that comes into problem is if you're going to try and pay for training anywhere, that's done, right? Because that's a command structure. Someone is instructing you. That's someone who's above you. That's inherently there is a command structure involved in there because someone is instructing you.
yeah,
right.
unless, of course, it is a certified with the state company, like a Terran Tactical type of thing. We're like, okay, you can go here and do this stuff, but you can't pay, say, a gun grabber.
Yeah,
to go
weapon
out and give
snatcher.
you
But that's also, and I think there
unless
would
he's operating in an official capacity, fully
Yeah.
registered and licensed with the state.
there would be a really interesting discussion about where that line is drawn between firearms training, like actual concealed carry, the shit that people do every day, and that would still be legally allowed even underneath this. Like this doesn't preclude you from owning a firearm or carrying anything like that. They can't do that federally, but they could. But that's that's beside the point. Anyway, like that wouldn't preclude you from getting firearm training specifically, but it would have to be very structured. It would have to be super duper structured.
You're
You
at a
wouldn't be able to-
range
yeah.
with a licensed,
Yeah.
certified instructor. That's
It would have
legal.
to be, it would have to be licensed. It definitely wouldn't be able to be, like you said, just when I just paid that guy because I trusted
Shootarugi. That's who I was
because I
trying to say.
trusted his knowledge.
Yeah.
But it past that, if you're talking about anything like Tim Kennedy, what's his shit? Sheepdog response, right? That goes past just private military or past just firearms training. There's more to it than that. If
what's
you're
that other
talking
guy?
about Mike Glover, right?
Mike Glover.
Yeah, that
Yep.
dude, he's teaching like a survivalist program. Like
Exactly.
anything like that. Done.
Done.
Those dudes, those guys were in the teams. Those guys were.
They're teams
they
bros.
were Army Rangers. They were Green Berets. They were, what have you, all up and down the list, depending on what their service was. Those dudes can no longer provide that service.
Nope.
That's their whole livelihood because that's what they do to live. That's how they sustain their lives. That's gone now. They don't get to do that.
Bye-bye.
All the time that they gave to the military, to the government, learning those skills, they now die with you. They don't get to go on to anybody else.
Nope.
Certainly not your fucking children unless you
God,
only have
no.
one of them, So,
Well, and it would just be like the federal government to like fuck their veterans like that, wouldn't it? Here,
Yeah.
you're going to spend your lifetime where we give you a set of skills,
so
and then,
that's what you're for.
and then once you leave, you have to forget all those and pretend like they never happened, and do not even begin to think you can offer those to the civilians out there, the fucking plebs, the serfs out there who we control.
And when Mike Glover says, "What about when the shit hits the fan?" The government says, "Well, that's what you're for. We call you guys again. Don't you know?"
We're going to reactivate the militias.
Yeah.
We call up the retired teams guys and say, we need you guys to form a militia, and then you're good to go. And after we form you, after you all get the call and we make it all official in your Ohio 101, the bad boys, then you can go train. And hopefully nobody's gotten fat and happy and can't perform anymore.
Right. So this has been introduced by Senator Markey. Is his name Markey? Edward J. Markey.
Ed Markey.
Yes. And then, like I said, I
Where
believe
the fuck's he from again? I remember.
Maryland, I think. MA is Maryland, right?
Yeah.
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 So he's from Maryland, and then I'm pretty sure that the co-sponsor was Raskin, who I think is also from Maryland, right? And we just went
Yeah, this fuck, I remember him. He's a piece of shit.
Markey.
From Massachusetts?
Massachusetts.
Yeah,
That's what it is.
MD is Maryland.
Yeah, Massachusetts.
And Raskin.
Yep.
I remember why I got rid of this keyboard, because the space bar is like, you
Oh.
can't hit it at the right angle with my giant ass hands. Raskin. Oh, this little fuck.
Yeah.
He pisses me off so much. He's a rep.
Oh, he's a represent. Oh, okay.
So he's the guy that would ferry it through the house.
Okay.
When
I knew he was
once it
attached to
passes
this
the
somehow.
Senate.
I just wasn't sure.
Yeah.
Because his name was being tied to it. Okay. So
He's a fucking piece of
that
shit.
makes a lot more sense.
And he is from.
He's from Maryland.
He's the Maryland fuck.
Yes.
Born in D.C. Imagine that shit.
Yes.
Born and bred into the fucking system. All right. So I want to hit the constitutionality of this. So let's look at the actual text of, the few lines where it says these are not allowed anymore, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so shall be unlawful to knowingly, in a circumstance described in Section B, while acting as a part of or on behalf of a private paramilitary organization and armed with firearms, explosives, or incendiary devices, or other dangerous weapons. Publicly patrol, drill, or engage in techniques capable of causing bodily injury or death. So that means no more neighborhood watch.
Not armed.
Not armed, or if you're going to do any training to do it. So like
Even
if
to, like,
if you
tackle
form
somebody.
a neighborhood watch and the intent is to security guard it, where your only job is if I see something, I say something, and that's it. You can't engage. You can't do anything like that.
Can't defend your actual neighborhood.
You can't do that. No, you can blow a whistle,
You can surveil it.
phone call the 911, and hopefully say what's up.
Hope you don't get your ass beat before they get there.
Yeah, and hope the state doesn't have some kind of fucked up surveillance law, so you can't either gather evidence of a crime going down before the cops get there, and the crime's already done. But fuck it. Interfere with, interrupt, or attempt to interfere with or interrupt government operations or a government proceeding.
Which is already illegal. To interrupt a government proceeding or operation is already illegal.
Yes. Which is already fucked up, because that's already, if there's a government procedure happening that is completely unconstitutional, you have the right to protest that, which this would then make it illegal to do that.
Right.
So if you are trying to interrupt,
This would also mean you can protest with a fucking gat outside of something.
yeah, you can't do that. If you're armed with any dangerous weapon,
Yeah.
could be a fucking piece of wood. Dangerous weapon is anything that could cause any kind of bodily harm whatsoever. I mean, dangerous weapon is built to be as vague as possible,
Right.
so that if they want to add on a charge, they can do that and make you go away for a long, long time. So, we're talking about freedom of association, really, is what we're talking about. First Amendment stuff all across the board here. Not to mention your Second Amendment, obviously, because
Right.
it's only if you have a gat on you, it's game over. Interfere with or intimidate other persons in that person's exercise of any right under the Constitution of the United States. Yeah, the only people that are allowed to stop you from exercising your rights are the government. We've talked about that many times on this show. The government has no accountability for when they take your rights away unlawfully, unconstitutionally. They just get to do it.
Right.
There was that, I remember that case up on the fucking Canadian border that we talked about maybe a couple years ago, where the feds just show up and say, you don't get to do this anymore because we said so. And then what are you going to do? Sue the federal government?
Right.
And they were like, well, the guy that told you couldn't do this was wrong, but it doesn't matter because he's an agent of the state and we're the state and you can't sue the state for doing this. So fuck it. Let's see. Train or engage in any activity described in paragraph 1. So yeah, training is not allowed. This whole thing, so it attacks freedom of association and the Second Amendment freedom to for a redress of grievance, protest for redress of grievance, which is all the First and Second Amendment are being trampled on completely under this. Not to mention, like, you know, the Fourth. I mean, you just fill in the blank. It's 100% unconstitutional.
A well-regulated militia being necessary to the security of a free state, the right of the people to keep and bear arms shall not be infringed. Being necessary to the security of a free state, this I think speaks potentially most to that second section of the Second Amendment, is that their obvious intent is to create a state that is not free.
Check.
If you do not have the ability to maintain a well-regulated militia, because that's what is necessary to regulate something, is training, right? That's oversight. That takes practice to regulate something.
Yes.
Some form of effort involved in there. That's obviously the intent is to create a state that is not free.
Isn't it interesting, too, that in their definitions, all they really do is describe the National Guard? They don't actually describe any kind of militia?
Yeah.
Paramilitary organization, regularly organized state militia. The term regularly organized state militia includes a defense force authorized under section. So, like, if you are that's the only type of militia that they would, that's how they get around that.
Right.
Because, you
So
can
you're
have
recognized by the state.
Yeah, if you're a recognized militia by the state, which
Right.
I don't know if we have a regular state militia. I'd be curious if we have a Washington state militia.
I actually do not know. It's important to talk about, I think, some of the aim of this. I have one article here. Boop. Copy. It's from guns.com.
Fucking guns.com, baby. Let's go.
And we'll read that. It was really nice to have Nate on the show.
It was. Even if only just for a second.
Yeah, I like him a lot.
What is this? The Washington State Guard. Okay, let's see. The militia of the state of Washington shall consist of all able-bodied citizens of the United States and all other able-bodied persons who have declared their intention to become citizens of the United States.
Click on that.
Residing. This is in the RCW. Composition of the militia.
Did this just give me a little bit of hope? Did you just give me a fucking freedom boner in the
I was
Washington
like,
RCW?
wait a minute.
Get out of here.
RCW 38.04.030, composition of the militia. The militia of the state of Washington shall consist of all able-bodied citizens of the United States and all other able-bodied persons who have declared their intention to become citizens of the United States residing within the state, who shall be more than 18 years of age and shall include all persons who are members of the National Guard and the State Guard, and said militia shall be divided into two classes, the organized militia and the unorganized militia.
Fuck out of my face then.
It's in the fucking RCW,
Fuck out of
baby.
my face then.
Let's fucking go. Fuck off then.
You dumb bitch.
Well then, go ahead and pass that, because by de facto I reside in this state and I'm an able-bodied man of over 18 years old, so I am technically a part of the Washington State fucking militia.
Fuck yeah.
Go fuck yourself. Oh.
Yeah, unless they're putting out lists of what the organized and unorganized militia is, then nobody can tell me what part on the list I fucking belong to.
Unorganized seems like it would be unorganized.
Well, and I only say because this says regularly organized state militia. That's the thing. It's the language
That's
they're
right.
going to be particular with.
So only the unorganized.
if
If you're a
they're-
member of the unorganized, you might be protected under state law, but
Yeah.
we're the feds and we say fuck your rights.
But if they're not putting out a list of who the organized and unorganized militia is, then nobody knows what list I belong on.
That's right.
And then it's no one's business.
I don't like lists, Donovan. I'm not a
Nor
fan.
do I. But if it's going to protect me from this federal lawsuit,
Well,
I didn't
this
know
was-
that. But that's good to know.
Me neither. That was good. That
Very
was
interesting.
that's a good
Part of the
find
state
there.
militia, bitch. Get out of my face.
That's right. And honestly, if this bill ever actually saw any kind of light of day,
Never.
it does concern me that this became a thing, because
Yes.
it's usually a virtue signal bill will come up at a time in which there's something socially that's happening that kind of like reflects that. Jan 6 was a long time ago. Nobody's really talking about Jan 6 right now.
It's a
I don't
new
know
election, though. That's what I would think. Would be just the, Jan 6 2.0.
Yeah, we can't. Yeah, and then if any of the boys are training to go to the next Jan 6,
Yeah.
then we can be having that.
Because this hits pretty directly, at least the kind of the interview or the interviews about it. It hits pretty directly at like the Oath Keepers, the Proud Boys, the people that were in attendance at those things. And I sent you this article from guns.com. It's super duper short. And that speaks to the same thing. It says a bicameral measure introduced in Congress last week, should it become law in its current form, could ban many common forms of modern
Am I
shooting.
18 years or over? Fuck off. Yes, it's the internet. Shut the fuck up.
It was introduced on the anniversary of Jan 6 and aims to prohibit at the federal level paramilitary groups through a blend of civil and criminal enforcement. The 10-page bill paints a sweeping 5-part definition of what could constitute unauthorized private paramilitary activity to include publicly patrolling, drilling, or engaging in harmful or deadly paramilitary techniques, something fuzzy enough to cover just about any training class in a modern shooting technique, service rifle, DCM competition, match, or practice, or 3-gun competition, which I also think is interesting. The different competition aspects of it. This is because the bill also describes a semi-automatic firearm capable of using a large capacity ammunition feeding device able to hold more than 10 rounds as a dangerous weapon. While the measure sponsors site groups such as Oath Keepers and Proud Boys as the reason for its proposal, for the sake of the bill's language, a private paramilitary organization would be any group of 3 or more people under some sort of command structure, training to function in public as a combat support, law enforcement, or security services unit. Such broad language could, for instance, apply to something as innocent as prepper group, a gun club with elected officials, volunteer, backcountry search, and rescue groups who carry firearms for defense against predators, or even a local sheriff's posse or auxiliary police unit as exemptions, or for such organizations are only allowed for groups organized by state and federal governments.
Yeah. I didn't even think about like that search and rescue group.
Yeah.
And like gun clubs and stuff like that where you can meet up and then they elect like a treasurer.
A president.
Yeah. There's a command structure right there.
Our legislation makes the obvious, which let's pause here for a second, right? Because I didn't really think about this before now. But if we take it all the way back to the founding, right? Because that's what a lot of this language, I think, speaks to. Prior to any type of active fighting in the Revolutionary War, the Sons of Liberty existed, right? There were people who were meeting in taverns and in bars and people's houses for years and years and years before any fighting happened.
Yeah.
They were talking about ways to try and shift the country. Undoubtedly, 1 or 2 of those guys had gats on them because it was the fucking 1700s and you're carrying guns.
Everybody's got a little musket. You
There's-
got a one
there's
shot.
shit all over the place. You got a pistol on you, got a fucking a hatchet, a fucking anything, a jackknife, something crazy that's going to, for general use or for self-defense, right?
yeah.
So they're not just talking about training groups. They're not just talking about getting out there and shooting with your buddies, being in fucking full kit, right? Like I should be right now because we're talking about this. They're talking about any type of organized group that is potentially speaking about firearms or organization or any type of government activities. You know, if you have a gun on you, this is a problem if you're in a group and you're talking about shit that relates to the government.
Yep.
That's what this is a problem for. This doesn't extend to just the training. This is, you know, how broad is the term training? Right?
Exactly.
We be training right now for fucking future, I don't know, a career they could call it or whatever
Yeah.
it is in a career. I have no idea. I'm just trying to be extra broad.
Just training.
To make a point. But
We're doing training.
yeah, so
Radio job.
precisely. Who knows what that means,
Mm-hmm.
right? They're not just talking about being out there with the dogs. They're talking about fucking conversations that you're having in bars about how fucked up the government is. If you have a gun on you. I fucking carry this with me every day. I don't go.
It just looks
I
so
don't
big
go
every time.
Anywhere without this. I'm in the studio. I live in this house right now. I brought it downstairs with me. There's other guns in the room. I brought it downstairs with me. I don't leave.
Doing show prep last night. Where was my gun? Right here.
I don't leave
Right here.
anywhere without my gun. If I'm going to meet with anybody, I'm going to have a gun on me. Immediately, that puts us in potential to be violating this fucking federal act of paramilitary training groups because we're having a conversation. If you, I'm not trying to be like super crazy about it, you know, but when I think about anything like this, I have to consider our circumstances, our proximity for the show, the things that we're talking about, right?
Yeah.
If the show is recognized on any level at all, and any of our friends are trying to meet up with us in a group, if the stuff that we're talking about is on anybody's radar, you're immediately on a hit because I have a gun. The shit that we're talking about because what we could be talking about because of our careers, and now you're here in a group with us.
Yeah.
You're opening yourself up potentially to federal prosecution for fucking hanging out with us. I'm not trying to be too black-pilled or like radical or conspiratorial, but like this is the way the government operates
Exactly.
itself is to try and find any way they can
I'm
to
trying
put
to
you
think,
in jail.
this
and if
is-
they think you might be talking about potentially training for paramilitary stuff in the future,
Yeah, exactly.
they can already put on a civil case against you and make you not hang out with me anymore.
And that's what I'm thinking. This has got to be designed to be like a tack-on charge for when they hunt you up for something else. If you are, there's the thing going on right now through the, oh fuck, where was it? I think it's in, fuck, I wish I would have written this down. There's some kind of legislation going on right now. There's talk of, and I believe it's in our state, to make a lot to expand the gun-free zones. What constitutes a gun-free zone? And I remember when I was reading through that last night, I know there was specific examples where I know it was zoos. There was, I remember this. Yes, they're in the state. They're trying to look at expanding the gun-free zones to include like libraries and I remember zoos, certain other public kind of accommodating type things.
Gator needs his gat.
And I'm like,
I'm going to carry it to the zoo.
What I'm saying. And I immediately thought of you and I was like, boom. Okay, so if they pass like a gun-free zone infraction type thing like that, and then you get hemmed up and then they start the investigation and the next thing you know, what was it that they... Tucker Carlson, because Tucker Carlson goes over to fucking Russia and shit like that to talk to Putin and probably Snowden, which should be coming out, I think, next week. They found a way to hack into his fucking Signal messages when he was first talking about this shit, back when he was still at Fox News.
Tucker Carlson?
Yeah, they got into Signal.
Really?
Signal's not secure anymore, apparently. Which, surprise, surprise, of course, the fucking NSA is going to find a way to listen in onto whatever. So then all of a sudden they hack your Signal chats, and then they're like, oh, he's a part of a regular, an irregular militia too. And so like it could easily be seen as a tack-on charge in further investigation for when people get hemmed up for other bullshit crimes.
I'd be interested to hear more about that because like what are the UAE or the Arabs, they have the Pegasus and Pegasus 2, right? And Pegasus 2,
bro.
they just need your phone number. So
Done.
I wouldn't assume immediately that Signal is compromised because of the capabilities they have. Like,
yeah, but if they can get into your phone, they can get in your Signal.
That's what I'm saying, though, is I just mean
for
like
sure.
they may not have hacked Signal. They could have hacked his phone and then got into his Signal and
Exactly.
seen what he's doing.
Which then just goes, okay, then what good is peer-to-peer encryption when
Right.
they can just get into the
Right.
device you're using?
Right.
Now we need encrypted devices.
Yeah, which is
Fuck.
wild.
I hate the future sometimes,
I already
bro.
used
I
my-
hate the future sometimes.
I use my thumbprint for a ton of shit.
I did something.
Nobody else can do it. I've tested it. Nobody else, like, it's not just a fluke thing. No one, I'm not tested on hundreds of people, but no one else has been able.
biometrics.
No one else has been able to use my thumb, like their thumb on it. It
Oh,
seems
yeah.
to be accurate.
I'm sure.
So,
Yeah, and it's just stored in the cloud that the government can have access to.
yeah, I have a fucking CPL. They
I know.
already have my
They
fingerprints.
do. They
Yeah,
do.
I know. If I was concerned, like if I thought that
Yeah.
was an issue, then I would be worried about it. But I already gave them my fingerprints to have a CPL. So
Yeah, I got fingerprinted by the cops one time. I don't even really
Yeah.
remember what for now.
you
but
don't
like,
you get fingerprinted to fucking join the military?
that might have been it.
Yeah, I'm
It was
sure they
before
take your
that, too.
fingerprints if you join the military.
Yeah.
At least ink them down, bro.
I think. Yeah.
They got to get you at least a thumbprint.
Oh no, you got to do the whole
That's
thing
what I'm
for
saying,
sure.
yeah.
So yeah, I'm already in the system, and they
Yeah.
got my DNA from Ancestry. China's got that shit. It's
everybody.
a whole.
Yeah, I'm
thank
not
God.
worried about
Nobody
the
wants
fucking-
my fucking DNA. So don't worry about it. It's
Not
not
worried
worth
about
anything.
the biometrics on my phone. I'm more worried about people getting into my phone than the cloud having access to
Yeah,
my biometrics.
that's
Is really
true.
where I'm at with it.
Because by the time that becomes a problem, you're already in
Yeah.
a worse situation.
Yeah, I would just rather it
that's
be
true.
hard for you to get in my phone.
Yeah, that would be better. But still, I just don't like any of this. It bothers me so much, dude.
No, it's not good.
It just, it just. Can we just stop the sprint to pure authoritarianism?
Right.
Can we just stop for one fucking second? Just stop running as fast as you fucking can.
Yeah. When what you were saying about the the add-on charges, right?
Yeah.
I also think it's very interesting if you talk about like if you think about the Gretchen Whitmer kidnapping.
Yeah.
Right?
There you go.
Anything like that where they're hemming up groups of dudes that are organizing to do something, even if half of them are fucking federal informants, right? Even if
It's
some
just
of
the one
dudes-
guy they're worried about.
Now,
Still.
even if we have to let you off because you're an informant, also we're going to get you for this federal crime because you're organizing and you're being a fuck. So
Yeah.
it's
And
just
we're
a
going to
way-
attack on the 5 years, according to this, because you
Exactly.
intended to do bodily harm to somebody.
Exactly.
That's why I'm like, this. Nobody's going to go out and catch you in the middle of the fucking woods doing your training or this and that. No, this is
Right.
meant to be attack on charge, to throw people in fucking federal fuck me in the ass jail.
Right.
Because we found a way to hem you up somewhere beforehand, and now we're just going to add
Yes.
on the rest of this to
Yeah.
make sure that you never become a problem again.
The preemptive thing would be big too. That would be huge with the
Yeah.
amount of people that are watching and stuff like that. That they would be hidden. There would be a lot of civil suits. I think they'd be
Oh, yeah.
adding fucking judges and prosecutors all over the place to be getting shit done.
Check.
So something I think is really interesting to note is the aim of the bill. Right. We learned on this show, and I'm sure many people knew before we did, but there are lefties that like guns too.
Lefties love
Yeah,
guns.
know it or not, there are in fact communist or socialist firearms groups. The John Brown Gun Club was one that gained much prominence during the George Floyd riots, the Summer of Love in Seattle, the the Chaz Chop ordeal. Right? John Brown Gun Club was running security for the gates at Chaz Chop. They were out there with AR-15s or whatever. I'm not shitting on them. That is what it is, right? My point being, there are not just conservative or right-leaning, radical, extremist paramilitary groups, whatever you want to call them, right? They exist on both sides of the spectrum. It's interesting.
Antifa is an armed paramilitary group.
Noteworthy that the only two that are mentioned are the Oath Keepers and the Proud Boys,
Check.
right?
Which means they're only coming after
They're
certain
only
people.
coming after the right. We've
Yeah.
seen the left be exposed. I'm not like there you are. I mean, we've seen exposure from them on social media in the last several years. They do exist. They are operating. It is happening. They're operating in very much the same capacity that the Oath Keepers and the Proud Boys are.
Yeah.
So, if they had a candidate that they actually fucked with, they would probably show up in Jan 6th it up too. But they don't give a shit about Joe Biden. So, they don't have a Trump. Like, they don't have a dog that they're down for like that.
No.
They're down for the system more than they are an individual person. So
Yep.
there isn't a catalyst for them to focus in on like that to perpetrate any type of event like January 6th, the same way that there are for conservative leaning groups, right?
Yeah. They don't necessarily have like a demigod that they put up on a mantle.
There
It's
is
just
no demagogic figure that exists
No.
on the left like there is on the right.
Yep.
So it's noteworthy that the only people that they mention are the conservative-leaning groups, right?
Yeah.
So that's something that I want to make sure that we pay attention to. Not that it's any surprise from anybody because the people who they're introduced in. But something else that I think is worth noting, Boog Boys, right? The Boog Boys are libertarian. The Boog Boys, the Boogaloo Boys, if you remember, you can go back on the show years, we were talking about them. They were a libertarian group who was there on the scene in all these different George Floyd riots, trying to keep peace, trying to stop business
Yep.
from being destroyed, trying to just keep people from fucking each other up. They were operating in the same capacities and even sometimes in cooperation with the John Brown Gun Club and with the Proud Boys, with Oath Keepers, the different paramilitary groups, as we call them, as you call them, because I don't fucking call them that were there trying to keep peace from the absolute insanity and chaos as the government abdicated its responsibility to protect
yes.
the people.
As
right?
the state refused, as the state abdicated their responsibility, the private citizens had to stand up, and so what this state would term paramilitary groups came out to try to protect the communities.
Yes.
Yep.
So there's a clear direction with the bill, and it isn't for public protection, right? It's obviously done specifically with January 6th in mind. It's done on the anniversary of January 6th. They're talking about the Proud Boys. They're talking about the Oath Keepers. And it's meant and introduced this way to keep those images in the forefront. There are extremist groups in the United States. We know that, but they belong to both sides of the spectrum. This is not just a conservative issue. It is just that Donald Trump is a prominent figure, and they align with him very closely politically. In the world of reality, as Joseph was talking about earlier, I see absolutely zero chance of this stands any type of constitutional test at all. The words militia are literally enshrined in the Second Amendment. like we talked about earlier, I see an argument for kind of like the state militia things and, blah, 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 but there's no way that this passes like a legitimate test. I do think, as we were talking earlier, that it is extremely important to note and track this because it shows you where they're thinking. This shows you what the direction is for heading. They're not just coming for fucking AR-15s, right? It's not like the tinfoil hats, rather. They're not just coming for your guns.
No.
They're trying to stop you from organizing. They're trying to literally cut the snake off, cut the tail off of the snake before it can grow. And I know they don't grow like that, but it's, allow the image to perpetrate in your mind, if you will. But
they're cutting the snake in the backwards order. They're trying to start from the tail and go to the head.
Precisely. They've already cut the head off the snake. They're trying to cut off the pieces of the body now. So,
and like you said before, I just wanted to add on to that. Don't lose your spot. It's not about our protection. This is about their protection. This is about the government trying to make sure that nobody can stand up against them.
Right.
This is that whatever tyranny comes forth from on high from the government cannot be dealt with by the citizenry.
If we use January 6th as the setting for this idea, right? If January 6th really was an insurrection, who was in danger that day? It wasn't the citizens. It was the government. It was the services, the officers of the government who were refusing to do their job and were, in the opinions of the January 6th rioters, the Capitol rioters, abdicating their responsibility.
Yes.
So this isn't for us.
No.
This is not to protect us. This isn't to protect you. This is to protect them. This is to secure power and security in their own borders, not yours.
This is to secure the government from the citizens.
Yes. There isn't any way to know who is telling the truth because all politicians lie all the time, right? But there is some portion of these people who really do want to go as far to remove your right to assemble with the intent of public or personal protection. Like they really are trying to go that far. It's not all of them. I don't know who it is. I don't know who whatever, right? But there are members, leadership in your government who actively aim to remove your ability to assemble with the intent to protect yourself.
Yes, and this is not just... You don't have to name names because what this is the government as a full body. The entire government is trying to do this. It's made up of individual senators and individual representatives and lobbyists that are pushing for these different bills and all this stuff. But at the end of the day, what you're talking about is the government as a body is trying to protect itself in any way it possibly can from having any outside exertion on it, any kind of exterior threat, if you will, to its power.
Yes.
And it's going to do everything in its power to stop that from happening. So it is it's not coming after you. It's about, like you just said, it's about protecting them.
Right.
But it's not Jamie Raskin. It's not fucking Nancy Pelosi or Chuck Schumer or Mitch McConnell or Mike Pence or any individual. No, it's just the body itself of the government trying to make sure that it can be as protected as possible from any kind of influence from the citizenry.
Yes, I think that's a wonderful point because I have one last point on this that I want to add. And every time there's a new anti-gun bill that comes out, especially like assault weapons bans and stuff like that, right? We hear Joe Biden's real bad about this, hearing about like AR-15s aren't enough to take on the government. You can never do this, you can never do it, right? They know historically this is inaccurate. And even if you just base off the different wars that we fought, the ones that we've lost, unquestionably, have been lost to guerrilla fighting forces, albeit with backing from larger countries, but with small arms and mortar fire, not with, aircraft and fucking insanity like we were dropping. So,
well, it's the same thing in the American Revolution. We couldn't have done that without the French.
Right.
But still, also, I will say, American government isn't losing to AR-15s. They're losing to AK-47s.
That's true.
So maybe we just need to shift tactics here.
So, but the point being, right, they know historically this is nonsense, but they also know that organization is unquestionably one of the make or break aspects of guerrilla warfare. If you are not organized, you can't win. So this, again, is aimed to cut directly at that. The ability to organize, the ability to make any type of, not even command structure, but generalized structure, because we talked about the Ambleman has no command structure. There's no one in our group that tells anybody else what to do. There's nobody we don't have rankings, we don't have leaders, we don't have anything. I, who was the newest of the group, gave Captain Riley the name Captain Riley because on range days he seemed to be telling people what to do. even that since then has drastically shifted. That's not the reality anymore. It is his name. It is what we call him.
I'm telling you, because he's the leader. He saw things coming down the pike. He's like, I'm not going to do this anymore.
He's got a good head on his shoulders, but there isn't. We don't have a leader. There isn't a head of the Amblemen. There's nothing like that. It's not even organized as like a motorcycle group. We don't even have a president. There's nothing like that. Yeah. So it's a completely formless, shapeless, faceless mass of fucking blob of dudes inside plate carriers.
Just pure fucking patriotism in its rawest form.
Twisted steel and sex appeal. That's all that it is. So, you like that?
Twisted steel and sex appeal.
Yes.
There's the title of the show.
It might have
found
to
it. Well, I did want to. You did say something that made me think about this, right? Organization is the key. In this bill, organization is the enemy, so they want to prevent any kind of organization. But the government itself is all for organization as long as it involves the citizenry organizing in support of the government's own aims.
Yes.
Democrats are fantastic at this. They're great at organizing when it comes to like getting out the vote and getting people their fucking ballots signed and turned in and doing all the things that will give the government more power. They're all for organization, which just tells me that they recognize the importance and the power of organizing, hence in the First Amendment, the freedom to associate. This is why they have to attack stuff like they have to shave off all the little limbs of organization that threatens their power now or into the future. And that's exactly what this is aimed at.
Yes. 100%. No, there's no doubt about that. It's
they love organizing as long as it's in their own end.
They might be scared. I'm not sure.
Every single one of these man. There's the line from V for Vendetta, man. It's always, government. People shouldn't be afraid of their governments. Governments should be afraid of their people.
Yeah.
And unfortunately, there becomes a certain size the government can reach in which it can protect itself from its citizens.
Insulates itself 100%.
It's gross, dude. It's fucking gross.
We're at that point when they're putting up fucking steel fences outside of the White House. They're successfully insulating themselves from the people.
Yeah, you should not be doing that.
Yeah.
No. You are the people, by the people, for the people, right? Fuck off. All these people, man. I'm so fucking black-pilled towards all this shit. It's so gross, man.
Let's talk 2024. This is good. I think that bill was good. So, I hope you guys enjoy that. It's a good call. The name's good.
Yep.
We'll talk more about that in the future. Probably not because it's not going anywhere. But
it's not going anywhere.
We'll move on.
Thank God.
From there. We'll talk about a little bit of Nevada stuff first because it'll be kind of quick and we'll lead into the other things.
Because Nikki Haley lost to none of the candidates.
Yes, so let's start here, right? So let's talk about the primary caucuses thing because
this is interesting.
It is kind of interesting because typically they've done caucuses. Correct in Nevada. Is that
I believe this is the first time they've done the caucus. I believe they were primarying, but because they didn't want to include anybody else, they decided to do a caucus. I'm gonna have to pull it up real quick.
Okay, and so my understanding, I could have this backwards. My understanding was they typically had done a caucus, but they had decided to do a primary instead. Like they had passed a law to do a primary instead, but the RNC is the one who decides who actually gets the electoral votes. And they said, no, we are going to do the caucus like we have had.
Actually, let me just do this caucus first.
No, I think you go back there.
Go back there.
Yeah,
Cha-cha. What? There we go. Computer stroked out.
History. Prior to 1981, Nevada usually held primary elections, not caucuses, to choose delegates for the Democratic and Republican.
Just to 21. Okay.
Yeah, okay. In both cases, these delegates then chose party nominees for the general. 2008, however, was the first time both Democratic and Republican parties held caucuses. All right, okay. So this year...
So it's not that long into
Right. This year, they're going to switch back to a primary. They passed a law, whatever, in Nevada. They're going to switch back to a primary. The RNC is like, no, we're not doing a caucus, and the caucus is actually how you're going to get delegates.
Yes.
So
And that's how it went down.
Yes, very similar to kind of what happened in New Hampshire with the Joe Biden,
first
Biden
in the
campaign,
nation primary.
right? All that type of stuff.
Yep.
Very, very kind of similar to that. So they held a primary in which Donald Trump chose not to put himself on the ballot because nothing is gained from that.
Yep.
Nikki Haley chose to put herself on the ballot, in which she was. Has everyone seen this now? In which she lost. Right, she got 30% of the vote. The option for none of these candidates. There's a fourth option on the ballot. Got 62% of the vote of the primary.
Yep.
She lost quite literally to no one.
Yeah, and you can't see it because our picture's in the way. Maybe I can move
and then
it.
she tried to
But
cope.
she got 30.8%.
She tried to cope real bad afterwards. Oh, we knew that Nevada was, kind of a shit show, and so we, invested nothing here. We didn't spend a day here. We didn't whatever. But
Why was your name still on the fucking primary?
Also, Donald Trump, he, colluded in this, and he, whatever. She tried to say that he election meddled to get this done.
Yes.
Why? Because the RNC listens to him? Because that's the only fucking chance of them existing?
Yes.
I know.
That's
maybe
why.
you should mean something, matter in the fucking world, and they might actually fucking listen to you.
Dude, Nikki Haley's the fucking worst.
So
man.
obviously Donald Trump sweeps up the caucuses because he's like the only person that's in it.
He had one challenger, apparently Ryan Binkley.
Roasted him.
Roasted him. Yeah, he got what?
99.1% of the delegates. All the delegates. 26
All the delegates.
Of them. Yeah.
Yeah, he
The
got.
other guy got 540 votes. Didn't even eclipse
Shout out,
1%.
dude. Shout out for that dude to try to sit there and run in the Nevada caucus was
Good for
just
him.
hilarious.
Subsequently, the RNC chair,
Romney McDaniel.
There you go. Romney McDaniel said that she would step down from the RNC. There's been lots of talk about the spending and the blah, blah, blah. She's a bag of shit.
She is a human piece of
We've
garbage.
talked about her a million times, probably
Yes.
starting around the time of the midterms.
Probably.
We're like, this has been a absolute shit show. And
Oh, yeah.
there's no reason they didn't sweep up at the last midterms.
The only reason there is because of the RNC chair.
Yeah.
Because they're the ones that decide who gets what money for what campaigns, which candidates the Republican Party is going to support. And there is one job. There is only one job for the chair of the RNC, and that is to get Republicans elected. And if there is one thing the RNC under the auspices of Romney McDaniel has not done, and that is get Republicans elected. That's
Yes.
it. The what was supposed to be a red wave turned out to be like a red trickle in the midterms. That's technically her fault,
Right.
Because she did not get back. She didn't back the candidates that would have possibly won at that point. You start to withdraw a campaign, and it all stems from Donald Trump's involvement in the party.
Nor
If this
could
was
they-
old school RNC stuff, everything just runs. The Republicans kind of get their seats, but
Right.
Democrats still win every fucking time. And once Trump gets in, then you get the candidates like the MAGA candidates like Joe Kent from our state coming up. That RNC goes, we're not going to back you because you're a MAGA candidate, and we
Yes.
like our other person there. And then next thing you know, they split the vote. He still wins the fucking primary, beats the shit out of your stupid RNC-backed candidate, and then loses in the general because you didn't back him to begin with.
Right.
That was a bad bet, and she has done nothing but make bad bets from the jump. Fucking the last time there was a RNC debate, it was the time before last. The last one Vivek was on. He called her out by name in the
Right,
audience and
right.
said to fucking step down. And you know what and after that, you know what the RNC did? Changed the fucking rules so that he wouldn't be on the debate stage with Nikki and fucking Ron.
Right.
That's what happened. And now she gets a call from Trump. They have a conversation. Next thing you know, she's stepping down this spring.
And if you want to be anti-Trump, right, that's fine.
Fine.
But
Fine.
it is then incumbent upon you to provide a viable candidate and a viable alternative candidate for someone who can actually compete against him.
Yes.
And they're
You have to
unable
be
do that.
undeniable.
Yeah.
This is not because Trump's backing of certain candidates doesn't really go. It goes both ways.
Right.
He's not a lock-in.
He's a loyalty guy.
But at the end of the day, if you are going to not back a candidate that Trump comes out to what's that word? It's not sponsor, but like I approve of this guy. Endorse. If Trump endorses this candidate, and just because Trump endorses it, the RNC goes, well, we're not going to endorse that guy because we're going to go with our other guy.
Yeah.
And then you fucking lose election after election after election. You should probably rethink your fucking strategy here.
Right.
He may not always be right, but maybe at some points he's the populist guy. Maybe there is popular support behind some of these people. And then if you want your party to retain power, maybe you do have to like take your medicine and just put support behind the guy that is got the support of, you know, in Nevada, 99.1% of the
Right.
populace at that point. Read the fucking room. Get your stats going. I mean, Jesus Christ.
Yeah.
Don't be a fucking idiot. I'm so glad she's out. And there will have to be another election because there was one before she got reaffirmed as the chair last year. I remember because that was the first time I ever heard Vivek talk. It was at like a Timcast IRL live event where her main challenger was also on stage with Vivek, and he was like, "You got to be this. This is the one." And then she just they didn't want to talk to her because she was a MAGA person. But the RNC, if the Republicans have any chance of surviving the internal civil war that is taking place in the Republican Party, these fucking neocon shills need to retire. They need to go or get with the fucking program. The RNC has been overtaken in popular support.
Yes.
And if they have any chance of being a viable party going forward, they all need to get with the program or get the fuck out.
The leadership is just trying to fight what the body
Mitch McConnell has to go. Has to go. All these people need to go. There's already talks right now. Ted Cruz was up on stage last week talking about how like Mitch McConnell probably shouldn't be the leader in the Senate anymore.
Well, he's 9 million years old.
Yeah.
I think people might be finally
the software
waking up.
skips kind of he worked through that or something like that. Or they're
Yeah.
not showing him anymore, but like he's got to go, dude.
I think people might finally be waking up a little bit to the 90-year-old politician thing, you know?
It's
I
getting
know
because the age is starting to come where their age is really starting to hit.
I've seen more and more and more memes and just stuff lately, people talking about like,
Yeah.
this maybe isn't a good idea.
Joe
you know?
Biden having some serious issues.
We make regular blue-collar workers retire at 65, but we have people who are almost exclusively over 65 who are leading the country. It's probably a problem here. This isn't necessarily
Both
good.
leading presidential candidates
Yes.
are in their 80s.
It's a problem.
That ain't good for nobody, dude.
Yeah.
What was 80 years ago? The 1940s?
It's a long time.
How change, especially
Different world.
well, especially these days, societal change happens exponentially. It's so much faster now than it ever was. I mean, the phones we had right now, we couldn't even recognize them 10 years ago. I mean, when did the first iPhone come out? Oh, like, I mean, not that long ago, but like still.
Like 2008, I think.
And
something
now
like
we're dealing. It's 2024 now, but you go the phones that were out in the mid to late 90s. They were like, you know, you're playing Snake on your fucking brick phone. I mean,
Right.
that's technology increases so much faster now, which means societal change goes along with it. And these politicians that have been in there for decade upon decade upon decade, like I said before earlier in the show, it's like Joe Biden, the same guy that signed the fucking crime bill that gave Giuliani permission to do fucking stop and frisk
Right.
to clean up the streets of New York, is now completely against his own position from that long ago, just because it just shows you how quick times are changing nowadays. And these old school neocons that have been in power for 40, 50 years, they cannot hang anymore. They have to go. We need to start recycling these people real fucking quick. And as time goes on, they are getting to the point where fucking Feinstein dies in the chair. You know, what's her name? RGB, Ruth Bader Ginsburg dies in the chair. All these politicians. Mitch McConnell, I'm surprised is still alive. Like, it got real scary for a point. And all these dudes, Nancy Pelosi, they're all going to start checking out.
Bernie Sanders.
Bernie Sanders, I don't know. That dude just keeps on going. He's the Keith Richards of politics, man. He just keeps going. But it all has to change at some point, and you cannot, as cushy as her job has been, because she's not that old,
Yeah.
but she's been in that world for so long. She needs to wake up and fucking smell the
there's
coffee and realize her time is over, man.
There's a problem with the voter base too. That the voters in the
People are
Republican
retarded?
Party, when they're old, there's
Oh,
the
yeah,
vast
yeah, yeah.
majority of the voters. It's only now that it's beginning to shift. You know, if you want someone who's different, you need youth that are involved who also will naturally want someone who's different.
Yeah.
But if you have mostly the vast majority adults and especially geriatric fucking adults that are voting,
Mm-hmm.
you're going to get the same dudes in there for 40 years in a row because that's what they're used to. They don't want youth in there. They don't want change. They don't want different. They're scared of all the things. You know?
And that is the shift that's going on right now. The Republican Party, the quote-unquote conservatives, if you will, are the younger group of people getting involved in politics.
Right.
The thought leaders like Charlie Kirk and what does he run? The Turning Point USA and all that shit. Another, I don't know how many, I don't want to say how many years, but in the very near future, that is the RNC now.
Right.
It's the young, activated conservatives who are way more numerous as the old school Reagan era Republicans die off, because it's happening. They've reached the age now. All the old fogies that used to be the stodgy Republicans, they're all dying.
Right.
They're aging out. The politicians, they have better health care than most people, so they're lasting longer than usual. But like, this is just a prime example of what the new Republican Party is looking like, because it's being taken over by the youth and people that actually have more libertarian values. And there's no place in the future for people like Ronna Romney McDaniel anymore.
Right.
It's all gone, dude. It's all changed. That's the only reason Trump got elected to begin with, is because there are more and more younger people that are going, you fucking lefties are insane. I'm a part of this group. I like these guys. I'm a part of this conservative group. They dress nice. They act nice. They talk nice. We have fancy parties. We're interested in making money and doing better for ourselves. This is what I want to do. And then they join that. And that's 10 years from now. It's going to be a completely different Republican Party, and I don't see how they don't assert some form of serious dominance in our politics in the future, which we got to be careful of, because some of them are a little zealotous.
They're out there.
They're very trad wife, religious. There's a lot of the old school stuff that I'm not a huge fan of, but
I'm not mad at that.
I'm not mad at it because it's better than what we have now. At least they're all anti-war. This is the first time like the right has been anti-war compared to the left.
I don't know. As I get older, maybe it's not the older thing. I would attribute it partially to family, but I think I've always been like a little more conservative and just didn't really know it. I think that a conservatizing of the social structure is not a bad thing. I think it's a very good thing.
That is a you getting older thing, but it's not an age thing.
Yeah,
that is a family responsibility thing.
I'm not into the idea of all of these fucking what up random finance guy.
We already have a Larry the Tax Guy.
I'm not into the idea of like the open relationships things, the promiscuity, I don't like single parenthood. I don't think any of this is a good thing. I'm not a fan of any of this type of stuff. I'm not a proponent of any of that. I don't think I'm more and more in favor of like abstinence and shit. Like I just don't don't think any of that is a good idea. Not for like everybody, but I mean, I think that
it's 2024. Fuck responsibly.
I don't know. I think that it is potentially better to wait. That's kind of just generally how I feel about it.
It does make sense. It's hard to argue against, really.
It doesn't seem that I don't know. It's a cost benefit thing, and when you're 16, you're not doing a cost benefit analysis. So I don't blame anybody. I'm not like you're a piece of shit for doing that.
Yeah.
But I think as adults, we should be trying to incentivize that as much as we can, and not just shame kids for fucking, but try and point out to them the benefits of waiting and why try and help them realize the cost benefit analysis, because they're not going to do it themselves. And don't just try and penalize them for it and keep it away from it, because that makes them want to fuck more.
Exactly.
Try and explain to them in a legitimate fashion the potential problems from doing this and why it's better to maybe wait a little bit.
Yeah, there's a lot of perks to be had.
Yes.
In a more conservative lifestyle than there is an opposite.
Yeah,
right?
And I'm not into telling anybody what to do, but I'm not going to ever tell you that I think that's a good thing for you to be doing the opposite of all the shit that I just said. I'm never going to tell you I think that's good. I'm never going to be like, yeah, we'll keep fucking doing that. If you tell me that's what you're doing, I'm going to say, okay. Or maybe don't.
Yeah.
Like that. I'm gonna tell you that. So I
think on a societal level, the data is pretty substantial that like one has way better outcomes than the other.
Yeah.
One lifestyle has way better outcomes than the other. And it's, if you go down that more traditional we'll just say for lack of a better term, lifestyle, like odds are life's going to be better and it's going to be more sustainable for everybody and everybody's going to have a better outcome.
It's worked really well for my family for us to have one parent that stays at home and for to have one parent that works. And I think that given the opportunity, that would work for more people. And I supplementally think that it is a good goal for us as a country to try and head back towards a societal structure that would
Encourage that?
and just enable more people to do that, because there's the biggest issue now is most people can't do that. They don't have the ability to have one income, There are a lot of different factors that allowed us to do that. We lived in a fucking basement, until a year ago. So there's a lot of things that gave us that ability, but I think that that's a positive thing, and I think using that positive outcome as the national incentive for trying to lean social structure and policy that way is a good thing.
Yeah.
I don't know if that makes sense.
I would agree with you, yeah. Because over most of our lives, I would say the incentive structure legally and on a government policy level have been in the inverse. They've been making it more beneficial to not live a more, for lack of a better term, traditional lifestyle like that.
Yeah.
And so it was easier to do that. And then we, these days, are experiencing the fallout from those policies and the social strife that has come with it. And, we've all lived through that.
Yeah.
And when we look at the new generation that are kind of adopting more of those traditional standards, that more conservative standard, it's like people are having better outcomes. They just are. And it's hard to argue with the outcomes that are coming out that way.
Right.
And if there was a way to say, roll back the government regulation that's making it more difficult for people to have a single family income and there's a million different threads that all affect it, but if there's a way you can make it easier to do that, society as a whole will probably be better off.
From a governmental perspective, I think we should, a better way to try and enforce equality and equity in the society would be not to say, now everybody can be a cog in a machine, but to say only one of you guys needs to earn money and you can do it in any manner in which you find appropriate, and that's fine. I think that's the best way to go about it. Is we're going to make it so that you're bringing home as much as possible so that you have a million options for how you can support your family. And it's really none of our business how you go about that.
Yeah, and we as the government...
And if it's the wife or the husband, we don't give a shit. Because if your wife is able to earn 3 times as much as you doing whatever the career is, then who gives a fuck?
Exactly.
That's the way to promote
That's
equality.
for you and your family to figure out how that dynamic works. That's fine. But as long as we as the government and as various institutions can get out of your way to make that as possible as it can... It sounds really bad, but old school Elizabeth Warren, her book, Two-Parent Trap, she was on it for a minute.
Right.
And it's that kind of stuff that just get out of our fucking way. We can get back to that, ideally, but I'm on board with that. I like it.
Let's try and run through this stuff pretty quick because we're already at the hour-and-a-half mark for this segment. In result of this stuff, Donald Trump wants to debate Joe Biden during the general election because it's pretty set now that they're going to be the two.
And that's not going to happen.
Couple of different cases come out. Well, the first one I think we're going to talk about is the Donald Trump immunity case for Jan 6th, right?
Check.
It was ruled that he does not have immunity for January 6th.
No presidential immunity.
He can in fact be charged for what I think is by the politicians. It's in civil cases is what he can do. So I think I just have a couple of questions here. I know this isn't... It's not like a loaded question, okay?
Okay.
Does the president have immunity?
It's not a loaded question.
Nope. I'm asking
Generally speaking, yes.
Right. Why
Yes.
would you say that?
Because the president is, when he or she is acting as the president of the United States, does not act as an individual citizen, and therefore acts as the executive branch, the arm of the government, the enforcement, the hand that can manipulate things,
Yeah.
to execute things, the executive branch has to be able to manipulate and do things. And so that person, while they're in the chair, cannot be held individually responsible for their actions as the president after they leave office.
Especially financially
otherwise,
and stuff.
every single president is 100% guilty of fucking war crimes, and Obama needs to go to jail right the fuck now. Clinton needs to go to jail. Bush needs to go to jail. They all need to go to fucking jail.
Right.
Reagan, Iran-Contra, every single one of them. So the president has to be, they have to have some measure of qualified immunity to do their fucking job as
Yes.
part of the nation, because the nation is not necessarily responsible for the laws of the nation itself.
And you think he should? You think that's right?
No, I don't think it's right.
Yeah.
I think they definitely should be held to it, but according to our Constitution, I believe they aren't.
Yeah, and the only thing I would add to your immunity, because I agree with you.
I think
is that
Obama should go to jail for bombing the American citizens overseas. You shouldn't be able to do that.
I think I would supplement that the amount of subsequent case files and rulings we've had and power that have been ceded to the executive office do in fact provide the president
Exactly.
with some form
That's what I'm
of
like. I don't-
immunity.
Yeah, and
I
I
think
would-
it's impossible to argue that he doesn't.
don't
It's
think they
ludicrous to
should.
say anything other.
But they do.
Yeah, it's
100%.
ludicrous to say anything other.
Joe Biden bombing countries we're not at war
Right.
with. Every president bombing countries we're not at war with.
Yeah.
That's murder.
I think the only level of immunity that I can think of that would make sense for me, right, would be like individuals would be from any individual that's negatively affected by like any given policy that he puts out. You know, like the office or the government puts down a policy, or the president promotes a policy, or the executive office enforces a policy. He shouldn't be held liable for whatever accusation that an individual citizen has at that point, because this is the law of the land. This is the reality of this thing.
Yeah.
You know.
That makes sense.
And that doesn't, if it's an unjust law, obviously there's all kinds of questions past that. But
Yeah.
if it's a whatever,
It is what it is.
Yes, if you break a law and you happen to be hemmed up by a federal police officer, you can't then sue the president after that because
Yeah.
he's enforcing and that's a very specific way.
But yeah. No, I get it.
That's the only really thing that I could, but it's also so specific because, like you said, with the war crimes and whatnot, if the policy, the foreign policy of the United States is a bombing campaign in a foreign country,
Yeah.
you can't just fucking murder innocent civilians. And
I
do
can't
whatever
get a
you want,
drone and from my fucking home computer fly it over to Iran and blow up somebody.
Yeah.
Like I can't do that.
Right.
But the president can order that our military do it.
Yeah. Joseph says Putin seemed to endorse the nuclear family, and he even said we're going to be friends eventually. How did Tucker make him seem personable and friendly? What the fuck? That's because Vladimir Putin is a human being.
Yes.
And our American media does such a beautiful job at making him be a characterization of a dictator.
Yes.
That it removes any sense of could he have always been friendly? I like this guy already.
Yeah.
It could be that he's a human being, right? It could be an actual human being. But our media does such a fantastic job about making him be Hitler, just the same way they do Donald Trump. That's
What you could tell in the interview, it was so.
I've heard many people talk about their experience meeting Donald Trump, and they've all only had good things to say about him.
Ever.
If you spend an extended period of time around Donald Trump, you are more than likely going to have a negative experience with him because he sounds like he's kind of an asshole, but he also seems to be a generally good guy.
Yeah.
Like, he's pretty nice, but if you cross him, he will come after
Will
you
fucking
like
wreck
a fucking
you.
demon.
Yeah.
But
It's the same thing. I heard PBD the other day, Patrick McDavid, and that stupid fuck. Not Vinny, the other guy. But they were like, yeah, we actually ran into, we were at a meeting or a dinner or something the other day, and we met Bill Clinton, and the most charming guy in the fucking world. Anybody I've ever heard that had, I think my grandfather met him at one point. But you hear stories about people that meet Bill Clinton, and then like Family Guy did a thing. Like Lois met
Right.
Bill Clinton, next thing you know, she had sex with him. And it's
Right.
like, yes, evil politicians in their jobs as politicians can be like nice people on the outside. They can be very charming and
Joseph says
personable.
he was KGB. That doesn't mean you're a bad
No.
It doesn't.
It means
there's
you lived in the Soviet Union and you got to,
There's
it's like whatever.
right. Something else we also don't, I think many people don't consider as Americans, and we talked about this when we're talking about the Israel shit, right?
Mm-hmm.
That's a completely different part of the world. The way things operate is drastically different than how they operate here. So the paradigm in which you view right and wrong and good and evil in the Soviet Union is drastically different than how it looks in America.
So different.
I'm not, far be it for me to stand here and defend Vladimir Putin and all of his actions, right? I'm just saying, I don't think that he's a total bag of shit if you compare him to really any given American president. Like,
Oh, yeah.
I think he's right up there with probably just about all of them. He has probably many very redeeming qualities. He's killed many people, probably with his own hands. But
Probably.
I don't that doesn't preclude him from being a nice person.
No, it
you
does
know?
not. It does
Yeah.
not. And it's also important to remember, too, that, like
he is scary, but he is a master politician. 100%.
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Like, we like to... The media and everybody in the government will call Putin a dictator. He's not a dictator. He is not. He is hemmed in by a group of oligarchs that make sure he stays. Otherwise, he's a dead person.
Well, totally.
Things work very different over there, yes. But
he doesn't have all the power. He just has a ton of it.
exactly, he has to share it. And if he doesn't do right by his shareholders, we'll just say, then he don't get to be in charge no
That's
more.
a good way to think
but
about that.
also, he's been more or less in power for over 20 years. That's
Right.
You see the world differently and you operate your country differently when
Yeah.
you are in charge for decades versus 4 to 8 years. You do think it's a different frame of reference.
A
How
scope
you
of
view
reality
the
is completely different,
Totally
yeah.
different, man. It's a very, very different thing. But yes, you can tell, I think, by watching the interview. If you watch the whole interview, and also, he's a KGB guy, so he might
Right.
just be
He's a
in
fucking
manipulation
spy.
mode.
Yeah.
But like, you get the sense from him that like he's upset that over his time in power, like he hasn't been able to become like a member of like the group, and like he wants to. He's a world leader. He wants to be in the club,
Right.
but you're Russia. You're not allowed to be in the club,
Right.
Because otherwise, what would NATO have to do to exist? NATO shouldn't exist because the Soviet Union fucking fell already.
Right.
But then we just had to make sure Russia was the bad guy. And so if he wanted to be a part of NATO, like in the interview he talks about when he went to Bill Clinton and was like, "Hey, wouldn't it be funny if like I could be a part of NATO too? And like wouldn't that be cool if we were all friends and everything was?" And they're like, "Yeah, that would be interesting. I'll let you know." And then they're like, "Yeah, no, you can't do that, man." It's like he's like the kid that just always wanted to be a part of like the friend group that just is ostracized because he's Russia. That's just it.
Right.
Sorry, man. It don't make sense to me, but you just can't be in the club.
Right.
So like it's easy to see that he's humanized.
Yeah, but does he allow his people to train in groups of 3 or more, though?
Let's go.
That random finance guy. But wait, do we think Russia's the bad guy? We talk international in part 3. I don't know how we got to.
I don't know either.
For
But
this,
we can get to that
we'll
later.
talk international in a few minutes. We're trying to run through these so we can get into part 3.
Yeah. I don't think we have time to do Biden's report on the files. That's kind of a big one.
Yeah. Let's see. Let's talk about more Trump stuff the next time.
Yep.
We can skip the Supreme Court case because they haven't ruled on it yet. That's
Yeah,
just
that'll
in the
be
arguments.
hopefully sometime next week, if
Yeah.
not the week
so
after.
We'll hit that on the next episode.
Yep.
Let's talk about Biden now, and then we'll close it out with that.
Okay.
Right. So we
Biden's
had-
old?
Yes, Biden's super duper old. We had it's a ruling, an announcement, I guess, by the special counsel's office yesterday. The man who was looking into the different documents, cases, into
This is my favorite
really
line
more
in
clear
all of the.
into the issues with the Confidential documents. Jesus Christ!
Yes.
I could not find the fucking word to save my life.
The report from the
confidential
special
documents, yes.
investigation about the classified documents that were
Classified.
recovered
Thank
from
you.
the
Good
from
Christ.
Joe Biden's many places where he kept them has
Yes.
come out, and the special prosecutor has the long and short of it. Special prosecutor has recommended that no charges be filed, even though it appears as if Joe Biden willingly retained classified documents.
Yes.
But the big story is
Even after his campaign or his administration said many
Yeah.
times, I don't know, we didn't know, and as soon as we found out, we turned
Yep.
him over immediately. We had no fucking idea, we
Yes.
fucking always on the up and up. And now it's been cited many times as why it was, and we'll talk about this thing more in just a minute, why it was handled differently than the Donald Trump cases, because, Donald Trump fought these things and, all these whatevers.
yeah, these were just shit that he kept forever.
Right.
And because this didn't really become an issue half the time when he was a senator.
Right.
It really only came up, like the classified documents issue really only came up like part way. I can't remember the year, but it was like in the late 90s where it was like people are running around looking at classified documents all the time. We really don't have any kind of statutes on the books to say like you can't be doing this shit. You can't take it home. You can't do this. You can't do that. And so a lot of the legislation came on later, and then they discussed that in the report too. It's a 388. If you look at the PDF, it's 388 pages.
I didn't read it.
I went through a lot of it last night. There's a lot of skimming involved, a lot of keyword searches, but
I don't know,
it's-
Joseph. That's not. He's having problems with the chats. I'm not sure what's up with the chat, Joseph.
What's up with the chat, Joseph?
He's having to leave the chat and go back in to see new chats. I have no idea.
Sounds like a problem with your chat, bud.
Sounds like a YouTube problem.
Yeah, there it is. The long and short of it is the report came out, found, like I said before, they don't recommend charges, and even though he did willingly share or highly classified material
Willingly
with
and
multiple people,
knowingly.
yes, which he in a press report.
No, it isn't just his.
Oh,
I
no.
don't know.
I don't know what to tell you, man.
We have no control over the chat.
No, it
And-
just does what it does.
And the chat should not be affected by our internet at all.
No, and it's fine on our end. Everything I'm
know.
seeing looks good. I can't do this. I don't know what's going on. Sorry, guys. Sorry, I lost my train of thought.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
The interview. Joe Biden also, he gave a press conference on Thursday after the report came out to try to defend himself. That did not go his way.
It was bad.
It was really, really bad.
Got angry.
Got super angry, dropped a number of I like the conversation about, is it a gaffe or is it something else? He doesn't have gaffes anymore. Doesn't accidentally say stuff. He says stuff because he can't remember things and he can't form coherent sentences anymore. That's
Right.
not really a gaffe. He made a lot of
Tim
he had-
Guest was calling it episodes.
Yes, he had a number of episodes,
Right.
Probably dimension episodes maybe that might do that. But I'm gonna pull up this one little. Did I add extra words on that? Did I play that?
No,
in
you
his
got
interview?
it. It's right there. Yeah,
Okay.
do you want me to read it?
Yeah, read that for me.
In addition, Mr. Biden's memory was significantly limited, both during his recorded interviews with the ghostwriter in 2017 and in his interview with our office in 2023, and his cooperation with our investigation, including by reporting the government that the Afghanistan documents were in his Delaware garage, will likely convince some jurors that he made an innocent mistake rather than acting willfully, that is, with the intent to break the law as the statute requires. Hold on. And his cooperation with our investigation, including by reporting the government that the Afghanistan documents were in his Delaware garage, will likely... Okay.
Yeah.
Another viable defense is that Mr. Biden might not have retained the classified Afghanistan documents in his Virginia home at all. They could have been stored by mistake and without his knowledge at his Delaware home since the time he was vice president, and where other classified documents were covered during our investigation.
Yeah. Okay. So that right there, the
fuck?
big thing was his memory was significantly limited.
Yeah.
Both during our recorded interviews with the ghostwriter and in his interview with our office in 2023. So we're talking about a 6 year span that this has been going on.
Yeah. We're talking about him misspelling shit. Like he can't...
He
doesn't
can't
know how to
spell Afghanistan.
Like...
Yep. But
And I get it. It's a fucking long word, but also you've been in government for a long goddamn time. You know how much
you're
time
bombing
did
it all the time. What are you
Right.
doing? You can't spell Afghanistan?
Right.
But that's fine.
Afghanistan.
Where was the one in his interview? It's going to be on every single fucking campaign slogan for a while. It's like Mr. Biden comes off as a personable and well-meaning elderly man
Right.
with a bad memory, and it's not. I mean, they make references to his memory constantly
was way worse.
throughout
He did
the
not
report.
remember when he was vice president, forgetting on the first day of the interview when his term ended, if it was 2013, when did I stop being vice president? And forgetting on the second day of the interview when his term began. In 2009, am I still vice president? He did not remember even within several years when his son Bo died.
Yes.
And his memory appeared hazy when describing the Afghanistan debate that was once so important to him. Among other things, he mistakenly said he had a real difference of opinion with General Carl Eikenberry, when in fact Eikenberry was an ally whom Mr. Biden cited approvingly in his Thanksgiving memo to President Obama.
Indeed. And so this has gotten to, let me pull up some of my page numbers here. But I mean, you're talking about this report, everything I've gone through is about as damning as can possibly be. Here's a picture of one of the pictures of the documents in his garage.
Why is your
that he
garage
said,
so messy when you have so much
You're
money?
the fucking president, man.
Yeah,
you don't have housekeeping. You don't have anything.
Jesus
What's going on here?
Christ.
On the other side of that is where his green Corvette was always parked.
Oh, okay.
But like these are some of the pictures of the documents that he was talking about being in a locked file cabinet in his garage. It's just
They're in a
it's an
box.
open cardboard box in his fucking garage.
Probably has fucking crack residue
let's
on
see.
it.
Page 130. There's some more pictures. We'll just zoom up for a minute. But I mean, you're talking classified documents from his entire time as a senator all the way through vice president. And, you know, they don't say anything about his presidential. Okay, I'm just typing this in because it's too long to wait. 30, enter. Boom. So there's some more pictures of his garage. There's the documents. You can see it's just boxes, open boxes of shit, just with highly classified material in it. And those are just the ones in his garage.
After
We're
you
also
talked
talking
all that
about
shit about Donald Trump.
Oh, dude, all the shit, and it's so much worse. I mean,
Let's not garage shame, guys.
I mean, I'm not garage shaming.
It's a money
Joseph.
thing, bro. When you got that much money, you should have a clean garage.
That's what I'm saying.
It's, you know, when you're doing regular shit, you don't have time to clean your garage. You don't have time to organize things. You just got to put stuff where it goes.
Where it goes, bro.
Yeah.
But I mean, like, do you remember the Penn Institute at the University of Pennsylvania, I think it was, where he had an office that he retained for a long time. There was just boxes thrown in there of all sorts of classified shit. He knowingly shared a
Less
load.
better than mine, if we're honest.
Yeah.
You're not the president.
Exactly. You're not the president, bro. You didn't get an $8 million book advance to have this ghostwriter write your fucking memoir for you. And this ghostwriter, the reason it's important, because he shared a gang of classified documentation with him for him to write his fucking memoir. Because he got an $8 million advance to write his book. So what do? Turn around, I hire a ghostwriter. They have a bunch of interviews. You give them a bunch of documents, a bunch of notes that you took, all of which are extremely classified. And then, here, write my book for me.
Probably
Go.
just in your house, too.
Yes. And
I can't set up a skiff, but you have to write it at my house.
dude, it's so fucking insane. Like, and I think it's probably just due to the decades upon decades he's actually been involved and been exposed and had to deal with highly classified material that he just collects it after a while, and it's just thrown in torn up cardboard boxes all over every place that he has possibly been. It's in his basement office at his Delaware house. It's in his garage in his other fucking house. It's in his office at the University of Penn. It's scattered throughout the fucking country.
It's a disgusting level of complacency and comfortability. And there's been a lot of comparisons to the Hillary Clinton thing, right?
Oh, yeah.
I've actually thought they're pretty interesting because the Democrats are looking at it as like, Joe Biden's getting fucked just like Hillary Clinton did because they're airing out his dirty laundry before the presidential election, but they're not charging him. And the Republicans are like, no, wait, actually, there's two Democratic presidential candidates that are now getting off when they should be fucking criminally charged.
Yes.
But they're just having their dirty laundry aired out, and nothing is happening to them.
Anybody else
duality
in the military or in the government that got caught doing this stuff, straight to fucking jail. Doesn't matter if you didn't willfully do that or
This
not.
guy's awesome. He says literally his son made millions off the back of his dad. The least he could do is chip in for a cleaner for his dad. Even if he isn't complicit, it's just embarrassing.
Dude, I know, and
Clean
he
your
was
dad's
living in
garage.
that fucking house. He was living in the fucking Delaware
Clean your
house,
dad's
dude.
garage.
Come on,
Have
put in
some
a little
fucking
work on the
self-respect.
weekends.
I like this guy.
Dude, that's fucking nuts. But yeah, long and short of it is there is so much he should be prosecuted for in this, but the overall feel you get from the way they worded things is that there's no jury out there in the world that would convict
Precisely.
this doddering old man.
Yeah, we
because he
should-
doesn't know better.
And we should be specific about what they said, but then we'll extrapolate into what
Mm-hmm.
that really means. Because what they said really is that the justification truly is that the juries would pity him and not
Yes.
find him guilty because they wouldn't find him guilty under the reasonable doubt that, like, well, he probably didn't know what he was doing. He's so fucking old. He's so whatever, right?
Yeah.
Which is not true, but that is the
current perception it gives out now.
perceived impression of what the jurors would be,
Yeah.
right? In reality, what that means is that he's not fit to stand trial. That's the reality. That's
Yes.
what the special counsel is saying without using those terms, because to be not fit for trial is like it's a pretty high bar.
Yes.
And so obviously it begs the question, and the obvious point is, if you're not fit to stand trial, you're not fit to be president of the United States. You're not fit
Yes.
to run the country, the largest economy in the world, the most powerful country in the world, the largest military in the world,
Yep.
if you can't even answer some fucking questions about what you did a few years ago or when your son died.
Yep.
Joe Biden is all up in arms. I just didn't answer because I couldn't believe they would even ask me about my son, because what's fucking business of theirs? I don't know. Do you remember? Do you actually know? It's okay if you don't remember the year, because you're 9,000 years
Exactly.
old. But that is a reflection, and it is indicative of what your level of responsibility should be in this country if you can't remember the year that your son died. It's okay
Yeah.
if you can't, because again, you're 9,000. I don't expect you to remember everything, all the details of everything all the time, because you are 9,000. That means you shouldn't be president, though, is what that means.
Yeah, if there's somebody not immediately running to do the 25th Amendment on his ass right now, if Kamala's not
Yes.
going, this is my time,
Yeah.
I don't know what the fuck you're doing right now,
Joseph
because that's
says-
scary.
Joseph said, you probably don't want to crack it as a house cleaner. No, he's going to pay someone to be the house cleaner.
That's true.
Finance guy, how crazy is it where the president isn't fit to stand trial, but not 48 hours later can that president stand before the country and say, I am fit and mentally healthy, and no one said anything?
Yeah, dude.
Yes, he said, I am elderly, I am well-meaning, but I do know what the hell I'm doing.
That's right. My memory is so bad, I let you speak.
Yes.
I actually believe I have a couple little videos.
While you're finding that, my last point on this is I do think it's another shining example of exactly how stupid they think you are, all of us, right? How little they care about you, and it underlines kind of the seemingly well-known secret that the real governing happenings behind closed doors, because it's been this way the entire time. And if this has been the reality his entire presidency, then he isn't actually running the fucking country, you know, and we all know that.
We all know
but
that.
like I said, that's why it kind of airs out the well-known secret that
Yeah.
he isn't, none of this is him. All this nonsense, well, I got all this stuff done, and I did this, and I organized this, and I fucking whatever. But you're napping 3 times a day. That's what's happening. You're not doing fucking anything.
You're not doing shit, bud.
No.
Where's my... Okay, so that one, there's one, and then I think it's the Simon... Yeah, my 10-day guy. Okay.
All right.
So, because this all happened on Thursday, right? This was during one of the press conferences where he took questions and asked about Ducey from Fox News, asked him a bunch of stuff about his memory, right? And it got him really upset.
Something the special counsel said in his report is that one of the reasons you were not charged is because, in his description, you are a well-meaning elderly man with a poor memory.
I'm well-meaning, and I'm an elderly man, and I know what the hell I'm doing. I've been president. I put this country back on its feet. I don't need his recommendation. It's
How
totally
bad is your memory, and can you continue as president?
My memory is so bad, I let you speak. That's
The look on Ducey's face, too. It's like, what?
My memory is not good. My memory is fine. My memory, take a look at what I've done since I become president.
Take a look at what
None
I
of you
did.
thought I could pass any of the things I got passed. How'd that happen? You know?
Can you name one of them?
All of the people working underneath you.
Yes, exactly, dude. Exactly. All right, and then let's do this one too. It was later on or earlier that day, I can't remember, but perfect example of why it just shows more of who he is at this point. See if you can catch it.
First, the special counsel released their findings today about their look into my handling of classified documents. I was pleased to see they reached the conclusion I believed and knew all along they would, that there are no charges should be brought in this case. As many of you know, this was an exhaustive investigation going back literally more than 40 years. 40 years when I became a United States Senator when I was a kid.
When I was a kid.
Yeah, and actually, this is not the video I thought it was. So we'll just, either way, the thing he's getting out of it at this point, we'll just say, is that
he's been
he's
exonerated.
Totally He's exonerated.
Yeah.
But there was, I think it's in another clip, I think, where he's talking about the Middle East, and he accidentally said that he called the president of Mexico, Sisi, and told him to open the gates when he's actually talking about the president of Egypt.
Which I would typically cede as just a mistake if there wasn't such a enormous history of the exact same things, that it's not a gaffe. This is just a series of fuck ups.
This is an episode, bud.
Yes.
But yeah, so it's not good, but hey, he's going to get off scot-free like as per the usual, and I do have a feeling now that there's been a lot of impact on his poll numbers since this, and
this is going to be a big one, I think.
This is going to be a big issue, I think, for the Democrats to deal with in the DNC.
Yeah.
I think they're going to try to keep him in office until Super Tuesday, and then the DNC will change out to Gavin Newsom, Michelle Obama ticket.
If they're smart, they put RFK in there, but
yeah,
it's never going to happen.
Never going to happen.
But if they're smart, that's what they do.
They've already, But yeah, that's where that's at. So he gets off scot-free. In the meantime, Donald Trump's probably going to go to jail for his.
Did you see the video where the Scots were shouting Biden is a pedo? I did not.
I did not.
Put that in the chat. We're about to end this segment. We'll come back. We'll watch it.
Yeah.
I do have a freedom and liberty for us for this portion.
Let's go.
And then we can get the fuck out of here. But they aren't smart. So all the time, right? Especially this, people are talking about, what does that have to do with freedom and liberty? What is this? What is that? What is that? They're always asking us.
Indeed.
Asking us all the time.
What are you talking about? What does this have to do with freedom and liberty?
So the implications here are obvious, right? Bills like Raskins aim to, we're talking about the paramilitary training ban earlier, obviously. Bills like Raskins, even though it's not Raskins, it's whatever the fuck that guy's name is. Raskins involved, we're blaming him.
Yeah, he's a piece of shit.
Aim to remove any hope or chance the American people have to shed the yokes of subjugation and become free once again. On top of being boldly unconstitutional, they are anti-freedom, they're anti-American. It is written directly in the Second Amendment that militias are essential to maintaining a free society. They obviously know this, and they have such disdain for you and your freedom that they're willing to chip away at the founding of this country and the documents to make political points to ensure their own survival in the Capitol. I told you guys the last time that we were here that it is your duty as an American. We also talked about it earlier with Nate. It is your duty as an American, and he fucking agreed.
That's right.
As a fucking Army Ranger, it is your duty
as
an American to be deadly, to be hard to kill, and to be a serious fucking problem for anybody who wants to try us. And I think I would add to that today, foreign or domestic. Being well armed and well trained is in your heritage. It's in your blood, and the American ideals that got us here are beyond worth defending. The power being concentrated in the Oval Office is something that needs to be monitored. It may or may not matter whose ass is in the seat, but the ability they have to affect your life through executive orders and through various other means and powers ceded to that office is unquestioned. If the seat is filled by a feeble old man who is easily controlled, that is precisely what will happen. So the importance of the person elected grows exponentially with the power of the office. If we continue to elect presidents without spine, will, or vision, we are dooming ourselves to the authoritarian control that we live under, because the people pulling the levers will not miss an opportunity to grow their power. So that is what these particular topics have to do with freedom and liberty today.
Love it. Love it, love it, love it.
With that, we'll be back in just a few minutes for part 3. It's ran a little bit long. Oliver Anthony was performing the crowd chanting the Biden is veto. That is awesome.
There it is.
So with that, you'll be back in a few minutes for part 3. We have a couple other topics for you. Immigration and
And Middle East.
We're in the Middle East.
Yeah,
We have
yeah.
a good grab bag for you. So we'll be back in a few minutes. Of course, you can watch us here, youtube.com/Salt of the Streets. Make sure that you subscribe, join us, share, comment, like, all the things. We have our own personal social media. I am at Salt of the Street on Twitter and at alpaca_Don on Instagram. Colin is at Big Ralphie on both those things. Everything at saltofthestreets.com, including the Patreon, patreon.com/Salt of the Streets. We have the new SOS ID that dropped in the uncut version on Monday, and it comes out. You sound like Mike Glover there.
Take it.
And on the 15th for everybody else.
Yep.
We'll be back in a few minutes for part 3. Thank you guys very much.
And we're back.
Thank you very much for joining us, everybody. This is part 3 of episode 164 of Salt of the Streets. My name is Donovan.
I'm Colin.
We are thrilled to have you here. This is part 3, as I just said. We're going to be talking about some immigration stuff, and then we have some talk about some war in the Middle East. And if you have any questions about some international things, the random finance guy, part 3 will be the time.
That's the time.
This is when we discuss international things, and not before.
I adjust your microphone position, and I didn't change the levels. You're blowing out my eardrums now.
This is when those questions are acceptable.
That's right. Get them in while
Yes.
you can.
Anyway, no, this is a very freeform show. We just had shit I was trying to get through in the last part. That's why. We got a family upstairs. My family's upstairs, and
No, I am known as Uncle Offie.
that's
so.
right. We organize bedtimes and things, and it's show times. They're leaving. The time is expanded now. I don't feel as compressed into like we need to be done by this time. We're okay.
Okay.
None of this is all. None of this matters. But I'm just giving you a peek behind the curtain. I don't know.
I don't even know what you're talking about right
It
now.
doesn't matter. Say what I want on this show. We're talking about the border here. We have our own personal social media. I'm at Salt of the Street on Twitter and at alpaca_dollar on Instagram. Collins at Big Bird Off on both those things. Everything at saltofthestreets.com. Patreon.com, Salt of the Streets. Everything is produced by Zeke. He's the executive producer. Go subscribe, prescribe to the top tier. You'll be one too. We're doing a breaking down breaking point segment.
Wait.
Yeah.
Let's do a proper breaking down breaking point segment. And, of course, because we are doing a proper breaking down breaking point segment, Donovan needed to run out to get another beer real quick because if you are at all familiar with our breaking down breaking point segments, they do drive us to drink. Quite heavily, in fact. What is happening over there?
Jordan came in to get a water bottle.
Oh,
I couldn't
jeez.
figure out why I couldn't get Penny to come over here. And then I heard that was like, what the fuck is that? I thought the drop was longer. I thought I had more time.
You're like, oh, shit.
The music started, I was like, oh, I got like 7 seconds. I'm good. Yeah, that one threw me. Okay, so if you're not familiar,
Yes.
Breaking Down Breaking Points is a segment that we do to destroy breaking points. This is
The show Breaking Points.
This is a program on YouTube that we used to watch all the time, and we still do, but for much different reasons now.
Yeah, now we hate watch it. It bothers me because it makes me angry. And then, but whatever makes me angry, and I'm like, Donovan, you're going to have to watch this. And he's just laughing all goddamn day. And he's going, this stupid motherfucker.
Yeah.
You should. And it bothers me that we're like opposites like this. It frustrates me. It's hard for me to get through. I hate it. I hate every time she lies and makes stupid points. And you just piss your pants laughing next to me once you start listening to it. I'm going, I wish I could do that.
Is everything okay? Is everything okay?
Everything's cool?
Oh, the chicken nuggets.
Ooh, chicken nuggies.
It's the nuggets.
The nuggies. Man, No, we already did the thing, so we're just gonna go with it. I'll save that till later. I'll put that in the grab bag for later.
So this is a 48-minute segment. So we're not going to watch this whole thing. I did last night for you guys.
You did watch it twice. I only watched it once.
Yes, but we have some timestamps that we're going to go over here. So we can start at 7 minutes. 7 minutes on the dot, and that's
7
gonna be a
minutes
little
on the
bit
dot.
about- yeah, and this is going to be just so everyone knows because we get a lot of hate in the comments of these videos when we clip them up about like, oh, you guys just hate them because of success and you fucking whatever, So
I hate them because they're stupid.
So we're going to start this by showing a clip of her making actually a pretty good point, right?
Oh, okay.
But hang on to this because it's going to be the last intelligent thing that she says for the whole fucking video. So we'll start here.
Action. Audio's good. Okay. Oh, unless I should probably
There you go.
unmute it. There we go.
It's only 2 seconds. You're fine.
I got to give her due diligence here.
This is important. There is a lot of Democratic glee about, oh, Biden, he's so clever. Like, look at how he called their bluff. And now he's flipped the script on immigration, and now Republicans are, look bad on this, and they're exposed as not really wanting to be serious about this problem. I don't buy that analysis at all.
I totally agree.
I do not buy that analysis at all. Number one, the border, whatever's happening there is still happening on your watch. And, you know, whatever I think of it, there are many Americans who find the chaos, and I think that's fair, who want to see an orderly border process, and that does not exist right now. That is still going to be the case. It is still going to be under a Biden administration, and so that's a problem. Number two, you know, in the last election, Biden versus Trump, we had that, prior to that election, we had the whole child separation policy, which Americans were genuinely horrified by. I mean, it was terrible. These kids who were orphaned by the United States government, you know, the audio that was leaked of the Border Patrol agents mocking them, and all of that was horrifying.
Also, bitch, please, you do need to understand that when a lot of these minors come across the border, particularly back during the Trump era, they were accompanied by adults that were not necessarily their parents, and there was no way for you to confirm nor deny whether they were their parents or not. And we knew for a fact that due to all the various colored bracelets that were involved and all these little gems, and they were being smuggled into an unknown end. They were being smuggled across the country, probably to be sold into slavery or sex slavery at some point. But hey, yes, no, we've discussed this at length during the Trump administration when AOC was down at the fences doing the kids crying on cages and all that shit. But what the point she is making right there,
It's like
is
Sarah Connor when she gets killed by the fucking nuclear waste.
Yeah, no.
The level of tragedy that was involved
Fucking
there.
Terminator reference. Good job.
All fabricated, that's what I mean.
But the emotional point she's trying to make there is unconsequential. It's non-existent because you have no idea what those kids are. You didn't know the legal status of those kids. You didn't know their parental status. You had no concept of why those kids were being separated from the adults that claimed to be their parents when they came across the border.
Yeah.
That was, and we've discussed it at length. You have to go back to the old Trump era episodes that we did to do that. But she's making an emotional point there that she knows is bullshit, but she's going to try to make it anyways.
Yeah, no, it's the larger point that's actually a good point.
Okay.
So you let her keep going.
And Biden, in part to win a Democratic primary, he really positioned himself as being much more compassionate, of having this inclusive message about immigration, saying he would be a clean break from Donald Trump. And that ended up being a winning message. I mean, I'm not going to say that was like the number one reason why he got elected, but that was part of the appeal, is it would be a break from the
But it's a
cruelty
winning message,
and the
is what she
chaos
says.
of the Donald Trump administration. What Biden and the Democrats have effectively done here is just embraced all of the Republican arguments on immigration, just completely caved and effectively said, like, you're right about immigration and your model is the right model. And guess what? If you want a border hawk, you are not going to defeat Donald Trump on those grounds.
So you could pause there. And so my only point, we're going to give her half a point here because it's like I said, the last intelligent thing that she says for the whole video. She's not wrong about how the Democrats got here. Because we talked about this the last time. They don't actually give a fuck, right?
No.
They made up this whole story of being totally anti-Trump in the 2016 election or the 2020 election so they could win. But they don't actually give a fuck. They don't actually want a solution. They don't actually want different. They don't actually want any type of change. So when push comes to shove and something has to be done, all they do is embrace the Republican policies because that's the only thing that even looks like it might be a solution. But they don't actually give a fuck. It's all politics. There's no compassion. There's no care. There's no anything.
No.
And now they fucked themselves into this position into the only choice they have is to take those policies on and push that forward because it's gotten so bad that that's all there is to do. So that's all. That's the only good point that we're going to give her or that she's going to make for the whole rest of the video.
Good.
Yes.
We'll start off with a good one.
Yes. No, now we'll go to 1355.
Sorry, there's grilled chicken, Alfredo sauce, and homemade pasta going on. What is happening in the chat right now?
1355. The children and my wife are going to my in-laws' house for dinner, and the children are very selective. So chicken nuggets for dinner.
Fucking chicken nuggies. Let's go, dude. Good taste.
And that really is the core of the issue. Now, the other piece of the issue is, of course, just a question of like, okay, but how many people do you want to come? How many people is appropriate for, how many people? I think there's a practical consideration of how many people can be absorbed in a nation at a time, given the amount of resources, et cetera. My number for that is much higher than your number for that.
Pause right there. So what she just said, right? There's a practical number for the amount of people that can be absorbed into the nation given the amount of resources, what have you. My number is...
She said et cetera.
Et cetera.
Because
Because that's what she says.
That's her favorite word.
My number is much bigger than your number. No, there is one number. You just said that. There's a practical number of people that can be let into the country given the amount of resources.
Yep.
You can't have a higher number than that and make it a practical number because that's the practical number. There is, in fact, she says something later about like a zero-sum game, you know, and she's talking about what it's to be gained and whatever. When you're talking about an equalizing of who can and can't be here, there is a zero-sum you need to meet at.
Yeah.
You have a finite amount of resources, a finite amount of money, and a finite amount of space and housing.
Yes.
That's the amount of people that can be here. That is all. If you have a higher number than that, you are not being practical, you're not being rational, you're not being reasonable, you're not being fucking anything other than ridiculous.
Yes.
Because that's more people than could even be practically reasonably considered to be allowed in here. Whether or not that's the number that should be allowed in, your number is ludicrous because it's past what is even practical.
Well, she doesn't even have a number, but that's fine.
She doesn't, but
I
it's
will
higher
say
than what it
this,
is now
of
because
course.
that's what's practical.
So
But even though we're at an emergency status by all fucking accounts.
Yeah. And I will say this, just to give her a little bit more of the benefit of the doubt. She says that there is a practical number that one could arrive on. And then you could disagree about what that number is based off of your interpretation of the categories that you're looking at to go, okay,
statistics.
this is what this practical number would be.
Yeah.
And she would go, you know, well, because we can always build more housing, we could do this, we could do that. Who knows? There's a lot of things that could go into that, whatever that practical number is. Hence, you could disagree on it. But the basis of the argument being there are a finite number of resources that need to be tapped to allow X amount of, we'll even just say this, legal immigrants to come into the country at one time.
Yeah.
But that's not what she's talking about.
No.
She's talking about these illegal criminal aliens that are seeking asylum.
Yeah.
That's what she's actually talking
you
about.
guys
But
will-
realistically, yes, the number of legal migrants could be determined based off of number of factors, which we can argue about, where we would arrive at a particular number. And yes, somebody that is a much more open borders person is going to come at a higher number than somebody that is more conservative when it comes to legalized immigration, for sure.
And we'll see later that she does play this game a lot, switching back and forth between illegal immigrants and legal migrants, people that like should be allowed to migrate here. Switches back and forth in her conversation and doesn't say anything about it. So she'll use different statistics, different standards. She talks a lot about one of the, let me ask you this that I had to cook up for this week, had to do with the patriotism of immigrants, right? Because she talks about how like immigrants here are more patriotic and all this type of stuff, and how they're more law-abiding and they're more this.
Yes.
You're talking about two different groups of people. You're talking about people who immigrate here legally and people who cross the border and then expect asylum or some form of existence here. These are two completely different groups of people, right?
Totally different.
If you immigrate here, if you come here with papers, with legality, and you build a fucking life, and you then have children, you build an existence in which you're able to sustain and grow yourself.
Yes.
You are following the rules. You are in fact going to be more
100%.
patriotic because you have come here and found the greater opportunity that you were seeking, and you've worked, you've grown upon that, right? You've built upon that. If you come here based off of illegality, from the start, you are breaking the law.
Yes.
You are not following the laws. If you are coming here, and
You
are,
start as a criminal. That's
Yes.
how that goes. You start as a criminal. And speaking as somebody that who has dealt directly with legal
Yes.
immigration, I will tell you right now, the sense of patriotism that comes with legal migrants is exponentially higher than anybody that's going to cross the border illegally
Yes.
because of the...
Why? Tell us why.
Because it's so fucking difficult to do it legally. Depending on where you're at in the country or in the world, you will spend years, if not over a decade, just being on the list to get in. And the entire time you're doing that, you're looking at the study guide for the citizenship test. You're envisioning America as this beautiful city on a hill with all these values and this and that and the other thing. So by the time you actually get here, you're right off the bat, you're a fucking patriot right off the bat because you know what it is that you're trying to get to, and you've been doing it for years. You've put in the time, you've put in the effort, and you've paid the fucking money. You've done the interviews, you've done all the background checks and all the bullshit.
Right.
You want to be a part of this system.
Right.
Somebody that goes, I need to make more money, I'm going to go cross the border I'm going to go pay a few $1,000s to this fucking coyote to smuggle me across that, and then I could just be in the system, and then I can gain the American dream, aka just make money.
If you exist here undocumented, you might break less like daily laws, like you might break less traffic laws and stuff like that, you know. But your generalized existence is in breaking laws. All the shit that you do, making money, anything that you do is going to be with the air of illegality because the accessing of entitlement programs that you should, by law, by reasonable law, have no access to, right? Because of this extension through different states and stuff to illegal is insanity. So you're basing your life off of an illegal status, which is this is not
everything you do inherently then is a crime.
Cuts directly against what she's saying.
Let's just say in a non-sanctuary city, if you show up to this country as a migrant and you need to get a driver's license, you need to show proof of citizenship. You need to show a green card or a work permit or something to get a driver's license.
Some type of proof
of
address.
And then if you do not, if you are of illegal status and not in a sanctuary city where they'll just give you one because you show up and you say, my name is Greg, then...
My name's Jeff.
my name's Jeff. I'm Jeff. Then inherently, by driving around, by doing whatever it is, you are inherently breaking the fucking law.
Yeah.
All the time. Your existence at that point, because it would be
no human being is illegal, Colin.
Dude. If
signs that got us here, bitch.
And you know, the really funny thing is, if this was like the truest, freest America that it probably should be, where every aspect of our life did not require government permission, you would be fine. But we don't live in that world. We live in a world where you have to register the vehicle you drive with the state. You have to provide documentation to show that you're a citizen or a legal resident to get a driver's license. You have to show that you're a resident or a citizen to get... to apply for a job.
You don't get less rules because you're not supposed to be here.
Exactly.
It doesn't work that way.
But they do.
Yeah.
Because they operate outside the system. But unfortunately, if you're operating outside the system, that means you're breaking the law.
Unless you ask Crystal.
That means you are a criminal.
Yes.
You are a person who is illegal.
We can go to 1520.
Do I have to?
I think you'll enjoy it.
I do enjoy this a lot. 1520?
Yeah.
Action.
I ran on back in 2020. So I think electorally it's foolish. I think the other thing that happened, Sagar, is because you did have these, I think the project of busing migrants into cities.
Oh, it was genius.
I think that was very effective because it is true that, especially like a city like New York. Now, I think it's preposterous, the idea that a gigantic city like New York, a city that in a very short period of time in the last century gained 30% of its population and is a city of immigrants, can't...
And also has lost a giant portion of their population from COVID.
Go just a little bit further.
...handle absorbing 100,000 plus immigrants. I think that's preposterous, but if people are coming with zero resources all at once and no work permits even to be able to provide for themselves... Well, yeah, that is a drain on resources.
Okay. And they have difficult. Okay, so the first thing that she said that's worth noting, right? It's ridiculous that a city as large as New York can't handle 100,000 people that come in a few short months and just deal with them completely, right? First of all, when Sagar says this immediately afterwards, when you have right to shelter, whatever it's called, when it's literally illegal for the city to allow you to sleep on the streets, it is a problem because that's how you end up fucking groups of people sleeping in a gymnasium the same way they're trying to avoid homeless sleeping here. The thing we don't want, congregate shelters where it's just bodies in a building, that's what you end up with illegal immigrants.
Yep.
That's a problem, right? When cities are struggling to maintain a balanced budget and you add 100,000 people there that they are legally obligated to care for, it unbalances their budget. That fucks with the way that they have to do things next year. They have to borrow money. They have to get the money from somewhere theoretically, right? It's all fucking pipes. We all know that. But we have to stick with the logic if we're going to go this way, right? The money has to come from somewhere.
Yes.
It comes from somewhere.
It comes from us.
Precisely.
Yeah.
Okay. So this nonsense that it's if they come here with no money and no work permits, of course they're a drain on society. You have no right to be here. You don't belong here.
Yes.
No one told you to come here. You chose to come here, and you did it illegally.
We have active laws in place that say you can't be here.
Yes. You have no right to be here. You
Yes.
have no right to a work permit so that you can kind of pay taxes and send some shit home. It doesn't work that way. That's not how the fucking rules work here.
Yep.
You are immediately a drain on society if you are coming here and you're immediately accessing entitlement programs.
Yes.
You are. If you're coming here and we're giving you a cell phone and money and a place to stay, you are in fact a drain on the society immediately.
Mm-hmm.
I don't care how
the
shitty
second
this
you walk
sounds,
in.
how whatever. If your subsistence, if your life is sustained off of the taxpayers, you are immediately a drain on the economy. Immediately. And you're doing it illegally. There is no ifs, ands, or buts about this. Is the reality of the situation. She's spinning a fucking line of bullshit to try and ingratiate herself or to try and like make her views more appealing. I don't even understand what the deal is. It's just deception. It's just lies about what the truth is. And it doesn't make any sense. Joseph said, I don't know anyone who gets their news from breaking points. Why did Temple have breaking points on his list of must listen to sources of information? Because we
Same
need
with
to hear all
fucking Joe
positions.
Rogan.
Yeah, and I would say that's probably reflective of the beginning, because in the beginning we said the same thing. In the
Oh,
beginning,
yeah.
when they first struck on themselves and when they were on the hill, when they were rising, they were fire. Super fucking fire. Lit. It's gone seriously downhill. The only way to make sense of the world is to hear the lies along with the truth. Make up your own mind, or your mind will be made up for you. Keep it open, my friends. They all
Yes.
said they're here because of and vote for F. Yes, precisely.
Yep.
Precisely.
Joe Biden.
Yes. Yeah, no, and you're right, Joseph. That's part of what we're trying to do here is the shit that you don't want to listen to, stuff like this. We'll take it in for you.
Yeah.
You know, every once in a while we got to expose you to it because
Dude,
you're
my
right. But
my brain hurts every fucking week because I have to listen to a bunch of psycho nonsense.
Yeah.
Every fucking day. And I go, sometimes you have to go, you know what? Let's just have a good day today and let's focus on some comedy podcasts or let's listen to an audiobook.
One
I'll
Piece.
hit it up double tomorrow and I'll just hit 2 Breaking Points episodes back to back to back. I'll inhale all the NPR nonsense and the fucking what is it? The ABC, NBC Up First?
Yep.
Oh, it's so bad, dude.
Up first is
That's NPR.
yeah.
Start here.
Start here. I
Brad
listened
Milkey.
to all of it.
It's so fucking bad. But that's what we're here for. We'll do it for you.
Yes. So now we can go to 2410.
2410. Close enough. Action.
Oh, they're going to leave. I mean, that's kind of the.
But here's the thing,
Yeah.
just on a substantive level, that I genuinely
This is
don't
a good
understand,
one.
and I want to hear your analysis of. Republicans, we've covered this on the show a bunch of times, talk about
Why doesn't she ever look at him? She
doesn't like him.
turned-
She doesn't like him.
This would be the equivalent, all right? So, like, people can see me. Like, if the camera is here, I'm looking at the camera,
Yeah.
but my co-host is here, and I'm going to go ahead and just turn this way
Right.
and not look at you, close my eyes, shuffle my papers, and then make my point to the fucking wall. Because that's not even my camera.
Right.
My camera's right fucking there.
Yeah.
I can look into it, but I don't do
so
that.
that I can face you. Yes.
I can't even face the goddamn camera, much less the person I'm actively debating.
Right. Sauger's like looking straight at her. If you look, you can see him.
It's fearless, bro.
Yeah, he's
Fearless.
looking straight at her. You're only
looking-
looking at the side of his
Yeah.
head.
Yeah, what was this? 20? We'll just go here again. Because
is, the status
he's
quo.
looking
Well,
right
you give
at her.
somebody a work permit and you don't deport them, that basically is amnesty, because when the hell are they going to leave? I mean, that's kind of the.
Boom.
But here's the
Based.
thing,
Yeah.
just on a
makes a
substantive
lot
level,
of
that I
fucking
genuinely
zingers in
don't
this one,
understand,
dude.
and I want to hear your analysis
All
of.
right, here.
Republicans, we've covered this on the show a bunch of times, talk about, all these people who are leaving New York, going to Texas, going to Florida.
this one.
And that's seen as like, that internal migration is seen as like, I think justifiably so, terrible for New York and terrible for California and fantastic for Texas and fantastic for Florida. But suddenly when it's people who are coming from outside the country, even though they're also just human beings, and by the way, immigrants, like some of the clearly like hardest working and oftentimes most patriotic people you could possibly meet.
Did you hear it? Did you hear the way that she's got a few more seconds, but that's what I'm talking about is she flips immediately. You're not talking about fucking people who are coming here to earn a living and to like, who are coming here legally through the process, through all the shit. You're talking about people who are claiming amnesty and are maybe going to live here for a few years, maybe if they ever get deported, and then it just exists here forever.
Yeah.
What do you're not talking about the same groups of people.
She's
No.
intentionally conflating the things so that she can try and make her point, even
they're
though
all
she
just,
knows that
they're
she's
all
lying.
humans.
They're
They're
all
all
just human beings.
Come on now.
Suddenly, when they're coming from out of the country, when they come to New York, it's like, oh my God, this is terrible for New York. So how is it that people leaving is bad, but also people coming is bad?
It's a philosophical
Good
difference.
positive.
Oh my God.
I'll ask you what you asked me. What's the difference, right? What's the difference between people moving from California to Texas and somebody coming here from fucking
El Salvador.
Guatemala, El Salvador,
Venezuela.
and choosing to come across the border illegally, claim asylum, and then live here until maybe their asylum claim is adjudicated?
What's the difference?
What's the difference?
For one,
They're all just people.
The first group are American citizens who have the freedom to move about the country in any manner they so
what?
choose. That's a major one. They all are quote unquote documented, if you will. We were all born with a fucking government number attached to our name that follows us through our entire lives, where we get jobs, and no matter what job we're working, we have to pay a portion of it to the fucking Fed and the state or the city, depending on where you're fucking living and what you're doing. That's the key difference right there. And the fact that, yeah, if you are a citizen and you fall in hard times, you might have to tap social services, which you have paid into
Right.
your entire working life, I might add, versus if you just show up here and have no resources and no assistance, you can go immediately on government assistance. You're now an immediate burden on the taxpayer. That's the major issue.
Yeah.
And the fact that, I was born and raised here. I went to school saying, I don't want to, just, it sounds bad to say this, but, I went to school, saying the Pledge of Allegiance, and I joined the military and do all,
We've paid our dues to the state.
We've paid our dues to the state, and I am patriotic because I have been born and raised in this country, and I know what this country is and what it's supposed to be and what it means and where the values lie, versus somebody that just showed up here yesterday and it's like, I'm looking for work.
Right.
That's way different. There's a massive difference. But the internal migration has nothing to do with this question of illegal migration. People coming in, people going out. Yeah, I thought we were all human beings, bro. You're just saying we're all numbers,
Right.
is what you're saying at this point. No, what the problem is that New York City and New York State has become such a fucking shithole because of the bullshit policies, all of which you approve of, that it became untenable for us to fucking live there during the COVID tyranny and everything else, that we decided, a good group of people decided to internally migrate down to more freer states where they don't have to deal with as much tyranny as they were living in before. That's the major difference. It's not numbers going in, numbers going out. It's good, it's bad.
Right.
No. Texas and Florida are better off now because they have a bigger tax base because their population has increased. It's going to get worse because all those people that left there are still probably going to vote for some bullshit. And goodbye, Florida. I love that Florida became this nice Republican fucking safe haven over the last 4 or 5 years. But that's about to go away because all the psycho fucking path liberals that just moved down from New York City, that's all going to change in a few years when the COVID tyranny shit all fucking levels out. You're still going to get all those people that have those base progressive values. That's still going to implement themselves in the politics, and it's going to go back to being a purple state just like it always has been. But the comparison she's making to people in, people out is nonsense because you're not talking about American citizens moving into different states.
Right.
There's not a vast group of Californians that decided to relocate to New York City. That's not what happened.
Not to mention that if you're moving from one state to another, you almost certainly have either a good amount of money or a job that you're going to when you get there.
Yes.
So you're almost definitely not going to go and be an immediate drain on whatever economy you're moving to.
Yes.
If you are coming here, like you said, with no money and with no job, no ability to work, you, like you said, are immediately in a drain on that economy.
Yeah.
That's what the difference is,
Yeah.
is that
And
you don't need to be supported by that city, by that
Exactly.
state, whereas if you come here from somewhere else, then you do, and you are.
And
That's why it's good and not good.
The really ironic thing is too, even if you were somebody that had buku credentials from your previous country, and then chose to illegally come here and go to New York City were like, well, I used to be an engineer in El Salvador or Venezuela or whatever, and I'm super smart and I got all this, got all that. Well, guess what happens when you move to a super progressive city like New York City? You don't have all the required American credentials that can transfer over, and so you are effectively somebody that moves here with zero skills. Even if you have the skills, you don't have the credentials to show that you do, because we become such a credentialized society, especially in these progressive strongholds. So it's a lose-lose every fucking which way you cut it. It doesn't really matter. The point she's making has zero basis in reality, as per the usual. But that's, and you know, she's so smug. Just look at her face in this one. It's a tough screenshot, I know, but also it really speaks to what she's talking about. Oh God, who's bringing up Nick Fuentes? Of course, Joseph's bringing up Nick Fuentes.
What's he saying?
He says, I make up my own mind. I don't 100% agree with anyone. Crowder is the closest to my personal view, but sorry, but it's not identical to his views, if that makes sense. I haven't had a philosophical difference in opinion with Nick. Nick Fuentes is probably going to be a better representation of my opinions very shortly. I haven't listened to him enough to know for sure yet. I don't like Nick Fuentes, but that's fine.
About him.
I'm not a fan. Do we have more from Crystal, or are we moving to the next one?
We're going to 27-23.
Man, that was nice. You got like a 3-minute break there for a second.
They're all pretty close together. There's a couple where
Well,
I'm
she
like, should I
talks
just make
a
this
lot.
one big fucking, you know? I'm like, no, cut it up.
I mean, let's be realistic. We did like a 26-minute full breakdown, I think, last time, and it took us over an hour and a half.
Yeah.
So this would have been half the show today if we just did this whole thing.
So they don't deserve anything.
Hold on, Sagar. Think about.
They don't deserve anything.
Okay, put aside you know, who deserves what, et cetera, et cetera. Just think about the best interest of the country. Like, it's very clear that some level of immigration, and you can see it again when we're talking about internal migration, is very good for local economies.
Stop. Okay.
What?
You cannot, when looking at any influence of illegal migration or external migration, compare that to internal migration. There's zero. There is zero similarity between the two whatsoever. An American citizen, or even an American green card holder, moving from state to state, has nothing in common with somebody coming from Venezuela to New York. There's there's nothing at all you can compare that to, except for it's a person going from point A to point B. There is zero substance you can gain from that when it comes to effect on U.S. policy, U.S. economics, anything like that. Somebody that is moving, a legal resident and citizen of the United States, moving from Washington State to California, from California to Texas. You cannot compare the impact on the overall nation to somebody coming from a separate nation into this nation, regardless of which state they land in. So I'm already done listening because she's a fucking idiot. She's trying to make a comparison here that has nothing to do with anything. Am I off base there? No.
And you know what? What we have seen as a nation of immigrants is that in these subsequent waves of immigration, some of the hardest working people, most family-oriented people, et cetera,
absolutely,
and more law-abiding, by the way, are immigrants.
Depends on the type, but yes.
Nope, not true.
They're so law-abiding that their simple presence here breaks the law. Yeah, they're super law-abiding.
You look overall, immigrant populations more law-abiding than native-born citizens, not to mention, yes, when they first come and they're learning the language and they're new, et cetera, and they're bringing their cultures, we all know what the next generation looks like. They just look like Americans. Their kids are going to speak English. They're going to be 100% American.
Well,
because they were born here. I don't know what kind of point she's trying to make here, because it's nonsense to me. The people that come here, okay, so her base assumption that all migration is the same is not correct.
It's all the same, Colin. They're all
not
just human beings.
the same. And it drives me insane that like immigration itself is a good thing. Word. I'm on the Eric Weinstein train. I'm a xenophilic. No, how does he say? I like legal immigration. Big fan of that. A lot of perks to be had from that, right? I want more legal immigration. I'm into that. We need the numbers. Cool. There's a lot of really smart motherfuckers out there that believe in freedom, that are in oppressed nations, that want to come to America and live freer lives, that are coming and going to do better for America by coming here. Super down with that. There's a lot of people out there that are just, they believe in our American values.
Nick, the Virginia State delegate. That's not Nick Fuentes, the Nazi guy. Nick Freitas.
Sorry, Joseph. I was really off base there. My bad.
I wasn't looking at the chat, so I didn't. I wasn't looking at the chat. I was just listening to what you were saying.
Damn, I am.
That's hilarious. Listen, it's okay.
I don't know anything about Nick Freitas. I got to look into that.
So we talked about him a little bit last time.
Did we?
Yes, you do disagree with us. Me, you agree with Colin all the time, which is not a bad thing.
It's because me and Joseph are
you fucking keep me going sometimes, Joseph. No, let him go for a minute because soccer gets pretty basic here too.
Well, it depends. Look, George Borjas, who works over at Harvard University, has done a 2017 fantastic study which shows that mass illegal immigration largely depresses wages for lower class Americans. So that's number one. I would say the empirical data is pretty set on this in terms of the laws of supply and demand. But number two, again, is a deep philosophical difference. I think that the net migration level that we should have over the next 30 years should be zero. And this is my case again, and look, people will be like, how can a guy, son of Indian immigrants, by the way, my mom vehemently disagrees with me if anybody wants to know. And she also votes, so she can vote the way that she wants, if people want to know. I'll tell you, which is that in the 1919s and the teens, we had a hyphenated American crisis, very similar to the one that we have here. Mass internal strife, complete differences of opinion. People speaking German, people speaking Italian. They had dual loyalty to their old countries, as we saw during the First World War. It was a huge problem. We had a massive foreign-born population, equivalent only to today. Internal strife was solved one way. We dramatically lowered the level of immigration. We let people assimilate into the country. And for the next 40 to 50 years, we had very, very little immigration. Now, that is my case for us becoming a cohesive nation, which can have a true national identity, and one where the foreign-born population, where it is currently at an all-time high, should not continue to be higher with a orderly process. I will also say, many Indians will be pissed off at what I'm saying, because I'm also claiming that legal immigration should go to net zero. And I strongly believe it, because I do believe that our current sovereignty and internal politics is so divisive, largely because we do not relate to one another whatsoever. And
that really has nothing to do.
Okay.
I think that's a fucking great point.
That's a great point, right? And that
super solid reasoning too, for like a very solid justification for like, damn, that's a good point, dog. It's a good case for fucking net zero immigration.
Well, because what he's talking about is it's generational.
Yeah.
He's talking about people coming in, first generation, right off the boat, you hang out, you're still doing your thing, and then all of a sudden, by the time your parents who immigrated to this country get old, they die off, you've lived here your entire life, or the vast majority of it. So you are now an American at this point. That has a lot of good, you retain all your cultural value and all this stuff, but you are essentially assimilated in as an American.
Right.
And then you carry on and live your American lifestyle, and you start wearing a suit and tie and talking about American politics on the fucking internet. Yes, that absolutely happens. The generation of that's first generation, right? People that initially migrate here. That's first generation. They never fully assimilate, ever.
No, a lot of them never, right, they speak two English or two Englishes, two languages most of the time they're here. Like that's some of them don't ever fully speak English.
Exactly.
Like Carolina's mom. She speaks English, but
But
it took me meeting her multiple times before she would even talk to me and not just use Carolina to translate, you know?
And their whole family it's the same kind of way. Everybody that grew up here, minus she's the most American because she came here the youngest, but like even her brothers and all that stuff you can tell that there's a lot of South America still in there, like a lot of the way they view the world, versus somebody that, you know, their kids from now, if they have kids, in the future will just be fully indoctrinated into the American society that they grew up in. They'll retain a lot of their cultural background and then carry that forward in an American framework and go forward and do good things. And that's the way it works. But you never fully lose your, how would I say this? You never fully lose your birthright. You know what I mean? Like,
yes.
if I was born in Ukraine and Michael Malice, born in fucking Ukraine in the Soviet Union, he's never fully going to be able to shake all of that off, but he came over here at like fucking 6 years old. So he's 99% got American values, and he's base as shit, but it's still like if he was to have kids, those kids would be fully indoctrinated into whatever the American society is at the time and be able to be here cohesively. We saw it during the Civil War. Massive racial issues, Italians, Irish, German.
And he talks a little bit about
all
that, I
that
think,
stuff.
yeah.
He did. He mentioned all that kind of stuff, but it takes a while. So it takes a generation. So like they came in a lot, and then like during the 19 teens, as he was saying, it was the same type of deal. Massive migration, and then a total stop.
Yeah.
As the previous generation kind of took their time, died out, and then you didn't have a problem anymore. And we already have enough social disconnect at this point, just amongst Americans already. All this is going to be doing it. I mean, it's a much broader point at that point, but like the implication of what's happening with 10 million new potential citizens thrown into the work of our society is going to drastically, it's going to put a lot of strain on an already strained and divided society.
Right. And I think if you're not doing any type of like historical research or even reading, right, then any of this stuff is going to seem completely foreign. Like you're not going to even have any concept for this being a reality in America. That at one point in time, this was in fact.
Yeah. We haven't just been doing this our whole life. This is not the whole thing.
But it's been this way for quite some time. You know, enough for. I don't want to say an Overton window shift because we're still talking about different things, but the way that we conceptualize immigration is in a very narrow scape. And so it's people don't. I think you're correct about the assimilation thing because, and you hear from Crystal Ball that this isn't America. You know, it's a nation of immigrants and slaves. That's how people are describing it now. So it's just a nation of immigrants. It's just a nation of immigrants. Also, most of the people who live here are from here. Most of the people who live here are from here.
Yes.
Yes, our ancestors did come from somewhere else because this
But they don't live here anymore.
This country
They're
is
dead.
only 400 years old.
Yes.
It's not
even.
That's what I'm saying. It's only for that. I'm rounding up, obviously, but it's only 400 years old. It's not that old. I'm talking about from the time that people got established here to
which is when it started.
Naturally, that's not that many generations of people.
No, dude.
Of course, we are technically right.
That's 4 or 5 people ago.
In theory, we are a nation of immigrants. I was born here. My grandmother came here from a different country. Both of them did. They're Americans.
Word.
They both. One of them is alive. The other one is dead. They are both American citizens. That's how that works. They came here from somewhere else. They are Americans now. The perception even of like what that means is very odd, and it's totally skewed from people because they don't identify with being here. They're thinking about the homeland. They're thinking about other shit. They're not focused on American values. If you say America first, you're racist. That's how they're perceiving that.
Yeah.
No, we're talking about your home. We're talking about you, where you live. We want your place to be the best, better, because you're from here, because that's what we want. We're all from here. This is our home. This isn't about white people. It's not about immigrants or and it's about people who belong to America.
Yes.
That's what that means.
And it's a very, very, very good point, is that the language gets so skewed when they're talking about this. Because, yes, America is a nation of immigrants, right? But the immigrants were generational.
Yes.
Like, immigrants showed up, they had kids, those kids had kids, those kids had kids, so on and so forth. It's generations of immigrants that have gone back.
Yes.
The level of immigration not everybody in America is an immigrant.
Right. She said something.
Most people in America are Americans that came from an immigrant that came here at some point. And then we became Americans, and then our kids are all Americans. Boom, boom, boom. It's like it's an exponential build.
Yeah.
But yes, how it started, we all came on a boat. Somebody came on a boat from somewhere, and then it became on a plane, blah, blah, blah. But
she said
at the end of the day,
something earlier when she was talking about New York about that being a city of immigrants, you know, and that's the same deal. Like, there are a lot of immigrants that live there. Yes.
Oh, yeah.
The vast majority of
Can
people,
confirm.
The vast majority of people who live there are American citizens. That's
Yes.
the vast majority, because you can't have a fucking city that large where most of the people don't belong here.
Exactly.
It doesn't work that way. That's not how any of this works.
Yes.
Most of the people in New York are in fact American citizens, or at least hold some form of documentation that allows them to be here legally.
yes.
This is not the same thing. A
Exactly.
city of immigrants does not mean there's no fucking white people there. Does not mean there's no American citizens there. That isn't what that means.
No, that means it's a group. It's a city
It means
filled
on the
of,
coast is what it means.
well, and it's not just on the coast, but it's so wherever there's a concentration of legalized immigrants, there's going to be more legal immigrants that
Yes.
come because of chain migration, how that works. You get a family member that gets documentation, gets approved, moves up. They sponsor other people of their family to be able to come up and then move in. And then you have, this is why New York City there's blocks of nationalities,
Right.
which
Boroughs.
has a lot of fucking perks of it, man. A lot of perks, man. Go to Queens, have the best, like, actual Chinese food in the world. And it's not like, there ain't no fucking General Tso's chicken if you walk into that place. There's Ethiopians. There's, it's every nationality, every culture you could think of. There are neighborhoods that exists, and you go there because of the way our migration system works, chain migration. Somebody moves up, their family members eventually move up, their family members eventually move up, bing, bang, boom, but then they slowly all become U.S. citizens, and then they have kids, and they intermarry, and they do society. That's what happens, right? And then eventually they all just become Americans. And so you can safely say that New York City is a city of immigrants, but at the same time, they're also majority Americans, legalized citizens of America, who follow the laws, pay their taxes, assimilate with our broader American culture. And that's the way it is. But it's just wherever there are previous immigrants, you're going to have more first-generational immigrants coming in because of the way our migration system works. So that's how you can say that factually, but then still be wrong about the point you're trying to make, because New York City is not flooded on let's just say, when I lived there,
right
New
now
York
it is,
City
but it's
was not flooded with illegal migrants. It was flooded with legal migrants, and most of them were like second or third generation at that point. And so, like, it's not, the point she's trying to make is not valid. It might be factually true, but it's not true in reality.
Right.
If that's, I don't think I'm saying that the right way.
Let's hit
but
these
you know what
comments
I'm
really quick.
Okay.
Tiffany said, we need to care for our own before we allow more people in. The homeless, the mentally ill, all of our people. My legal immigrated relatives never fully assimilated. They were also further separated from citizens because they felt we should have learned their language, not the other way around. If you want to know more about Nick, this is Joseph. If you want to know more about Nick, I'll tell you to watch his episode on the Roman Empire. Remember the trend of women asking their men how often they think about the Roman Empire? Start there. Tiffany, in my experience, it takes two generations to get our values adopted into those families. I think that's a good
generation. Yeah, I think generally.
We've talked about the 2 to 3 generation thing. I think the first time we talked about 3 generations was in American impacts in foreign countries. And it takes 3 generations for them to not fucking want to kill us because we have fucked around in their country. And it's the same general concept for here. It takes 2 or 3 generations of a normalized good lifestyle in America for you to not really feel any hostilities or any dog shit towards us, you know?
Sorry, here we go.
No, you're fine. And then Joseph said, you will or won't seek more content from his podcast. He is long-winded and has thought-out opinions. Yeah. So the next one that I have is from 3030, and we're at 2957, so you could just let it play. It's 33.
With
the
immigration.
third world
I mean,
is just not going to work.
Even if you look at, like, the political divide, has never been actually less racially polarized than it is
Oh my
right
God.
now.
Pause that.
And in fact, Republicans are
No, wait. Let her go. Let her go for a minute.
winning. This is the other thing with all this like great replacement. Oh, they want to bring in all these immigrants just so they can vote for Democrats. Like that's actually happening less and less.
We
And
still vote 64.
Republicans love to brag about how they're winning over this population, but also fearmonger about how they could never win this population. So that's another part of the conversation that I think makes absolutely no sense and is utterly ridiculous. The divides in this country. Yeah, some are, there are some racial divisions, but increasingly we're actually less polarized among racial lines. And,
Then what have we been doing since 2020?
What?
What have we been doing? What was all the George Floyd about? What was all of the bullshit about for the last 4 fucking years? All the equity, all the dog shit, all the DEI, all the fucking nonsense.
All the oppression, bro. So much oppression.
If racial lines are pretty much okay, what the fuck has all of this been about then? What are we still doing if everything is pretty much okay?
Since 2012?
Are you lying then or are you lying now? Do you really believe this? If you do, then say that, because you would be denouncing BLM. You'd be denouncing all this dog shit that's coming out here, fucking up everybody's lives and affecting the way fucking children learn in a school because it's a government environment. What are we doing here?
Yeah,
what has all of this been about then?
That is a hard misspeak on her point, because her career is built off of fucking, the racial segregation and oppression towards other races, and there's a Disney thing I'm going to pull up later, I think. The unrepresented classes, which are, it's all code for racial lines. Underrepresented. Thank you very much. And that's all you ever fucking talk about.
Yes.
That's all she talks about on this fucking show is the unrepresented minorities and this and that and the other thing. Fuck off, Crystal. You're trying now to backtrack on everything that you claim you stand for to try to make a point.
Yes.
Fuck you.
Let her go some more.
I hate
She's
her.
going to talk about the Holocaust.
I would wager, and I think most people would agree, that ultimately the country was much better for those waves of Irish and Italian and Polish and German immigrants. I mean, that's part of what has made this country what it is. And I don't see this new wave of migrants coming from a different part of the world in any different way. So listen, is there a limit to how much we can, bring in at one time?
Why can you not look at the person?
She hates him. She doesn't like him.
I cannot stand this.
She doesn't
dude.
actually like him.
Why would you go into business with somebody like this? Because you're a fucking piece of shit shill?
Just again, practically if you flood the zone with a whole bunch of new people and that creates housing, there's problems. I'm not going to say that there's you can just bring in the whole world and it's not going to cause an issue. But I do think that there's something fundamentally broken in a logic that would say, it's very clear when a place like the industrial Midwest empties out and these towns are decaying and people are fleeing. It's very clear that's a bad thing. It's very clear when it's New York and people are leaving New York that that's a bad thing. But then somehow, when it's other people who are coming in, which in a different scenario, if they, came from a different country, a different part of the world, you say, this is great, this is wonderful. Somehow that's terrible. It just doesn't make any sense to me. And I don't.
Okay. All right.
What?
I have to take a second here.
What's your problem?
I have no idea what the fuck she's trying to say right now.
She's
talking about people leaving the Midwest because of factories closing and this, that.
That's not happening.
Well, first of all, that happened a long time ago, and for reasons that had absolutely nothing to do with fucking migration. And if a bunch of Venezuelans were decided to go to the Midwest now to take up those factory jobs, you know what's not there? Those fucking factory jobs. Because all the factory closed down because people like you and your progressive fucking bullshit decided to come in and say, we can't be doing this anymore. We have to send all those jobs overseas. You're mixing and matching all this bullshit. None of what she's saying right now makes any logical sense whatsoever. She's just looking at numbers here, numbers there, numbers moving here, numbers moving there. She has no context to what anything she's talking about. She is so far off base right now. She has no context to what she's actually talking about. None of what she's saying makes any logical sense whatsoever.
No.
None whatsoever.
I don't think that the studies back up. The studies show that if you have a massive undocumented illegal workforce, that can be a problem for wages. Actually, documented immigrants, the overwhelming majority of studies show it's actually good for, it's neutral
just
on
document
wages.
them, bro? Is that where we're at now?
In general, is good for the economy and
documents,
helps
bro.
for the like thriving of that local area. So that's why, you know, again, I'm not like open borders, just you know, let's have an unlimited number. But I think we can handle a lot more than we have. I think it'd be good for all kinds of people, all kinds of parts of the country. And I also just think it's fundamentally like goes against some core American values, this complete attack on the asylum process and this idea that we don't care if you're being persecuted. We don't care if you fear for your lives. You know, we don't care if you're like, you know, a Jew trying to escape Nazi Germany or whatever.
Well, that's not fair.
That's not
If
fair.
you're ending the asylum process, it is.
These people are not fleeing Holocaust.
Yeah, but
okay?
no, but some people no.
They're fleeing
not bring
gang
that up,
violence.
Crystal.
Yeah,
By
but,
the way,
but hold on.
Okay.
But if you end the asylum,
Oh, but hold on. She's
Yes,
like, no.
yes.
I know I'm comparing Venezuelan
Yes.
migrants and Ethiopian migrants and Chinese migrants, which don't let me even factor that in. And it's akin to, you know, if I was a Jew leaving the Holocaust. No, it's not. If you want to talk about, I don't even want to go there. I don't want to go there because I'm going to get too upset. But it's not at all what we're talking about here. You cannot make the Jews and the Holocaust comparison when we're talking about the current
You
condition
wouldn't
on the
help them.
fucking southern border. I mean, you want to talk about like, if there was a gang of Chinese nationals that were trying to flee oppression from the CCP, we could probably talk about some asylum claims. You want to talk about a gang of Ethiopians coming over here? I'm sorry. There's a million other countries you can go to. I don't understand what is happening here. Anybody that crosses the border illegally that just says, I claim asylum because I'm being persecuted by my home country. What are we talking about? Everybody's being persecuted. I'm being persecuted in my own fucking country. What are you actually talking about? What persecution are you dealing with that is on a level akin to that's not akin to mine?
It's all the same, Colin.
We just blanket it all out. Everything's it's all the same. Persecution's persecution, bro. Don't worry. Oppressor, oppressee. It's all just this Marxist bullshit doctrine, whatever. None of this makes sense to me whatsoever. I don't know what to do here, Donovan.
She has
I am
no idea what
dying.
she's talking about.
It's so to the point she had to go Jewish Holocaust fleeing the Nazis to justify illegal migration on the southern border today.
Yes.
That's the point you have to get to. Your arguments are so foundationless. You have to go to, well, I mean, the argument you're making is like we wouldn't accept the Jews fleeing the Holocaust. What is wrong with you, man? Just accept that you're fucking wrong and try to listen and learn something, for God's sakes.
Let's go to 3440.
3440. What are you doing to me, man? And I know this is the third time you've had to deal with this, but this is my second. I'm already struggling.
Not overwhelm the entire country, but we should in general see it as a good thing that people want to come to the United States of America and still see it as the land of opportunity.
You should see it as a land of opportunity. It should be. It should be a land of opportunity for people who live here and people who are natural born U.S. citizens or lawful permanent residents. But I don't see how
this. But that's the thing is like you see this as a zero-sum game, and it's not. It's not.
Like I said, there's a lot of data to back it up. Now, in terms of the difference between the Irish and the German, is we were a rapidly industrializing economy which needed cheap labor. I would also say that a lot of people who were natural born hated the Irish and the Germans with some good reason because they were depleting their wages and were willing to work for much.
Yeah, have we ever seen Gangs of New York? That's Jesus Christ, bro. That is 100% a thing that happened. People hated we hated the mix and we hated the wops. That was the thing that I mean, I was a German, so like when my family immigrated over here, we were primarily Germans at that point. But that was a thing that happened for a long time.
Yeah.
And there was a lot of racial disdain towards a bunch of white folks that were here because of they were either Irish or Italian or whatever, and everything was really, really shitty for a long time. I still I have a hard time trying to rationalize any of her arguments the way she's presenting them. None of them, they're hard to argue because none of them make any sense whatsoever. They're not tied to anything. I just don't, I don't get it. I don't get it.
Less than they were, and they were driving around their overall wages, which led to major labor disputes even within unions at the time. So That
And she
played
has
out
no
100 years
concept
ago,
of
but
any
that
of
was 100 years ago, and we can say what it is. Today, we are not a rapidly industrializing economy or a rapidly deindustrializing economy. We don't need a lot of cheap labor. The predominant amount of cheap labor that does come here and ends up working places like home healthcare space. They don't. They end up depressing wages in places like construction and others. And there's also we have a housing supply issue. I mean, you know, like where are these people going to live? But then look, this is why I don't even like to have an economic argument as much. It's about process and it's about legality. If for example, and you're using the ones about El Salvador, why is it fair that we invaded Iraq and Iraqis can't just walk here? Don't they have more right to live here than anyone in El Salvador? I would say, yeah, absolutely.
I would let them in
yeah,
too.
but it's not fair because they
we
can't walk here.
She
says, let them in too, she says.
Yes.
do have special programs for, I think Iraqis, but definitely Afghan interpreters as well who helped
People
us
that work
in our
with us,
war.
yeah,
So
but not any,
absolutely.
not any just Afghani out of the fucking the goat field. I mean, what are we
her
doing?
response is we have special programs for people who worked with us. Okay. Do you know how fucking hard it is for them to actually get over here? Very difficult.
Yeah, it involves fucking Tim Kennedy and Jocko and all the people going over there.
For the fucking Taliban until they get here, you dumb bitch. You literally don't know what you're talking about. You're just pulling any information you can out of your brain and trying to put it out there like it's going to make your fucking point for you. That means nothing.
Stop,
a program
dude.
where maybe 1,000 Afghanis who aided us during a war will get to come here as a reward. That is not the same thing as fucking immigration, dude. That's a reward. You get to be an American now because you hooked us up. You get to come here now. We'll give you all the privileges. That is not immigration. It's a fucking reward.
And you get to come here because not only did you work with us,
It's a war
but now
chest.
if you were to stay there, the current government that we let come in is going to fucking murder you and all of your family. That's an asylum claim if I've ever fucking heard one. Not we allowed fucking the Maduro regime to continue to reign on, and we didn't try to overthrow our own government who were systematically keeping us down and exploiting us. And no, it's the same, basically, in her mind. It's the same. The Iraqi interpreter is the same as a standard Venezuelan economic migrant.
She says something, and we can pause this here, and we'll go to the next one after this. She said something about it being a zero-sum game. She's like, you're acting like it's a zero-sum game, and it's not. Okay,
What's a zero-sum game?
She's talking about like a finite amount of jobs and stuff that that are here. She's like, it's not a fixed number. It kind of is.
Kind of is.
It does change, but also they don't just make new jobs because there's more people.
Yes.
That isn't how the job market works.
Let's do it.
There's
Houses.
a fixed number to the extent that it fluctuates by the market, not by the demand. That's
Indeed.
it is tied to it, but that is not the driving force behind it because there
demand only raises prices. It
Yes.
doesn't necessarily
Yes.
increase supply.
And it's the same thing with jobs. If there's more people who need jobs, there's just less pay to go around because they can pay people less money. That doesn't make it more jobs. That isn't how it works.
That's not how supply and demand works.
Eventually they equal
Maybe
out. But
communism.
eventually they equal out over time with no other fluctuations in the system if it works its way out.
Yes.
But if it continues to change, it doesn't work that way. And when you're talking about, again, like she talked about earlier, people coming here immediately getting on the system, it is a zero-sum game because you're not adding, you're only taking away. There is a bar you need to reach here.
Yes.
And the point that Sagar made earlier is the same thing that Joseph is saying now. We are not at a place in our society where we need just bottom bar, zero cost cheap labor.
No.
We don't need that now.
We don't need that.
Isn't where we're at.
That's
we
not
need
in high
people-
demand.
No, we are trying to spin the economy back up to make shit again. And that's not on the production level that we're spinning up. We need design. We need people who are making things on a research and development level. We need people who are operating and fucking designing things, creating industry. We don't need people working in the industry. There's plenty of fucking plebes to work here. Plenty of fucking people to take up regular jobs.
Yes.
That is not what our economy demands from immigration right now.
Yes. The lowest skill level jobs are not the jobs that are in demand. The jobs that are in demand are the high skill level jobs. I know for a fact because I tried to hire these people. I searched for years and years to try to find highly qualified, trained professionals in the construction industry, right?
Yes.
And it got to the point where I was recruiting people to come over from other countries, in which case my company would sponsor them to come over here to get a job so that it's not the low skill level labor that needs to be filled. We have that. There's lots of people to do that. It's the high skill level jobs that need to be filled. But even aside from that, you say we're
Because all
spinning
of our
up.
college students don't actually have any skills.
Of course, of course they don't. They have an education. They don't have any skills, and their education is questionable. But part of this problem is the U.S. government getting in the way of our society's growth. We have a problem with innovation in this country because it's cost prohibitive to start a new factory, to start a new industry, to create a manufacturing career. There's so much red tape and bullshit you have to go through. You can't even make products that are going to be sold in the United States most of the time. There's a good goddamn reason why all of our manufacturing base is overseas.
Yes.
Because a t-shirt would cost $35 And you know that by going to Breaking Point's fucking website and trying to order any of their fucking merch, who thanks to Crystal's involvement, insists that it's U.S. made, union made merch. And so you buy a coffee cup, it's about $30 for a coffee mug. You want a t-shirt, $35. Don't ask me where that t-shirt actually was manufactured, but when they did the screen printing and shit, it was done in America. And even that is going to be $35 a pop. There's a reason why we cannot spin up lower level manufacturing jobs or anything like that. And it's because the government is in the fucking way of it. Her goddamn government, I might add, that added all these worker protections and a bunch of bullshit. This is her goddamn doing. People like her. And so that people like her created the situation in which we are finding ourselves in now, and she's arguing that they have to maintain their policies because it's humanitarian or whatever the fuck. It's better off for everybody in the long run, when we know for a fact that's not even close to the truth. So let's do, what is it, Maslow's hierarchy of needs. But the hierarchy of needs for a human being, what do we need to survive? We need shelter, housing,
water.
How's the housing market?
Dog shit.
Dog shit already. Let's add another 10 million people to that housing market, and we'll see how things go. You know how difficult it is to buy a house, build a fucking house?
Right.
That's going to be better with 10 million more people looking for fucking houses. That's going to be great.
Who
food.
can only rent. They're not going to be able to buy a
No.
house. So.
No. So that just means because the demand goes higher, the supply is lagging, the price point to get in will go up because demand is higher. The supply stays the same.
Right.
Or the rate of increase in supply stays the same. So all it does is raise prices. So you're hurting everybody, including these people that you're insisting on are coming in, because they won't be able to afford it, much less the people that are already here. Food, same thing. If there's more demand on the food supply, we're already kind of at a problem with our food supply already. We dealt with it during the fucking COVID shutdown, the supply chain issues. All that's going to do is increase prices and make more. There's going to be less stuff on the shelves if more people are looking for it. Water, same problem. Climate change, drought, this, that, and the other thing. So what you're saying is that we should have 10 million more people just come in and take up that much more water?
It'll be better.
That sounds good. Yeah, what else? Food, water, shelter, electricity? Yeah. That's good.
Just don't charge your electric cars at all.
Don't charge your electric car ever again, especially in California. Like I think it was like the #1 state for illegal migrants last year. Pretty sure. I think we're in the top 10 for sure. Washington State is. I have a chart for that later on. But
spent a bunch of COVID money housing illegal immigrants. Did you know that?
Yeah.
Have been since COVID happened.
Yeah, $1,000 checks. That's how that went.
Balling.
But what I'm saying is she's factually wrong.
Yes.
On every single level.
Yes.
But that's okay because money grows on trees and nothing actually matters other than that. What's the next one? Or are we still rolling?
The next one is 39.
39.
Arguing that we should just let an unlimited number in. I just think the focus only on restrictionism, and here's the other thing that I'll say, is there's this assumption that the more cruel and restrictive you are at the border, number one, the more orderly it's going to be. That's not true, because almost definitely the more that you're squeezing the number of actual legal migrants, the more you're going to have illegal migrants, because these are not people who are casually leaving their homes. They have real reasons and are not going to be and haven't shown any deterrence based on the cruelty at the border or the restrictionist policies at the border. I'll give you a perfect example.
If you were physically unable to cross the border, there would be no squeeze on the increase. I mean, I've stated my piece about walls. I'm not super in love with walls because walls can just as easily be used to keep people in as to keep people out. Right now, the problem is keeping people out. Well, that could be stopped. It's Texas has shown it. You can do it. So maybe don't use that as your argument point, because like the squeeze on illegal migration being caused by a lowering in legal migration, you could stop the illegal migration with physical borders.
Don't say that.
You could do it. Like, it would be easy. You could definitely do it. So that's a really bad point.
After Trump instituted the child separation policy with these dramatically cruel images, I mean, some of the most...
Which was also not Trump's policy. That was a ruling passed in the Flores Agreement during the Obama era. So that is not
policy.
So it was an Obama era policy that came from a legal precedent set by then, and all Trump did was follow the fucking law. My bad.
Listen, don't fucking add reason to this. Okay, it's not what we're doing on Breaking Points today.
Like cruel imagery you could possibly imagine coming out, the number of migrants actually went up. There has been no evidence that the more you crack down at the border, that it actually serves as a deterrent effect and people don't come. That simply has not worked out in history. So even if your goal is like, let's keep people away, the restrictionist direction isn't effective for that.
The counter to that is that the reason they started coming back is because Trump caved and he actually went away from family separation.
That is
and
true.
They didn't actually close the fucking border.
Never.
That people still just can come here. That's if there's no deterrent, like if it's only an emotional deterrent to come here, who fucking cares?
Yeah.
And so the goal changes from, okay, find BBP to just get into the country. Just avoid them at all costs and just fucking get in the country.
Just get in here. Then you're fine.
Yeah. So
who cares?
It's at the comments.
Yep.
Kevin said, we need creators, not art creators either. I went to college, got a degree, didn't use it at all. Now I run a successful business. I wish I could have gotten a business loan instead of a student loan. Joseph, I have a high school career, and I can say we have plenty of people competing for my job. We need more jobs and more affordable American dreams, not more people competing for the minimal opportunities, 100%.
Also, Joseph and Kevin, tell us, what do you guys do?
Kevin manages a series of Airbnbs. I do not know what Joseph does.
He's in real estate, bro. Kevin's in real estate.
Yeah.
Shout out, bud.
Kevin, we are seeing illegal up here in the mountains, y'all. It's going to get worse, too. The people up in them hills won't put up with this, especially those from Jupiter, California. I don't even go into Jupiter, even though I look white. I refuse to go, and now illegals are starting to flood the entire area of Jupiter. Jupiter is an offering community, by the way. People will start to go MIA. I'll send... to the salt of the streets. Yes.
Good. We'll definitely be hitting that in the grab bag then.
Yeah.
The grab bag's gonna be lit today, by the way.
Yeah, it is. I got some good stuff in there too.
Yay.
4150. This is, I guess, two more. This one and one more. This is one of my favorite ones.
I don't like your favorites
This is
anymore,
one of my
bro.
favorite ones.
Control and all that actually does a great disservice to people like my family and others who came to the country legally, and it is an unfair policy.
You had the ability to.
Yeah.
And your family had the money
That's
to.
right. That's right.
And
yes.
that's
not unfair.
How is that fair? How is that fair that because you had the resources to do it and you happen to be from a country where there was a possibility of getting in, that you're able to?
Well, first of all, nobody owes anybody. So in terms of policy, it makes sense that you probably want people who are higher skilled, who already speak English, and who are well educated, so they can more firmly and easily fit into the overall economy.
See, I don't
that's
really
number
accept
one.
that.
Well, but that's a difference.
I don't really accept that.
Okay,
That
you
is
know
what
what
you're
you-
going to want, though,
yeah.
because those people are going to easily assimilate to the country and cause overall less problems.
Yep. So you know what? She needs a couple buses in her town. That's exactly what needs to happen. Fucking Abbott or fucking...
I put the fire in the wire, bro. Joseph's an electrician.
That's right. That's right.
There you go.
With the fire in the wire. Let's go. Crystal needs to have 100,000 migrants dropped in her fucking actual town
In
where
Virginia,
she lives. I don't know, a few dozen buses to come in and drop off a bunch
It's
of illegal
overall
migrants.
good for the economy. So
Exactly. So that means her town will become safer, it'll become cleaner, and it'll have a better overall economy. That's exactly what she needs, because she has no fucking concept of what she's actually talking about. She's
Yeah.
a fucking idiot. Lineman, baby.
I love this.
Put the fire in the wire. Daddy's a lineman. Lineman's a good deal, man.
I love this. How is that fair? You know,
How is that fair?
There is no fair. This is the fucking world.
You
This
know what
doesn't
life
work.
is?
It doesn't work that way.
It's unfair.
That's not how things are not fair. My life is
Ever.
not fair. I live in America. It doesn't work that way.
No.
That's not how America works. Nothing here is fair. Nothing anywhere is fair. How is it fair that because you had the money in this? Because that's what it takes to get here. That's what it takes to get here. Listen,
You know what that is? That's fucking,
most
that's white ass privilege is what that is.
Listen, America is a country of fucking champions and winners, okay? I don't care. If you want to come here to be a champion and a winner, you have to show us that you have the potential. You have to show us that you can come here and be a fucking dog.
You
or
have
else you
to
don't
be
get to come here.
undeniable.
That is how this country works.
Or a trust fund baby like her.
This is a world of, this is a country of, of fucking dogs, dude.
Yep.
That's,
yeah.
If you're from here, you don't have to be a dog because you were lucky enough to be born here.
Yep.
If you want to come here, you do have to be a dog because that's what we demand of the motherfuckers that come here. That's what we produce at the highest order. So that's what we're going to demand of you.
Yep.
I don't think that's ridiculous. I think that's totally reasonable.
Totally
We
reasonable.
want the best of the best to come from anywhere else.
Mhm.
That's what this country is. We are always trying to make the best shit. Always. We want you to be the best. If you're not the best, don't fucking come here. We have a certain allotment for people who are just whatever. Yeah, we let a certain amount of whatever's in here because everybody to a certain degree should try, should get a shot at whatever. That's why we have the lottery system. You are lucky enough to get a draw and come here. This is a good thing, I think.
Word.
Opportunity, the beauty, the shining light on the hill. This is a good thing for people to see that there is an opportunity to get there. If you have more to offer than just opportunity and dream, you have more reason to be here.
Yeah. 100%.
So I'm sure that sounds fucking shitty, but
no, that's the way it is. That is what it is, dude. The original motherfuckers that got here were like, yeah, you can have fucking 40 acres and a mule. Now go try to survive out there.
Yes.
Be hard, figure it the fuck out. The thing that really pisses me off, I think, the most is, and it's very common in like Crystal's progressive circles, the reason she got where she's at is because she got all her money from her ex-husbands.
Right.
She was born into this, essentially. She married into this. She got into it through circumstance. She was a failed TV host that got fired from MSNBC. She tried to run for public office and did not get elected. And then she started an internet show.
Co-started.
Oh, yeah, co-hosted. And if Sagar has any actual sense anymore, he needs to fucking sell out now and cash out while this thing is still working. Because he's about to become Anna Kasparian to Crystal Ball fucking Cenk Uygur.
Ooh, yeah.
That's exactly what's about to happen.
Kasparian's
They're about to
still
be
kind of fire, dude.
She has her moments, man.
Yeah.
She has her moments where all of a
Other
sudden you're
times
like,
she's
ooh,
insufferable. But
oh yeah. But every now and again you're like, ooh, that was hot. Say that again, sweetheart. Speak some more freedom to me.
Kevin, I also was a loser and drug addict as a junior in high school. Right there with you, dog.
Dude, I'm not a drug addict, nor was I in high school, but I'm still a loser. I'm at a very low point in my life, gentlemen.
All right.
It's a whole thing. Let's carry on
It's
to the
last
next
one. It's 45-10.
Ooh, we're getting deep into it. Here we go.
I don't have a problem with
but
that.
Sagar, you know the
Like, go to
reality.
Poland or whatever.
You know the reality is because we are relatively well off and American, we pretty much can go wherever we want.
Mostly,
we
yes.
pretty much can go
Mostly.
whatever we want. So what you're advocating
you hear what
for
she
is a
said?
policy where
No, I'm sorry. Keep going.
basically like rich people can come and poor people can't. And I, even outside of the fairness, I don't actually think that is the ideal migration system because, again, I think it's classist. I think it ignores the skills and the abilities that, people who happen to have been born in the wrong country and to the wrong.
So the point she's trying to make essentially at this point is they're coming off of the back of you are able to come here if you're rich, but you're not able to come here if you're poor.
Yes.
Set of parents that they can bring to the table. And I think that's demonstrated by the strength of America through migration throughout our history.
My care for the poor and the lower class extends to the borders of the United States. For everybody beyond that, I hope for the best for you, but it's not my problem. And that can sound harsh if you want, but I've seen enough of the world to know that there is so much suffering that is out there that there's absolutely nothing I can do about it. My parents are from India. I feel no obligation to street urchins in India. I think that's the Indian government's problem.
So what's she saying? We can go where we want because we're rich and we can do it. That's yes,
you can.
You have more things that are attractive to you to take you to somewhere else.
Yeah.
Yes. No one owes you anything. You don't deserve to go to another country. It doesn't work that way.
No.
That's a totally different society. No one owes you anything. If you have more to offer, they're more likely to accept you.
Yep.
If you don't, you're lucky to get in. That's how it works.
Ask all the super
It's the reality
rich.
of America. It's awesome.
Oh yeah. Ask all the super affluent people that decided they were going to migrate to Canada when Trump got elected. How many of those people actually went? None? Pretty much none? We'll go with none.
7 maybe?
Yeah. Yeah, try to fucking migrate to another country. Good luck. Godspeed. Okay, you know what? You know how this works? If you fly there, because you have the ability to fly there, you don't have to pay coyotes to get you there.
Right.
And then you just show up. And you know what's going to happen is either they're going to turn you away at customs because you don't have a visa and you weren't welcomed here, but just because you have a U.S. passport doesn't mean you get to get into their country. And then after a while, if you are there and you're not allowed to be there, you're going to get the federales busting down your door, and they're going to throw you on a fucking plane, if you're lucky, and send you back to America.
They deport you, ya fuck.
That's how that works.
No one owes you anything.
Anything.
You don't deserve to go to another country. If you want to move to a different nation, there are requirements. It's going to take money.
When
it's
I
going
was
to take fucking skills.
That's right.
Things that attract you to other countries, other governments, other societies, you dumb bitch. Sorry that you don't have anything to offer, so you don't think that anybody should have to have anything to offer to come here.
Yes.
That's not how it works.
Yep.
No one wants you to move anywhere else anyway because you don't fucking offer anything to them. You don't add anything to a society other than fucking this shit, which is taken away from our society right now.
That's right. And in Kevin's words, why are we listening to her? She's a white liberal single woman, right? No, she's not single no more. She's married to Kyle Kalinske, so she's in a lesbian relationship. If so, ignore her. She is the type of person ruining our country.
Yes.
Amen, Kevin. Amen. She has toxic empathy. That is a perfect yes.
That's fire.
So many of these hardcore progressive fucking, what do you call those WASPs? White affluent single, no, what is it? Awful.
Affluent white female liberals.
There you go. Yeah, she's an awful. She's 100% awful. She's fucking terrible, dude.
Empathy. That's
toxic empathy, bro. That's
I'm
what it
writing
is.
That one down.
That's a more proficient way of saying road to hell paved with good intentions.
Yeah.
Toxic empathy.
Ooh, that's fire.
I started out poor Kevin. I had no choice but to make something of myself, and soon as I possibly could. And he gives you clap, 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 Donovan.
Thank you.
That's gracious. I was right with you. The chat's getting intimate.
I love you guys.
It's the homies, bro, the squad.
That's the last one that I have for this one. So we think we just have like really quick updates on immigration because we don't have a new bill yet.
We don't have a new bill yet.
There was another bill that
didn't make it.
No, they didn't make it, so we're not going to go over it. But it involved a bunch of money for the border and some changes in immigration policy, as well as money for Israel, Ukraine, and Taiwan.
Yes.
Right,
among other foreign aid.
Yes.
So yeah, it was a foreign aid package with some immigration thrown into it.
Yeah.
To appease the Republicans, but obviously that was denied, so that's not going to happen anymore. They are working on passing just a strictly foreign aid bill now, and not using the border as a pawn.
Let's talk about this for a second, right? Because I think this is probably the most relevant and interesting part of this discussion right now is like this weird flip-flopping that's happened with the border, right? That months ago, because I pulled up a bunch of articles that like in November, last year, when they're trying to pull together Ukraine aid and Israel aid and stuff like that, the Republicans are saying, listen, if there's no fucking border money in there, we're not even going to consider it.
Yes.
Right? And then everything comes together in a big package after months and months and like multiple almost government shutdowns.
Yep.
We're now in February. Last week, they're like, okay, we have a fucking bill together. It's looking like it's going to cook up okay. There's border in here, so you guys are going to be happy. There's fucking, aid in here. But during those negotiations, members of the House are like, listen, we're not fucking voting for any money for any foreign aid at all. We're not
even a
doing
little
that
bit.
over here, even a little bit. So all this is happening in the background while the Senate is still saying, oh, we're going to put something together and you guys are going to fucking vote for
That's
it.
right.
For sure, right? Now this shift has happened where the Democrats are saying or the Republicans are saying, we don't want to do the border at all. Democrats are saying we have to do the border right now, but they're willing to push something forward that's just national security or foreign aid. If that's what's going to work,
Yes.
it's a super interesting. You would think that it's very weird if it wasn't so obvious that it was all just political jockeying, that everyone is just trying to position themselves better for 2024.
Yes.
But it looks like, what the fuck is going on here?
Yes, because the little known secret that everybody actually knows, because it's blatantly obvious, is that nobody wants to do anything to fix the border crisis. Period. Nobody does. Whether the Democrats have a supermajority or the Republicans have a supermajority.
Yes.
Nobody wants to do anything to fix the border because it is too good of a pawn to use every 2 to 4 years when there's an election, because we can float whatever we need to float to get to the next midterm election, because it's only 2 fucking years.
No one actually
we can
wants
sit
to
there
fix
and
this.
look at this, blah blah blah, do this. Yeah, and there's a reason why every time this discussion comes up about like a bill here, a bill here, a bill, these are all just funding bills. Where, okay, so we're going to increase the funding to the Border Patrol, which means you hire this many people, do this, make some of these policy changes, blah, blah, blah. That could easily be done just in a separate bill. Could do that. But the only thing Congress does anymore, we don't pass regular shit anymore. No, everything is just taken care of, omnibus, spending bills. And the new Speaker of the House, Mr. fucking
Mike Johnson.
Yeah, it's Jack Johnson with Christ. It's Mr. Mike Johnson. He hasn't changed anything since the old guy.
No, he's just agreed and then not agreed to the same fucking deal that got Kevin McCarthy kicked out.
It's the
literally
same
nothing
exact
has
stuff.
changed.
Yeah, which also makes me throw shade on the same fucking hardcore people that threw out McCarthy. Gates.
Yeah.
Gates, and they're all
Been awful quiet.
real goddamn quiet, considering he threw out the last guy that tried to do the same exact goddamn thing.
It's been MTG that's been I think the most vocal.
Yeah, but even her, she's a flip-flopping on all sorts of shit too. She was on board with Mike Johnson, and it's all just ridiculous,
Donald
dude.
Trump says.
Yeah, and let's just say Donald Trump doesn't necessarily have a good eye on how to wrangle in Congress politically. He doesn't know how to make those kinds of deals.
He could not be the whip.
No.
He does not know how to whip votes.
Exactly. You want somebody who knows how to handle Congress, you hire Steve Scalise, which is why when they looked at him, he was like, fuck you, I'm not doing that.
I'm not going anywhere.
I already know how to do this,
I'm
and I do
fucking
it in the
running with this
shadows,
house.
bro.
Yeah.
Yeah, the Speaker of the House is just the Speaker of the House is the public-facing, puppet of the whip. The whip actually does all the shit. Have you not seen House of Cards, people? Okay, this is how this works.
Say Frank Underwood.
Yeah, dude.
Yes, bros.
The House Whip has all the power.
Yeah.
He's the one that controls all the things.
The biggest balls.
That's right. But he gets to do it from the shadows. And the Speaker of the House is just the mantelpiece that goes up there and says stuff to the camera.
Yes.
Mike Johnson is a fucking void of a human being. Okay, you
started raising flags as soon as he got in office. You were starting to research, and you were like, I think this guy's kind of a bag of shit.
He is a bag of shit.
It's only grown since then.
Yeah, dude. He is one half step away from being Mike Pence. It's super weird. Like the hardcore religious stuff.
The evangelical stuff.
Oh, dude. His marriage, super weird. Look into that. I'm not going to get into it right now. It's very off topic.
There's a difference between the trad wife and the evangelical. You know, I'm into the.
There's some real Handmaid's Tale shit in there, bro.
Yeah.
He's in charge. what he says goes. When he goes home, he's the man, but not because he deserves to be the man. He just is the man because he's a dude, and it's real weird shit. Like, he could get a divorce legally right now, but his wife's still his wife forever. He gets to tell her what to do forever. It's some weird shit,
I've just
dude.
kind of started to hear some of this stuff. Maybe it started from him, but people's like, so it actually started on. I don't even know if it matters, but I was listening to Tell 'em Steve Dave, old Tell 'em Steve Dave Christmases,
Okay.
and they had one that was like very religious themed as kind of a trolly joke type of deal, and so they asked all these like religious questions about what is like background sins or something like that, like supplemental sin something, and one of them was if it was okay to get married to somebody whose ex-spouse was still alive.
Yeah, that's the thing.
Or if you should attend the wedding of somebody whose ex-spouse was still alive.
Yeah.
Because they're like, till death do you part. And, I was like, what the fuck? I never heard anything like that before.
Oh, dude.
Yeah,
It
I've
gets
never
deep,
heard that.
dude.
That's very interesting.
Oh, yeah. There's a certain amount of people that once you get married, until both of you motherfuckers kick off. That's
Right.
it. That's it. Homie's just waiting for you on the back end. You still got to hang out by yourself. You just get to be alone for a while. It's a weird deal. But that aside, last little bit of migration news was the impeachment of Alejandro Mayorkas.
Yes.
Which was finally brought up in the House. It was it did not pass out of the House. 4 members of the Republican Party decided not to vote for impeachment, so it didn't even make it up to the Senate. One of which is actually kind of a base dude as far as politicians go, but he, more or less, he was a yes vote, but because they needed a certain number of votes, it's a weird rules type of thing. So they needed only X number of no votes so that they could actually bring it up again next week.
Right.
And so
That's more like Chuck Schumer voted no so that it could be.
yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. So there's weird stuff. So like with numbers on yes and no votes, like at a certain point, you got to have a certain people that are still on board with you to be like, okay, I need you to vote no right now. Cause otherwise we can't bring this up next week for whatever fucking stupid reason. So, it's very, very obvious to anybody that's Alejandro Mayorkas has been doing his job very, very well.
He's hustling, bro.
He's been doing his job very well. The unfortunate problem is that his direction from the executive branch on what job he's supposed to do is really, really terrible.
Kevin says, this is relevant. That's why I'm saying this. I called McClintock's office because he voted against impeachment. Told his secretary I'll spend the next 6 months working to get him out of office and tell everyone I know what he did. McClintock, that's my congressman.
Shout out.
Fucking shout.
Good, dude. And you've been doing work, bro. I've been following you on Instagram. The dude is...
He's doing the Lord's work.
He's doing the Lord's work.
I've been sharing his stuff.
Yeah.
I'm sure you have a higher reach than we do because we get fucking... It's bad.
It's
what
been
happens
bad.
to our account. It's really bad.
It's been bad, dude.
We get like some posts that break through, but a lot of it's... You just
not
can
much.
tell with the insights. Yeah. So...
It's the workout videos, bro. The workout videos are what really helped Kevin through the algo.
I gotta
He's
get back
doing
in the
beautiful
gym.
things, man.
Gotta get
And
back in the gym and get it on salt the streets.
He's fucking pushing weight. He's doing that shit.
I did
and then
see you
his,
talking about your surgery. So go
yes. And his messages that he posts
Yeah,
on there are
thought out.
powerful, dude. Powerful stuff.
You're a better social media person than I am.
Yeah.
I fucking hate it so much.
No, we don't have any money to pay you, but do you want a job?
Yeah, if you want to run ours too, we'll send you all the
That'd be
clips and
good.
everything.
Donovan's really good at it, but we're just
Yeah.
oppressed. I don't know how to do it,
fucking-
bro. I'm about to become
If
progressive,
someone
bro.
else
I'm so
did it, I would
oppressed.
have more time to do other shit, which will be better. But if someone else ran our Instagram, I wouldn't even have it on my phone. I would not even have any social media. I would have Twitter, and that's it, because I don't hardly ever use it.
It's called X, bro, okay?
Yeah.
Twitter's dead. Don't be dead naming fucking social media apps, all right?
Yeah, X, whatever.
Fucking X. That's the stupidest. I hate it. I hate everything. Where are we? 5:50? Jesus Christ, this is going to be a long episode. Okay, so let's real quick. There's not much to cover necessarily as far as the war in the Middle East. Let's put this border shit to bed because it ain't going nowhere, and neither are we. So it'll be here next time. The the biggest stuff going on in the Middle East was, since we were last together, it finally happened. Some American soldiers actually got killed in
3 of them
in the Middle East. 3 soldiers died at a. Oh, I loved this, dude. You know me and my Googling skills, right? So I saw. Let me pull up the article real quick. The attack that took place in Jordan, which is in between Iraq and Syria. And
Kevin says, I suck at editing. If we work together, we could make an impact.
there we go.
That I'm actually getting pretty decent at editing clips together.
You are a good guy.
Opus does a lot of that work.
They
but,
do some stuff.
Yeah, Opus
But there's
does,
some trimming.
There's some trimming that happens. There's a little bit of cutting and stuff. And also Elijah, we talked about that last time. All the beats and stuff that have been going over our videos have come from Elijah. So shout out to Nils. Huge shout out to Nils. He's got more stuff for us, some more shooting stuff, because I wanted some specific songs and stuff to go over some shooting content.
Nils is the man,
dude. Nils is crushing. Yeah, I got this whole box of gear under here is all Nils stuff. I brought it home to make sure that I could get all the transfers and stuff together, and I had all the right things. So
he's a good dude, man.
He's
I really
a
like
fucking
that guy.
super good dude. I'm excited to have him back in here. I want to have him on SOS ID too. Kevin,
Yes.
you also. I've hinted many times that we have plans for you. I'm just going to tell you now.
I really want you on that show.
I want to have you on SOS ID on the Men's Mental Health Show. I think you would be fucking incredible here too, obviously. But I cooked up a list when we started doing Salt of the Streets ID, and you were immediately on that list because I think you would be so fucking good on that show.
Yeah. If you don't have Signal, get Signal. Because we can do a video show from Signal or join Discord and get on our Discord, because then we can do that there too. But we need
We
you,
want you
bud.
on the Men's Mental Health Show.
Exactly. Okay, so let me bring up this first.
Jesus Christ, this is a terrifying fucking meme.
It's not a meme. This is a graphic from the
this?
Daily Mail.
Oh God.
To show kind of what's going on in the world. So we have Iran making attacks through Syria, via Yemen. Turkey obviously is a part of NATO. So like this is the blue, green, red map that I was showing you earlier. So we have Russia going on up here, the attacks going on there. We have Turkey over here
Look
hanging
at
out.
how there's like 4 fucking countries that separate what's happening in Iran. And obviously there isn't fighting in Iran right now. That's all happening further to the south and kind of over to the west.
Yeah.
But the fact that the active parties are a few hundred miles away. I don't know how fucking far that is.
Not
that
much.
far.
Not that
not
much.
1,000 miles.
Yeah. This is why Russia and Iran have always been
Just because they're that close.
Yeah, because they're that close. And those, I mean, we're talking the Istans in between there.
Yeah.
So they're all
the old bloc countries.
Yeah, they're all old bloc countries that are influenced by both Russia and Iran. So that's a whole thing that's going on.
Fuck, dude.
But so this is how I found this, right? The Jordan attack that took place at what they call Tower 22. It's a base in Jordan. This is what I had to work with, right?
7 guys who are all like, what are we doing here?
Oh, it's more than that. But still, it's not that much bigger. So this is the graphic I went off. And I was like, I got to try to find where this base is at. Because they also show in this article a picture of the base. There's a picture of the base. I go, you know what? I have Google Maps skills. I could find shit. And so just based off of that picture.
Geoscaping or something? Geomapping?
I don't know. I actually saved this one. So
there's
I could
a
find
name
it again,
for that, though.
You know what? We're going to do this. I'm going to do this. I'm going to unsave it. And I'm going to find it again. Because I know it's super easy to find. So it's in Jordan.
It's in like northern Jordan.
And just going off of that previous graphic.
Those countries are all shaped so fucked up.
I mean, it's just right in there. Yeah, it's because countries are bullshit.
Yeah, this sucks. I like that ours is just kind of the middle of a chunk.
Exactly. It's a good chunk.
Other islands off the side.
Yeah.
These are shaped all fucked up. You live at that point. How do you tell your neighbor that like this is the point?
Exactly. Yeah, like that little square chunk cut out.
Yeah,
of
who
Iraq
decides
right
you
there?
live in that part of Iraq?
Yeah, who knows?
All the people in Jordan are like,
there was a war
yeah,
at some point that was like, okay, so from this point over here, we're gonna do this.
Yeah, that's a fucked up square.
Yeah, but I'm thinking like if I was the United States and I needed to put a base somewhere that was in Jordan that was close to whatever I needed to fuck with, right? Iraq, Syria, Saudi Arabia, Jordan. It's going to be up in this corner somewhere.
All up into business.
Yeah. And so then you just kind of zoom in a little bit. You start to look for weird abnormalities and things. And you just kind of start searching. And hopefully I can find it again. And it was right along. I feel like that's too far south. was in here fucking somewhere. Don't tell me I lost it. I lost it, goddammit. It's around. There's a road. There it is. Hey, look at that. Hey, look at that. Hey, there's Tower 22. This is the base that got attacked right here. So it's not that big of a base.
There's a barbershop there.
Oh, yeah, you got a barbershop. I mean, it's a fucking base. I mean, there's the barracks and stuff like that, offices. You know, you got enough room for...
Couple of helicopters.
What are those? Apaches over there, probably, and then
There's a
you
soccer
got some
field. Blackhawks.
Oh yeah, Blackhawks there. You got your rec field over there to play some soccer.
Where's Brian? Brian will tell us what those are.
Brian, what are we doing? What are those? That's a Blackhawk, 100%. Those are Blackhawks. Those are Apache attack helicopters.
Shout out Brian, Blackhawk crew chief.
Yeah, dude.
So badass.
Within,
how you fit some in that giant helicopter?
They're big helicopters, baby. But yeah, it took me all of 10 minutes to find out where this thing was.
So that's where the attack was from Iran?
Yeah. It was from Hezbollah.
Okay.
It was a Hezbollah.
In Syria?
Either from Syria or, just outside Israel, because Hezbollah operates on the north end
Let's
of
call it Damascus.
Israel. We'll call it Damascus. Why not? It's all Mesopotamia. Fuck it.
Or all exists within the Fertile Crescent anyway.
Assyria. Because
they're all Persians.
All of this used to be Assyria that eventually became Persians, and now, it's a whole different deal. But
just boil everyone down to Persians. Like, listen, you're all fucking Persians anyway.
You all used to hang out with Xerxes. Give it a fucking break, dude. But yeah, that was. I mean, it was like 2 or 3 days after the last show, that we actually finally had Americans killed. 3 Americans killed over there. All of them POCs, minorities. One of them being a woman.
Yeah, we're all we're over like 200 missile attacks now, I think.
Yeah, it's over 200 missile attacks that we've had in response to that. There was a weird quiet period.
Missile and drone.
Indeed. Well, yeah, drones. They fire missiles, drop bombs.
Yeah.
I don't know how many bombs necessarily we drop anymore. I feel like everything's guided with a propulsion system, which you could probably call a missile, but I don't know. Either way,
and you got to be in like
hellfire from above.
Yeah, and then you got to be in like real heavy active combat if you're going to be dropping bombs.
Yeah.
You're carpet bombing an area, shit like that.
Yeah,
but you're laying siege to a city if that's what's going on.
Indeed. Yeah, you're wrecking Yemen. That's what's happening.
Oh no,
that's what's happening, dude. We're just gonna Aleppo. What's that? Oh, we carpet bombed it. Don't worry about it.
God.
But in response to this, there was a long quiet period because
Joseph, get it together.
This article is pretty old at this point.
January 29th.
Yeah, January 29th. So it's a week and a half old. There's a long downtime of like, well, what's going to happen? Because Joe Biden had threatened to launch a direct attack on the Iranian Navy because all of these militia groups are backed by Iran. Don't ask how we know that. The Pentagon would say, we just know they're all financed by
We didn't
Iran.
remove any comments, Joseph.
Did you guys remove my comment, or is YouTube? YouTube will do it. Yeah.
We didn't remove any comments.
Never. I don't remove comments.
We don't moderate the chat like that.
Hard no.
We hardly watch you guys.
That's fucked up.
I have to ignore Colin to look at the chat.
Exactly. I was like, "What are you? I'm talking to you, man. Yeah. What are you doing?" But yeah. Where was I? We quit doing that. There was a long period of time where we did not retaliate against our 3 Americans killed. And so everybody was like, okay, well, if we do what Joe Biden says and actually directly fucking take out if we hit the Iranian Navy, congratulations, we're in World War III now.
Right.
Good job. That's how we're going to do things. And so there was a long period of like, well, they're gonna come together, they're gonna figure it out, they're gonna try to come up with some kind of response. And ultimately we did respond with over 200 bombings throughout the Middle East, targeting various quote-unquote Iranian-backed militias. So we're talking about Hezbollah and the Houthis in Yemen and
a bunch of other fucking
other shit, right?
Too.
And the other day we dropped what they call a modified Hellfire missile that doesn't have any incendiary. It's like those shredder missiles that we saw before that took out one of the Taliban guys. I don't know. We talked about it on the show before, but it was It was a surgical targeted strike in
This was Donald
Iraq.
Trump. This was Donald Trump, the Iranian.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, the dude, it was on his balcony or whatever. He dropped a
Yeah.
fucking shredder missile down on him,
Yes,
dude. It was
they
fucked up.
eviscerated his house.
Same deal, right? And we took out.
He's Kim Jong Un. He's white Kim
Yeah,
Jong Un.
exactly. He's white Kim
Jong Un.
Jong-un.
It's awesome.
But yeah, we did take out somebody now that we're claiming as a country, saying, okay, well, this is a retaliatory response. We took out a commander, a supposed commander of a sect of Hezbollah. There's multiple versions of Hezbollah, but we took out a commander in the Hezbollah fucking militia who is supposedly, if you listen to the DOD and the Pentagon, he was in charge of logistics towards the attack that killed those 3 soldiers that we had.
Okay.
And we dropped this fucking missile on his car with his 2 bodyguards, and there were no other casualties, supposedly. And after that, Hezbollah put out a statement. It was like, okay, we're going to refrain from attacking U.S. interests for the next, I don't know, like 20-some days or whatever. A temporary ceasefire between that. We're going to be cool for a little while because you just whacked off one of our fucking commanders.
Yes.
Yeah, he got a climax from that. So, and that's, other than that, Joe Biden made some comments the other night during his really terrible thing. We already covered it, where he called President of Egypt Sisi and all that. And he said the White House has been walking back his statement. Thank you, Kevin. Yes, I said whacked off. We whacked the guy. My bad. I lost my train of thought. Joe Biden, in that statement, called the Israeli response to the October 7th attack over the top. And that's the big news at this point. But Israel's still fucking around in Gaza. That's still happening. There is a peace deal that supposedly Hamas brought. Anthony Blinken has said that it's not. Bibi Netanyahu refused it outright, but our guy over there essentially said, like, there's room for negotiation, so there still might be some negotiating power left. So Anthony Blinken is still trying to, like, well, we still might be able to get hostages, man. We still might be able to get hostages. It's called a negotiation for a reason, so we're going to do that. Other than that, it's been kind of the same status quo over the last few weeks since the last time we were here.
Yeah.
There's obvious Iranian-backed, quote-unquote, militias fighting forces as much as they can, launching rockets. Rockets still going into Israel.
Not
Israel's still fighting everybody.
Is like on the ground.
Yeah, very little IDF progress in the ground, and that's basically it. It's still just the same Middle Eastern shit show that's been going on for months now, and it doesn't seem to be getting any better. So we'll see. But as the nice thing about a proxy war is that you can drop a fucking Hellfire missile on somebody's head and take out a quote-unquote commander, and Iran's not going to do anything because doesn't matter. Somebody else will come in. Commanders exist. The new commanders will come up. It's not really a big deal. So we're not really necessarily that much closer to World War III or whatever the colloquial metaphor of the day is to a larger regional worldwide conflict, but just give it time. Okay. That is the last letter of comment.
Oh,
E?
Jesus Christ. The E is the last letter of a comment that didn't fit in one comment. YouTube won't let me speak my mind. That's fine, I guess. Life will go on, free or not. We'll just march clueless to the chambers.
Dude, also, put some extra spaces in there. Break out some words. Give me some code. What are we doing here, dude?
Yeah. Type it for us again.
Yeah, what are we doing?
That's weird.
I want to know what the comment is now.
Yeah.
Was this Bill?
That was the guns thing from earlier. Don't worry about that. That was earlier.
I totally messed it up.
Yeah.
So, yeah, that's where we're at on the war in the Middle East. Still ain't good. But,
Schumer made some weird, Chuck Schumer,
boots on the ground,
seemingly facetious comments about if we don't send Ukrainian aid, then there's going to be American boots on the ground fighting in one of these NATO countries, and
then
that's not going to happen. Representative Paulina Luna introduced a bill that would make it so that anybody who votes to send U.S. forces to Ukraine or like to a foreign country has to fight along, like on the front lines with them.
Roman rules, dude.
Yeah,
I am down for that.
Yes. And then I was listening to Start Here the other day, and they were talking about how Zelensky had replaced his
top
the
top
head-
general.
Right. And part of it is because, like, they're running out of missiles and stuff like that. And Brad Milkey is like, well, you could argue that they're running out of missiles because the U.S. and NATO won't send them more arms. Okay, fuck you. It's not our fault you don't have missiles. That isn't how any of this works.
No, dude.
It isn't our fault you can't defend yourself. You can't defend yourself because your country sucks. That would be why. It isn't because we don't. No, we don't owe you anything. We don't owe you fucking help. That isn't how
dude.
any of this works.
No.
Source your own shit, bitch. Get the fuck out of my face.
And
I
I
send
still
you $200 billion. You don't have missiles? Fuck out of
What are
here.
you doing?
Fuck
what are
outta
you
here.
doing? I agree with also I agree with over 1,000%. These people want to send my nieces and nephews to fight. They can kiss my ass.
Yeah.
CCR sung about this. Oh, CCR, yeah. Clearwater
Revival.
Clearwater Revival.
Yes.
Sung about this very thing 50 years ago with their song Fortunate Son.
Yes.
Also, I'm pretty sure that song was about George W. Bush.
Not 50 years ago. I do have a...
The timelines don't add up.
I do have a freedom and liberty for this, unless you have anything else that you want to
No,
add.
spit it to me, baby. Spit it to me.
So, of course, people are always asking us. They want to know...
What does this have to do with freedom and liberty, Donovan?
Thank you. Like I said last week, right? Chicken Little, but it might not be so little anymore. When the minority leader facetiously discusses American troops in Europe, something is happening. When the U.S. air strikes multiple countries and locations after losing service members, something is happening. From this angle, we appear to be on the edge of a global warfare, and if we don't choose our steps carefully, we're going to tumble right in. For our nation to survive, it is vital for us to turn our focus inward to repair and maintain the shining city on the hill for us all to enjoy. Secure our borders and our interests while maintaining friendly and open relations around the globe to keep a lid on any conflicts that may spill into our sphere of influence. We don't have any business meddling in relationships and politics that we don't understand, in a culture and area of the world that doesn't want us there. We cannot and should not solve the world's problems, especially without handling our own first. So take the advice the government chooses to ignore and secure the home front. Secure your food and water, arm, train, and organize with your community, and most of all, defend your freedom to do it. This country belongs to those who believe and embrace its founding ideals.
Beautiful. And also, I sided with Kevin when he says, hey, asshole, that song came out in 69, so it's 54 years ago. That was actually very nice. I don't want to degrade how good that was.
No,
so
you're
thank
fine.
you very much, good sir.
Of course. You left enough time that I can cut that out at the end of the clip. So. With that, everyone, we're going to call this an end to just part 3. We'll be back in a few minutes for the grab bag. Colin and I are going to talk about some food really quick, some plans after this. We're going to figure some things out.
Are we?
Yes. I have some questions to ask you. So with that, we'll be back in a few minutes. Of course, you've been watching us here on YouTube, youtube.com/Salt of the Street. You can find us on our own personal social media. I am at Salt of the Street on Twitter and at alpaca_Donovan on Instagram. Colin's at Big Bird Offie on both those things. Everything at saltofthestreets.com, including our Patreon, patreon.com/Salt of the Streets. We have the SOS IDs there, the uncuts. We have all the things there, the articles, everything. So go there, subscribe, and we'll make more better content just like this. This segment and all of the parts and all the episodes are executively produced by Zeke.
The man,
top
the myth,
tier,
the legend.
Make sure that you like, subscribe, share this with everybody that you know. We'll be back in a little bit. Y'all gonna see the Random by the Border Bill during the grab bag. Send it.
I saw it earlier this week, and I
Yes.
don't know why I didn't save it.
Yes.
Because it was fucking good.
We'll be back in a few minutes for part 4. Peace. Thank you very much.
And we're back.
Thank you very much for joining us, everybody. My name is Donovan.
I'm Colin.
And this is part 4, the grab bag of episode 164. Has been a fantastic episode so far. I feel very good about it. Covered some great stuff. Good conversation with Nate earlier. Really good breaking points. That'll be a great segment. This is the grab bag. We're going to have a great time. We have lots of stuff that we're going to talk about. Huge grab bag. It's going to be fantastic. So we let our fucking hair down.
Oh, is this where we let our hair
This is
down?
where we let our fucking hair down. We have a good time and we chill.
Should I? We'll take the hat off.
Until when I put it up when it's wet, it's crazy. But
You get the real lion's mane shit going on, bro.
yeah,
Like it's got volume.
but here we are.
Fucking sexual chocolate over there.
So it's the grab bag. It's gonna be a great time, of course. Personal, social medias. We're doing all that stuff at the end. Zeke is the
Indeed.
executive producer for everything. It's the grab bag. I think we're gonna start.
We're gonna start with Kevin's post that he sent on Instagram the other day. I watched it, I liked it, and then he was a G and resent it to me so that we can show it right now. But on page 213 of the border bill, it said that any person from a country not connected to the U.S. would not be that it was true, but that border bill no longer exists. So we're not going to worry about it, which is why we didn't get into the details of the border bill today, because we don't actually have a working one yet. So we will start with Mr. Kevin Garcia doing one of the greatest border posts I've ever seen.
It takes a lot for me to make videos. All I did in my comment was post that in the Senate bill for the border, the one that also has $60 billion for Ukraine and $15 billion for Israel, which has nothing to do with the fucking border. But all I said in a comment was what's on page 213 of that 370-page bill. What's on page 213 clearly states that any immigrant that is not from a country, or that is from a country that is not connected to the United States, so any immigrant that is not from Mexico or Canada will not be counted towards immigration numbers.
That is factually true. It was in the previous border bill.
The fuck?
If you were not, and it might have been if you were a minor, but yeah, if you were not coming from a contiguous country, you would not be connected to the number that would be counted in the crossings, which was that 5,000 to 8,500 number that was originally in that bill. But thank God, again, that border bill no longer exists, so we're okay. But we need to watch out for that same language when they try to bring it up again next time.
That means if 1 billion people show up, as long as they're not from Mexico and Canada, they won't fucking be counted.
Fact check.
I
true.
post that. I share that. I try to get information out to people, and Instagram removes my fucking content.
Let's go.
They don't want you informed.
Nope.
Instagram, social media, the media, no matter who, they don't want you informed. They want you stupid. It takes a lot for me to make
100%,
videos.
Kevin.
That's right, dude. Fucking A.
The sentiment you're expressing is precisely what brought us here to do this show, man.
Exactly. That is it right there.
Couldn't agree with you more.
Yeah, well, let's,
That's the place we were talking about earlier.
yeah, I want to bring up Baka Baka chicken, man. I saw the
looks
video. I
super
was like,
crispy.
it looks real good, man.
Yeah.
Yeah, minors were also not counted.
That's
right.
weird.
Yeah, it is all fucked up. But let's check out the menu of this Baka Baka
It
chicken.
looks like it
What is
could be
happening
crispier,
here?
but
Thighs. One piece for $6.25 of the Baka Baka chicken?
a thigh?
Well, I mean,
Oh, no,
Yeah, you want some
I was
thigh
thinking
meat,
wings,
bro.
bro. I was thinking wings. I got my anatomy wrong. I was just thinking wrong.
chicken thighs are the best part of the chicken, by
yes,
the way.
they are.
The strips, 3-piece for $9.50.
That's pretty good.
I wouldn't hate that. I would not hate that. 6 for $17.50.
They're
There's
probably-
a discount if
they're
you get
probably-
6.
Yeah, and they're probably pretty decent strips.
Good
you know?
wings, sandwiches, garlic lovers. So it's all just chicken. All right.
Sounds
All right.
pretty fire.
Shout out Baka Baka. All right. First major story. Joe Rogan. He's coming back, bro.
Do
The
we
Joe Rogan
know-
experience is coming back.
Do we know how much money he got?
I've heard it was between 250 to 350 million.
God damn.
And of course, we will never know. But the key point here being that the show in its entirety is coming back to YouTube again. So people will.
It's going back to YouTube.
Yes, it'll
Really?
no longer be strictly just.
They have to be
Spotify
making
anymore.
so much fucking money
Oh,
off of this if
yeah,
they're going to let
dude.
it go back to YouTube. That's crazy.
So much money. And as aside from this,
'Cause no one's
too,
going to quit Spotify just because
No.
they can get Joe Rogan for free now.
but how many people got Spotify?
That's
'cause
what I'm
Joe Rogan?
saying,
A
yeah.
lot. But yeah, nobody's going to quit Spotify because Joe Rogan's opening up. But his popularity is only going to grow again because YouTube is going to be a much broader audience to begin with. And like it was, he did take a hit on viewership when he went to solely Spotify. But Spotify's being smart here, and they have these weird they've got advertisement deals. They got this and that and the other thing. It's not Joe Rogan. The talent is going back to YouTube and other platforms, but he will no longer be Spotify exclusive. So that'll be fun. We don't know when exactly it's going to happen yet. I think I've listened to the latest show he was on. He didn't say anything about it. When he did go to Spotify, it was like he talked about it for like maybe 5 minutes on one episode, and then just quit going.
He's pretty quiet about that type of shit.
He doesn't do the business stuff, but
he's not going to make a huge video thanking Spotify. He might have made a post or something.
No, and he's still going to be. I mean, he's still employed. His show is still
an affiliate of Spotify or whatever.
With Spotify, it's just their deal is they're branching back out which is good.
Good for them, dude.
Yeah,
good for him.
And I think as far as the wider world
Jamie's
of YouTube too,
money too.
Jamie's fucking loaded.
Dude, Jamie's got a big dick and he's rich.
Fucking yes.
He's just living a dream down there in Texas.
That's
just has to get berated by Joe a little bit. That's
there's a thing with Spotify or with really high quality podcast producers.
Yeah.
The ones that press the buttons. Toby from fucking AYG. He apparently is a tripod. Just like Jamie is a tripod. It's like a whole thing. I don't know why.
Weird.
That's why Nadav doesn't work with YMH anymore because he's just a tiny little dick.
Yeah, they get a big dick fucking person to sit behind a camera.
Yes. Which also, that was a bad move, Nadav. That was a bad move.
Poor choice.
You should have stayed with that bandwagon. Yeah. I don't know. There's some weird shit
going on.
Even
if it's going downhill,
YMH is going weird, but just ride it out, bro.
Yeah.
Ride or die. If you attach yourself to Tom Segura, you're going to be fine on the back end.
You'll be all right.
YMH might do some weird shit, but you'll still get there. So, yeah, that's exciting. There was some conversation about, with Joe Rogan's return to YouTube, there might be some interesting censorship things that come along with that. Because Joe Rogan is such a powerhouse.
Yeah.
And
YouTube is such a fuck.
And YouTube being such a fuck, if the deal is to let Rogan roll on YouTube, that might kind of help level out the playing field a little bit on YouTube as to what's going to get censored and what's not going to get censored.
I was just going to say, I almost would think it would be not as bad because they don't control him anymore.
Exactly.
Like, they can't dictate what does and does not get out. They're just part of the deal now, you know?
And it's not... So before... Oh, R.I.P. Toby Joseph. Yes, I should say R.I.P. Toby Keith.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, he died this year.
I thought you meant Toby McScruffins, and I was like, wait, what?
No, sorry. Toby Keith, it was he got big during 9/11 especially, but Red Solo Cup, this whole deal, he died.
I helped Brian move his trailer last night, and his son was humming Red Solo Cup.
Red Solo Cup. I've sung along with that song a lot. But
I don't know that one, but
it's because you're in your vein of music and you hang out there, and that's where you're comfortable, and that's fine.
Yeah,
that's where you're at. You get some deep cuts.
I'm not a musical adventurer.
Yeah. So I will be curious though in the future that because Joe Rogan's coming back to the platform of YouTube with the extra backing of Spotify, because now not only is just Joe Rogan the powerhouse that he was on YouTube before,
right?
Now he's also backed by the other major platform that is dealing in this world of video entertainment and video shows and all that stuff enough that like maybe YouTube, maybe he'll do another Alex Jones episode that will not get taken off of YouTube.
No.
You know what I mean? And then what does that do for the wider landscape of YouTube content creators like people like us? Does it re-tamp down some of the extra censorship? Because if Rogan's on there leading the charge, does that change the battlefield for everyone else?
Right.
Time will tell, but it is exciting to think about, and it is also, like, I hate to say it, man, but like, kind of generally fuck a YouTube or a Spotify podcast, a Spotify only podcast, because like sometimes I want to put that shit on my TV.
Yeah.
And like I can't even, like, I'll pull up the YouTube app and simulcast to my TV, have it broadcast to my TV.
Yeah.
Just to have it play. while it's running from my phone, and that's really dope. I can't do that with Spotify.
I have a Spotify.
And the Spotify account on my PS4 and all that shit, it's just audio only.
Right.
I don't.
It doesn't work as good.
No.
Also, like it doesn't track your podcast. If you stop listening on your phone and then go to the PlayStation or the TV, it doesn't
not there.
keep your place. No. And I noticed that on my laptop too. Just try to use it on my laptop. It doesn't have even like my new podcast laid out in order or anything like that. I have to go and find those things, which doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, the cross-platform problems that occur, they seem like real nitpicky, but they're actually, as far as like the user experience, are very, very, very important. Fucking Rumble.
Rumble sucks, dude.
Rumble fucking sucks dick.
Yeah.
I love
the company,
everything they're doing, man. Everything they're all about, but that it's still, as far as the user experience goes, it still is super subpar. The app has certain perks that say like YouTube doesn't. Like you can still listen to us
when your screen
when
is
it's closed.
Yeah,
that's nice.
You have to
but
pay for
also,
YouTube Red to do
if I'm in the middle of like a live stream, and once it's done, it's done. And then I kind of go back up and listen to where I started. No, you just have to restart and try to find your spot. Similar to X now. I'm officially done dead naming Twitter. Twitter's dead. I don't care anymore. Twitter was a bad place. We don't like Twitter. Twitter was bad.
X is good.
X is cool.
I'm going
bro.
back to X. I'm getting back on it more lately.
I mostly live there. I spend way more time on Instagram lately.
Yeah.
Which I don't want to change, but it might change. Just because reasons. But like, I started to dive back into Instagram, particularly Instagram Shorts. And because or Reels.
Yeah.
Because they're better than
you,
YouTube
dude.
Shorts, but they get you real bad. And the algorithm I have going on my Reels is pretty nice.
Yeah.
It works. There's a lot of food. There's a lot of pickles. There's a lot of motorcycle shit. For some reason, I just really like motorcycle content for some reason. I don't know.
Keep it there.
I don't do that.
Once you fuck it up, it's hard to fix.
Yeah. So I'm into it. I'm getting the right shit, so I don't want to fuck it up. But I am interested to see how the landscape changes as we go forward.
Yes, Rumble fucking sucks. I'm glad that it's not just us.
It's not. Rumble does suck.
Rumble sucks.
And I mean,
PBU.
I've heard.
Look at all those drinks behind him.
Oh yeah, they have their own shit now. I'll bring it up when we bring up the post. But Timcast, the after show, is all run through Rumble and all this shit, and
bad choice.
Almost every single fucking episode, they have massive like bit rate problems and frame rate drops and this and that and the other thing. And they're like, well, this is just, I'm sorry, man. Like, this is just what we're doing. Like, as much as they are investing in the infrastructure that keeps Rumble 100% independent from everything else, there's not a clean swap over yet. You can't get the same exact user experience if you go to Rumble, man. You just cannot do it. They are continually getting better.
Right.
But they're still not there, man. And the Barstool just signed with Rumble exclusively. They're bringing over all their shows, and he didn't take a cash deal for it. He took some money. But it was like primarily equity in the company, which means Dave Portnoy
believes in Rumble,
who makes a living off of betting on good things,
right?
Believes in where Rumble's going, and so I believe in where Rumble's going too, obviously. But it's not my primary mode right now because it still fucking sucks.
Yeah, I'll trust the.
If I was an investor, I'd put money into it for sure. But like as far as the user experience goes and the everyday use, it sucks dick, dude. Sucks fucking dick. And their old like lead pony of fucking Crowder.
Yeah.
Crowder sucks,
Crowder's
dude.
terrible.
Crowder fucking sucks now,
Red
dude.
bars all
Nobody
over him.
cares about Crowder. Crowder sucks
Red
so
bars
much.
all over him.
Whatever was going on in his life that made him change how he does business over there, he fucking shot himself in the foot, dude. He made way too many enemies that he should not have. He should have taken their counsel. He should have done all this because his show is garbage now.
Yeah.
I tried to listen to an episode a couple weeks ago, and I didn't make it through the whole thing. I was like, I'm done with this. This is still, it's everything that I hated from Crowder before, except even worse. So I don't do that no more. But who I do like is Mr. Petra David.
Let's go.
PBD. This you need to listen to, and if you don't catch the notes right off the bat, we can look at the tweet that he sent with it. But I want to get your take on what he's about to show a Instagram reel or something like that, and he's commenting on what that content is. So the important part is what he's going to show. So give this a shot.
Rob, go ahead and play this clip. I don't know who sent this to me, but I didn't want to say what she said. I just wanted to share it because she makes a very interesting point, and I want to talk about this. Go ahead and play this, Rob.
1% of the population.
Where you at? She's fine. She's chilling.
I heard, I thought it was water. I was like, is the dog pissing on the floor? Which was like, she hasn't had an accident in years, so I would have been gravely concerned. Come lay down, baby. I'm sorry, go ahead.
That's all right. We just need to
I'm with
go
you,
back
yeah.
just a little bit. Here we go.
It was
the numbers are important.
I'm sorry. I promise I'm listening.
Interesting point, and I want to talk about this. Go ahead and play this, Rob.
1% of the population control the world. 4% of the population are their puppets. 90% of this population is a zombie, is a sleeping zombie. And 5% are trying to wake up the zombies.
Did you get
the
it?
1% make sure that the 4% stop the 5% from waking up the 90%.
Do it again. Play it
This
again.
is not a war between two religions. This is not
Play it
an
again.
ethnic
Play it
war.
again. Okay, so pause.
She should really slow down.
Yeah, that was like a sped up video. So we don't need to re-listen to that whole thing. But what was said was 1% of the population controls the world. 4% of the population are their puppets. 90% of the population are sleeping zombies. 5% of the population are trying to wake up the zombies. The 1% make sure that the 4% stop the 5% from waking up the rest of the 90%. So we have, say, WEF are the 1% of the population trying. They're the ones actually pulling the strings, controlling the world, setting the policies,
Right.
making sure everything that comes in, everything from the CEOs of BlackRock to the politicians and all that. Those are the 4% that are all doing the bidding of the 1%. And their whole job is to make sure the 5% of people like you and me and PBD and everybody that's out there looking at things, Kevin and Joseph and all the people are trying to wake up the rest of the 90% of the population that are sleeping zombies, letting all of this go down. What are your thoughts on those numbers? Roughly, the concept.
I think I think that certainly makes sense based on conversations we have with people.
Yeah.
You know,
I think the 5% is the 5% of people that are trying to wake up the zombies. I think is growing, which means that the 90% of the sleeping zombies is getting smaller.
Right, and I think that, I think the number. The general idea is good. The numbers are whatever, you know. I think it's really the idea that we're talking about, and I think the idea is good because that 4% you're talking about is like government workers, like people
government
like that,
workers,
I
major
think
CEOs and the people that run institutions.
Corporate media, I think that makes a ton of sense. So I think 4% might be a higher number. I think 90% is too high. Like I think there's
especially these days.
Yeah, I think
maybe 10 years ago.
Right.
I think that was
80% is probably closer, and the 4% is probably closer to 10, and the 5% is closer to whatever that difference would be.
Yeah. And do you think it's
9 or
still
whatever,
going in the right direction?
Yes, I think the 4% would be a percent higher than than the 5%. I almost think those numbers would be switched and then higher because they've caught on to us, and they've caught on to the advances that we're making with that 80% group, and they've doubled down their efforts in
to
that
get more people like them
and diversified the way that they go about it. They used to just make more news and stuff like that. They used to just take things down. Now they're paying people to pretend that they aren't part of something, that are actually part of something. There's a lot of that type of stuff going on. Way more deception, way more levels of deception going on. So that's what I would say is I almost think that the puppets almost outnumber us at this particular point because of the way they're trying to combat us.
Yes.
But I think that what they represented 5% is making bigger gains with the 90% than the 4% is. That's what I think. Does that make sense?
Yep, it sure does. And I think, maybe a few years ago, I probably wouldn't agree with you. But today, no, I think 100%. All right, so, ladies and gentlemen, I give you the future president of the United States, the future Democratic nominee for president of the United States.
Oh, God.
Mr. Gavin Newsom is kind of caught on a Zoom meeting in a recording that I don't think he thought was public.
Says, sir, you dropped it.
Oh, it's too quiet. We got to turn this shit up.
And he comes back, picks it up, and keeps walking out. As we're checking out, the woman says, oh, he's just walking out. He didn't pay for that. I said, well, why didn't you stop him?
Did you catch that? Did
he
you
didn't
catch
pay
that?
for that, and he says, "Why didn't you stop him?"
Yeah. Okay.
Oh
Good.
my God.
Good.
She goes, "Oh, the governor." I swear to God, true story. Oh, my mom's great. The governor lowered the threshold. There's no accountability. I said that's just not true. And I said we have the 10th toughest, $950, the 10th toughest in America. She doesn't even know what I was talking about. By the way, it's the 10th toughest in America. Look it up. No one gives a damn about that. Calls everyone over, wants to take photos. I'm like, no, I'm not taking a photo. We're having a conversation. Where's your manager? How are you blaming the governor? And it was, $380 later. And I was like, why am I spending $380? Everyone can walk the hell right out.
Get the fuck out of here.
Yeah, dude.
Fuck you, Gavin Newsom.
He's got no fucking clue, dude. And all he does is laugh it off at the end of the day. These people don't understand. Like, we have the 10th toughest law on this in the books. I'm like, motherfucker. No, you don't.
What a fucking piece of shit.
You have no concept of what's happening in your fucking state,
Why
do
am
you?
I paying $380 if the guy's not paying anything?
Exactly.
I wonder how you feel if you make a fucking 5% of what you make every year, you dumb piece of shit.
And all the rest of he's having a mayor's conference, right? So he's the governor with a bunch of the mayors on there. So fucking clueless about how he's having this interaction at a store. He watches somebody walk out with a gang of shit, and he goes,
Based
well, what
on
the
his
fuck?
policies, which he then disagrees with. What a fucking
What is wrong
fool.
with you? You fucking cum dumpster. That's future nominee for president, by the way. That's going to happen. Let's catch up on these comments here. Let's see here. I listened to the first video on X, a.k.a. Twitter today. Tucker, Putin interview, no buffering at all. Yeah, the only thing I don't like about the Twitter thing, like the X thing, is that, like, as far as, like, watching the videos, you got to be dedicated to the video. Like, if your phone shuts off or you shut the screen off, and it might be different for premium subscribers.
Same Rumble
but, like,
Live issue, yeah.
It's like it doesn't catch up. You have to go back and timestamp, and it's a pain in the ass.
The YouTube thing, they hold your place fucking,
Yeah.
I watched the show a week ago, and it's still holding on to my point,
Yeah, exactly. I was gardening and listened to it twice until my phone died. I still can't believe how Putin came off as a likable human being. Well, amen. Crowder Mug Club buffering is unacceptable, and the dump button got old quick. Don't listen to Crowder because of it. Yes, dude.
This fucking bullshit dumb button, like he's gonna get pulled off for. You're just lying. You're just full of shit. I can't stand that, dude.
I'm not into it.
We don't want to self-censor.
Those are facts.
We don't want to self-censor, so we're going to remove part of the show from YouTube so that you can't see it, so that we don't get pulled off.
So
you're self-censoring.
Yes, we don't want to self-censor, so we're gonna self-censor.
Fucking idiot, dude. I cannot stand that fucking fool.
It
I
drives
used to
me
hate
nuts,
watch
dude.
him too. Can't stand it anymore.
Oh yeah, no. At this point I'm just like it's
intolerable.
not worth it anymore, man. And he does these weird, I don't know, his whole path of what his show is about now completely changed. And I know the dude is going through some bad times, bro. I get it. I got it, man. But like the product you're putting out,
Red Bar's watching him too.
Red Bar's watching, bro.
Red Bar's all over him.
Fucking Red Bar's watching. I don't like the Red Bar thing. I'm not into the Red Bar thing.
I'm obsessed with Red Bar.
It doesn't surprise me. It seems like your thing.
Listen, Red Bar is going to help me come into true form and going to help us to help this show take
I'm
the fuck
here.
off.
I'm here for it, man. I have a hard time. It's just,
He's going to help.
It's not my
He's going to help
avenue.
me take true form.
I like some Philly trash, bro. I need some AYG in my life all the time. That's all I want. Some 2 fucking pieces of Philly trash that live in New York.
Dickhead.
Yes, very different. North. It's a totally different thing. Let's see. PBD also is also the shit. I love his interviews. Even if I don't agree with the people he has on, he presses people on their shit and makes them comment on their. Oh, yeah.
Good interviewer, yeah.
Great interview. Chris Cuomo, Anthony Weiner.
Yeah.
He had on fucking Dum Dum the other day. What was his name? Fucking New York Loudmouth. Oh, fuck. Oh, it's driving me nuts. I'm going to have to look it up real quick.
Sorry, I'll keep going. The 4% of the people
drive
dependent
me.
on the system, so they will defend the system even though they know it's corrupt. Their livelihoods depend on it. That's the problem with any large government. 100%. Any large government forces people to depend on said government for their food and shelter.
Michael
so they will
Rappaport.
defend it. And that's why they That's why the small government is always the way. No, it is true, you POS. Newsom is the type of person who blames Republicans, even though Democrats have run the state for 30 years. That clip had me rolling. He acts so surprised. He must have been the first time he witnessed it in real life.
I know.
Newsom also refused to meet with the sheriffs of his state. Yeah, he's a piece of shit.
Yeah, he's a fucking scumbag. Meanwhile, in China...
Got phones on fake guns? With a fake EOTech? Yep. And they're picking up ammo?
Yeah.
Holy shit.
They gamify it. Running around with P90s.
You could never do this in America.
No.
Kids would be getting gunned down.
You run around with P90s.
This is what... Okay, all right. Conspiracy time. They're training them to fucking do war with us.
Yes,
They're training
dude.
them in CQB, and they thinking they're having a good time.
That is not a conspiracy theory.
What
this is
the
what they're actively
fuck?
doing. Yes. Welcome
Ooh,
to it,
that's
bro.
fucked up.
You don't get a Chromebook when you go to school. You get a fucking fake P90 that mounts to your phone. So
Ooh,
that you
that's
can
fucked up.
You can, while you aim into your fucking classmate's back and hit that QR code, it shows you killed them and you got a kill count, and then you get bonuses with your fucking ammo pickups and your armor drops, and they gamified fucking war to train their civilians how to fight from a very, very young age. We've seen the videos of them in class taking
They're
apart
fighting in
guns.
cities, bro.
Yes. Because where do you think it's going to happen?
Right. Ooh, that's fucked up.
And we go, I wonder if they're going to invade Taiwan. Yeah, dude. Do you think they're going to invade Taiwan? You fuck. Of course they are.
Just in about 10 years, that's all.
Well, they could do it tomorrow.
Damn, bro.
But they're ready. They're ready for future warfare tomorrow. Done. Generationally.
Oh, that's so fucked up.
Happy fucking birthday, bud.
Oh, that's fucked up.
But also, how cool would that be as a
It's
fucking
super
kid,
sick.
dude? I want to fuck airsoft, dude. Give me one of those. Give me one of those. All right, now that's the heavier stuff. So we're gonna move to something lighthearted and actually pretty cool. This one was awesome. This is the moment two scientists realized they captured something that hasn't been seen in the wild in like a very long time.
Maybe just hit the side arrow.
Look at the ring.
Doka.
What is this?
It's owl. Isn't it owl? We can't tell them. We have to have them look through the photos too. Thing.
Hey, we get it!
Holy man.
Oh, man, this is the heaviest
What the
ever.
2022. This bird, it's a species of bird that has not been seen in a
Man, this is the
number of years.
heaviest
I can't remember what it was.
ever.
It says on the post.
Oh man, can you display it back?
Can you play it back?
Man.
It might be
140 years it
Wow.
hasn't been seen.
I can't believe it.
140 years, bud. And that's some excitement right there if I've ever seen it. Oh, I love this one. Fuck around
Oh,
and
no.
find out. Mistakes were made.
Oh, no.
That looks problematic.
يلا يا شباب يلا يلا خطير ترى خطير يا شباب
Except for those poor motherfuckers.
يلا يا شباب
People be needing another relationship with nature.
Oh, no.
The guy's just standing like, I don't. What do I do? He's gone, bro.
Oh, he's done for.
Unless he's stuck right there. Maybe he is stuck. I don't think so. He's gone. Shouldn't be doing that.
Damn, bro.
Should not be doing that.
No, that's fucked up.
Yeah, shouldn't be doing that. Have been rediscovering previously thought lost species lately. It's
the global warming.
It's the global warming. It's climate change.
It's bringing them out.
It's a good thing. Oh, this dude had a bad time. Ain't nobody noticing this. Or ain't nobody noticing that is what he said. Types in, I gotta turn the fucking music down because I don't want to get hit again. I love sucking dick. And then he translated it into like Japanese and throws it on a new graphic design.
That's awesome. On a shirt.
Yep. on a shirt. Very cool. Well, he got a letter of termination that says, "Dear Hugh, further to our meeting on your employment with us is terminated with immediate effect, as stated in our meeting." Can you read that? I can't read it from over here.
The reason for terminating your employment with us is as follows: writing company damaging messages on design objects which state after translation as the following: "I love sucking dick."
So that's
for his company. Oh, that's so fucking funny.
Yeah, that's just another fuck around and find out.
That's awesome.
Okay. Now, I want you to be paying very, very, very close attention. There's going to be a little math involved. You need to count how many people come out of this car.
Okay.
'Cause it's going to surprise you.
Right in all four. Oh, 4, 5, 6, 7. Oh my God. 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13.
13. How do you
Where
fit
did
13
they-
people? Oh, 14. 15.
Where did they all come from?
How many people? And like I went through this like frame by frame, basically. Like everybody gets out. It's hard to tell because it's dark, right? So obviously you got the 4 people instantly on the outside. That
4.
bolt. And then you got 1 green,
5, 6,
brown,
7.
6, 7. And you could see them moving from the inside. 8, 9, 10. 11, 12, 13. And then, oh, fuck, I forgot the trunk.
14, 15.
15 fucking
God
people.
damn, bro.
In one stolen BMW that they ran into the end of the road with.
How do you fit that many people in a BMW?
It's a clown car. Yeah, bloop.
I have never seen anything like that. That is fucking incredible.
I just love that. And those poor bastards in the trunk, dude, they didn't even see it coming. They just got hit.
Oh my
real
God.
hard.
Oh yeah, probably rocked their shit in the trunk.
Yeah, dude. Real hard. Oh, this is cool.
That looks like a giant dick.
So this is a oil rig, like a exfiltration device.
Oh, like if there's a fire?
Yeah, if you need to get off this oil rig, it comes down. But look at the cool slide, man.
Oh, what?
Tell me you wouldn't want to do this. It's a long ways to go down.
That's kind of lit, though. You probably get dizzy after a while.
Oh, I bet. That's a long ways to go down, too. Yeah, and then the hardcore life rafts come up. And
Whoa!
very, very cool. But yeah, it just
Looks like a
drops
dick
out
when
of
it's
this
up there.
fucking thing. Boop.
That's pretty cool, bro.
Well, all good things come through the dick.
Come
There it
through the
is.
dick.
Oh, this is the caption is horrible parenting. You can go lighting.
Just lighting shit. He's like 7.
Oh yeah. He's like, ooh, look, there's fire. Mom either don't know or just don't care.
Oh, that's happening quick.
It's on fire. Oh, the whole
She's
thing.
just
And she's
watching.
just standing there watching this thing burn. What the actual... Your social credit score is going down.
Oh,
sweetheart.
yeah.
Everybody's like, oh, my God, hey, look, there's a fire over here. Something's on fire. And she's just like, oh, wow, that's nuts.
And this kid's just a little fuck.
He's a little fucking pyromaniac. If I've ever seen one.
Wow, what a dick. And just walk right away, huh?
Yeah, it's not
Told
our
the
problem.
people, don't need to worry about it.
Nope.
Someone will fix this issue that my child has caused.
Yeah, and she's just going to bring some water over and try to put out the fire.
What the fuck, dude?
Little pyro dude. Tell me this mom don't know what's happening either. I don't know. And he just...
I don't know.
hits it
What
up
is she doing?
And just lights it up. She's just standing there. I'm telling you, that looks sus as fuck. Because she stops and is just looking around, looking
That's
real
super
guilty.
weird.
Looking real guilty. And the kid, he makes even like a little dip over there. Like, she's
Yeah.
got to know what's going on. And then
He
just
pointed
burns
to
it.
it.
Oh, yeah. And it's like, oh, no,
What the
it's,
fuck?
it's nothing.
That's
Crazy.
weird.
Horrible parenting, bro. Oh, this is a game I want to play at some point. So we got a bunch of clips attached to strings that go through a cup with the strings coming out the other end. So you don't really know which string you're pulling.
来吧，一人6个家，谁能完谁回家。来，真的不误。对，哎呦。
Pick a string. Oh, and it just rips off his fucking face. Oh, he did it to himself.
真的不误。对，对，啊。
some version of rock, paper, scissors. That poor guy in the back.
That's fucked up.
You want to play this? It appears as if when you win, you get more than. Oh, and he pulled his own The ear, dude, the ear. Oh my God. It hurts so bad.
Oh,
See,
that's fucked up.
And after a while, if you feel like you're doing real good, you know hurt's about to come because you got all the strings left, dude. You got all the
Kevin
strings.
says why women live longer than men. 100%.
Yes.
Oh my God.
Moving table tennis. Let's go. I want this.
Oh, good table stuff, thanks. Thanks. Great, let's see.
I want to get into that. This seems awesome. Ooh, underwater shit. This is fun. Giant shark.
When she rolls over the... Oh!
It's a shark?
Wow!
Oh, yeah.
My goodness.
Where's my phone?
That thing is fucking giant, dude. And you're so deep underwater, you need one of them bubble fucking...
Look at the width of that thing.
I'm not into that. I don't want to be near that.
This is a monster.
It's probably one of those
She is
sharks.
huge. And now she's belly side. I can't do anything.
No.
We have a...
We're armed, but there was a young male that went away. Okay, she's not here now.
Oh, there she is.
Oh yeah, but I'm not gonna shoot her. Oh my goodness!
Jesus.
My
Dude, look,
goodness!
there's like valves and shit that thing could be touching.
That is amazing.
That thing is fucking insane. By the way,
eat
we
the
have
gun.
those sharks
He's
around
trying
here.
to.
Really?
Yeah, the 6-gill shark.
Oh my God.
It's
Nice positioning.
giant. And you're
Right, a sub.
way deep underwater,
This is
dude.
fantastic.
You
Wow,
can't
look
do
at the
shit if
size.
something
I mean,
was to
this
happen.
female, she's definitely bigger than the sub is long.
Yeah.
Definitely bigger than the sub is long.
That's insane.
That's fucking terrifying. But yeah, those 6-gill sharks, we have those in the Puget Sound, as it turns out.
Wow.
But the thing is, they're bottom feeders. They hang out in the deep, deep, deeps. And so they never come up to the surface.
You just
really.
never see them.
No. And so they're like,
well, thank God for that.
they're like scavengers and shit. What is this?
What kind of... Get this chicken. Just that snatcher mix. You know you want it. Come get it. Come get it.
Tempting with some,
I don't know
with
what
chicken.
in the world you are, but we gonna get you out this water. Somebody let me know. What is this? It's half turtle, half I don't know what the fish snatcher boy.
That's a
You
fucking
too quick.
deformed
Watch
turtle.
out there now. You like that chicken, don't you? Bro,
What the fuck?
get this chicken.
You ever
That's
seen
a
the
deformed turtle, bro.
You ever seen the movie Neverending Story?
Yes.
That weird like dragon looking thing that he flies around on? That's what that looks like, man.
It does. It looks like its
Yeah.
nose.
But see, like the neck gets super long.
Yeah.
It's some kind of weird albino.
It's definitely not a fish 'cause it's
turtle.
up out of the water like that.
Yeah, it's some kind of turtle, but it's
Yeah.
like an albino
I think that's a
snapping turtle of some
deformed
kind.
albino turtle. That's what I think
It's
it is.
creepy
It's
as
half
shit,
turtle,
dude.
half I don't know what the fish.
Half
snatcher
I
boy.
don't know
You
what
too
the
quick.
fuck.
Watch out there now.
That thing is the thing of nightmares, though, dude.
That's fucked up.
Real fucking creepy. Okay. I want you to know that everything starts with a K.
I went to watch the greatest white basketball player.
I know who? Who's number 10? Kanega. Hey, you know I'll pass. You already got one, man. That nigga nice, man. Don't give that white boy the ball and get that nigga the ball.
Noah Kanega at the line.
That's awesome. I've heard about this young man. I've not seen this video.
God damn it, my nigga. Hey, Lucky, Kanega! Let's go, Tigers! Here we go. No, what's up, nigga? Man, that nigga's wide open. Should have passed it to my nigga, man. Bro, the ball gotta go to my nigga.
Kaniga, bro.
So it's Noah.
Noah Kaniga.
Oh, Nate. Okay. Just keep grinding, do your thing, man. I swear to God, we're gonna make it through.
His body is awesome. That dude's body is awesome. His body is incredible. That's the best thing about this whole deal is that dude's body.
The fucking
That's
golem
fucking
arms
awesome.
and the beer gut.
That dude's body is lit. I've heard about this young. He plays football too, I think.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Well, fucking A. All right, I had a couple more here. Oh, this is good. We'll just start with this one here.
What is a word in your foreign language
Turn
that just
this down
sounds
a little bit. Family just got home, so they're gonna start going to bed soon.
insanely inappropriate to English speakers? What is a word in your foreign language that just sounds insanely inappropriate to English speakers?
In the northern part of my country, Nigeria, when you want to say, I'm a, you say, aye.
Aye.
When you want to say good, you say tsipu.
Tsipu.
And when you want to say guy, you say see. So if there is a girl you are trying to get with and she ever asks you, why should I be with you? Instead of saying to her, I am a good guy, you're gonna say, I eat pussy.
What is a word in your foreign language that...
That's awesome.
I have no idea if this is true or not. I know a guy. All right, I will check that out, Kevin, real quick. We'll pull that up here in a second. But I know a guy that works at Costco and has for like a long time. And I need to confirm with him whether or not this is true. But
do not shop at Costco until you know their secret codes. Clearance pricing ends in 97, which means the item is on sale. If the price ends in 39, 49, or 79, it's a manufacturer special. Regular pricing ends in 99. Manager markdowns end in 00. And an asterisk means the item won't be restocked. Do not shop at Costco.
What the fuck?
So there's a pricing system that goes on, bro. It's a thing.
Costco until you know their secret codes. Clearance pricing ends in 97, which means the item is on sale. If the price ends in 39, 49, or 79, it's a manufacturer special. Regular pricing ends in 99. Manager markdowns end in 00. And an asterisk means the item won't be restocked.
But how is it 99 if it said minus $4? That means it's on sale.
No, it's like the rollback prices, bro. You can say, oh, yeah, the price is marked down however I want.
Okay.
But what actually matters is the bottom price. So it just tells you.
Okay.
Yeah, supposedly.
Okay.
This is, do you know of this thing?
449, what can I do for you? Hey, I found myself in a bit of a predicament. I'm in the air right now and just kind of soaring around. 449, are you not supposed to be on that aircraft? Yeah, I did a kind of a bad thing, kind of a selfish thing, but it's all good. I'm going to go check out Rainier. Yeah, 449, so you hijacked the plane, is what you're saying? Yeah, I'm afraid I did.
What the hell? Holy shit, oh my god. The fucking Alaska Airlines Q400, what the fuck is he doing over here?
Any idea if a Dash 8 Q400 can do a barrel roll?
Oh, yes.
Just flying the plane around, you seem comfortable with that?
Yes.
Oh, hell yeah, it's a blast, man. I played video games before, so I know what I'm doing a little bit.
Yeah, I do. I guess I didn't realize that it happened in Seattle.
Yeah.
Or remember that it happened in Seattle.
I got some gas to go check out the Olympics, and yeah. Well, if you can see the Olympics, the weather's good. I can see the Olympics from my window, and it looks pretty good over there. All right, because I hit felt like turbulence around right here, but there's no clouds hardly. Oh, that's just the wind blowing over all the bumpy surfaces there.
So like the air traffic controller is like, yeah, man, they did.
I mean, what do you do?
Yeah.
You can't control them.
Yeah.
Yeah, I have been out there. It's
It's always a nice drive.
Always a nice drive.
449, what can I do for you?
That dude crashed into a mountain.
He crashed into a mountain?
Yeah, he did not survive. That dude died.
R.I.P. Sky King.
Yeah.
R.I.P. Sky King.
Let's expose the mainstream media today. Check out this post.
Also, this dude is super intense.
Yeah.
An article by The Hill. Notice this picture? Protesters outside the New York courtroom with anti-Trump signs. How does this pic make you feel? If you love Trump, this may upset you. The weaponization of the justice system. If you hate Trump, this may vindicate you, knowing there are people out there that understand your cause and protesting on your behalf. Either way, you are manipulated to feel that way by the fake news. Check out this video. This is the actual video of this picture.
Two dudes.
It's two protesters, most likely paid, and 30 mainstream media cameras there just to record it. Now check this out. Did a quick reverse lookup on this picture. Can you see how many news articles this picture was used all over the world? I mean, I'm still scrolling. The same exact fake pic. Used to manipulate your mind.
Wow.
Every article.
Food for thought. All right, and then we're going to
see that Trenton just sent us that message so that there would be a dick in our chat.
I see it now. And then Kevin sent something from. He said Phil Monty.
That's Phil's link on Twitter. Let's look at this shit that I got in the chat really quick.
Okay, let's do that.
Let's scroll up.
Scrolling on.
Some of the stuff I put in the chat, or some of the stuff I put on our.
We watched Michael Malice
that
last time.
Okay, so then that's going to be the first one.
Ooh, what is this?
Keep how you get this little dog around. Keep this.
Yeah, get in there, little bug. Little Shiba.
Little dog card. Japanese dog card.
Fucking into it, dude.
Okay, so
like
this is this is how they look at shit like on the bottom of the ocean. Yes.
Today I learned that there is a ship that allows you to explore the bottom of a river without ever even getting wet. It's called the Diving Bell ship, and it works almost like an upside-down cup underwater, but with a few extra complexities. Oxygen is pumped into the capsule, and the overpressure forces out the remaining water, so all you're left with is a dry riverbed, which you can walk on without a diving suit. However, before you're allowed to go down into the belly, you'd have to go into this airlock chamber and get used to the pressure change. Once you're acclimated, you walk down the tunnel like staircases, and with every step you take, it gets louder and foggier, with the humidity at the bottom at nearly 100%. The ship is most commonly used for underground work and recovery of various artifacts like this massive anchor. The question is, will you go in this thing or not? Today I learned
Pretty
that
fucking cool.
I'd go in it. I'd do that.
Yeah.
I trust that. That's fine. There's a tube. I can go out. It's fine. I'm not like in a bubble underwater.
I don't remember what this one is.
Good.
Freeway, cops don't pull people over the freeway. Bullshit, I got pulled over on the freeway, bro. Nigga, tail lights out, your plates are bad, you got no license, you got a gun in the car, and you drinking Crown while you're driving, bro. I'm never paying you for a ride.
Are you a felon?
Yes.
Oh, shit!
What
What do we do bad? Nothing. We're doing nothing. We're doing everything bad. Freeway, cops don't pull people over the freeway.
He's got a gun. Wait, are you a felon?
Yes.
This is a good one. This guy is training, seems to be interested in youth about safe firearms use.
Uh-oh, Mr. King, but I took the magazine out. Yeah, you can take the magazine out and the firearm will still shoot, you understand? Yes, sir. So that's why it's important that we clear it, because there is what still in this chamber? A bullet. A bullet still in the chamber, right? Yes, sir. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna rack it, and bullet gonna pop out, you understand? Yes, sir. If you don't see no bullet in there, then you cleared it with your own eyeballs. If somebody passes you a weapon, what we doing? We gonna clear it, right? Yes, sir. If somebody passes you a weapon, what we gonna do? Clear it. We gonna clear it because we ain't clear it with our own eyeballs, right? Yes, sir. So that's how we gonna stay safe. I don't care if you saw them clear it. When it get past to you, it ain't clear no more until you clear it. You understand? Yes, sir. If you clear any weapon, you're gonna rack it back like that, like such, and you're gonna make sure ain't no bullet in there.
Speaking the language, I like it.
Hand him a couple different guns. Yep. Make sure they know how to take the magazine out, crack it,
clear it.
Good job. Sit down.
Way to go, man.
Yeah.
That's awesome. There always needs to be an intermediary between adults and the youth.
Yes.
To be able to speak their language. Because we can't rely on anybody else.
Proper safety. We also learn how to clear a weapon or a handgun when we find it, right?
Yes, sir!
All right, so again, our weapon safety rules. Treat, never, keep, keep.
Treat, never, keep.
Treat every weapon as if it were loaded. Never point your weapon at anything you don't intend.
Uh-oh, Mr. King.
Yep.
I love it. I love every second of it. This looks like the Bogart. What does this say? Proposal bill. Jail time.
I don't remember. So don't worry about it. Just go ahead and go past it because I don't remember. Oh, this is the one I was telling you about immigrants, whether or not they would serve in the military.
If UK was to go to war, would you join the military?
No. I'm not from the country, so no.
First of all, I'm not a UK citizen. I'm an immigrant.
I'm Welsh?
No, unfortunately not. I'm not from this country originally, you know?
No. We're Irish, so...
We don't like the UK military. No, thank you.
Yeah. Where are you from?
Brazil.
Do you live here?
Yes.
Would you go to war for this country?
No.
I'm Pakistani, so...
Are you a resident?
I'm a resident. I've got dual nationality.
You guys live in the UK?
Yeah, we do.
Would you join the military?
No. We're not from this country.
If they say it's compulsory, what would you do?
I'll just go back to each. Go back to my country. No, I'll just go back to my country.
If UK was to go...
Dude. That's... I don't know about that, man.
And so when we're talking about, adding potentially millions of people into this particular country and we're looking at multiple different global conflicts, is this really a good thing that we're doing?
Yeah, do you want to go to war? No, bro. I'm going to go back to Venezuela. Target.
It's a helmet cam.
Uh-oh.
Cop pulled up. Why are you parking on the sidewalk?
Because I'm lazy.
Because I'm lazy.
Bye. See you. These are, I get a lot of these videos on my Instagram. A lot of these, like,
that's the thing, finance guy.
Getting out of Dodge.
That's the thing, finance guy. If they're not documented, we don't know that they're here. We don't have any way to force them to fight. We don't.
No.
We also don't really do that here.
No.
So, and this was in Marysville. This is the professional truck driving that conducts itself in Marysville. This next clip.
Yo, you want to see something cool? No.
McDonald's.
Well, I'm gonna do it anyway.
No, nobody can do it like me. Zoom house plate with the kick cuisine. I was the black top king. 360s in my green machine. I was a kid and I was breaking down doors. Sitting inside, now we on a world tour.
Yo, you want to see some?
Just destroyed my truck and this drive-through. I'm done.
Just another day in Marysville, bro. Holy sh...
This is when the homeless
Eat it like a champ and beg for seconds.
His wife is
All right.
7 months pregnant.
Eat it like a champ and beg for seconds. All right. Eat it like a champ and beg for seconds. All right. Eat it like a champ and...
This is this good. This one says, "If I was Harry Potter." This means like a modern Harry Potter, right?
Harry Potter, the boy who lived. I've been waiting for this.
Avada Kedavra. Harry, what the fuck? Fuck all that talking. I'm not talking, bro. I'm not gonna talk.
You okay for
I'm not
this?
gonna talk.
Expelliarmus!
Avada Kedavra.
Bro, what are you doing?
What you want me to do? What you want me to do?
Kill motherfucker.
All I need is that one spell. I'm not gonna sit here and talk.
Harry Potter.
I know you're gonna like this one. This is a little Zen.
That's fucking awesome. And also, I love that it's just like this innate carving entrance garage. Yeah. There you go, champ. Have a little fucking smoke on you.
That one was for the reels, or that one was for the story. That one was for the story. Go ahead and hit that one.
Y ustedes ahora mismo está viviendo aquí en
Are you living here at the Roosevelt Hotel?
Roosevelt Hotel? Sí, sí. ¿Y ustedes están recibiendo comida?
Sí.
¿Reciben comida?
Claro, comida, dan desayuno, almuerzo y cena.
Desayuno, almuerzo y cena.
Yes. Las habitaciones son cómodas.
¿Y cuánto tiempo lleva aquí en los Estados?
7 meses.
7 meses. Sí. ¿Y por cuánto tiempo hasta aquí?
7 meses.
Usted hasta ahí por 7 meses quedándose.
Sí.
Y es gratis, ¿cierto? Pues sí, la ayuda del gobierno, de aquí del gobierno de Nueva York. Y ustedes ahora...
Like, it's weird that, like, 7 months passes that quick, but it's been going on in New York City for a long time. Who is this?
I don't remember.
Just picking up a note. Also wearing Crocs, so done. A European opinion on American gun laws. Throw it away.
Drops on the ground. It's worthless.
Dude, was it like last week maybe at some point? Buddy came into the bar and I hadn't seen him in a while, and he's sporting Crocs, and I was giving him shit for sporting Crocs, and he's like, take your fucking shoe off and step into
Crocs
this
are
Croc
coming
for
back,
me.
dude.
And I like stepped into it, and I was like walking around a minute. I was like, oh fuck. Like I will never buy those, but I see why people do.
I've never owned a pair.
It's a cloud on your feet.
Yeah, I've never owned a pair, but they're coming back.
But also, don't be doing that. I'm not doing that.
Most Americans are the same as the British.
Well, our food supply is poison.
Yeah.
It was taken over by one group of people, and they own the rights to the seeds and all of that type of stuff, and they forced out all of these farmers. If their seeds blew onto their property, they could sue them for using their seeds.
Monsanto.
And the media just ignored all of that because they get paid by them. That's sort of what is going on globally, is everybody's is just choosing money, the bag, as fucking kids say nowadays. That's what the problem is. Nobody is, everybody's screaming and yelling about shit that doesn't matter, like stand-up comedians. They'll yell about that, but they won't talk about literally people poisoning their own countrymen. I mean, they should be fucking put to death for what they did. There you go. There's a hot take.
Bill Burr ain't wrong, bro. Monsanto is dangerous.
Yes, hit this one.
This is how cold it is in Canada.
Just pouring water upwards. It's freezing. This is obviously not real.
Yeah, that's not real.
My thing is, this is obviously fake. It's just like, special effects. But it makes me wonder, if it's so cold outside that pouring hot water on the ground would turn into icicles. First of all, how cold would it have to be to make my pee freeze instantaneously? Second of all, would it feel good if it froze inside of my wiener and I pulled it out? That's the questions that I was wondering.
This is how cold.
I'm just curious.
That is the question. I'm going to go ahead and say it would hurt like a bitch.
Yeah.
Because ice crystallizes.
It would definitely hurt.
And so there'd be blood involved.
Yeah.
And it would not be fun.
No, it would not feel good. We've got to be closing out.
Yeah.
La Beima, tú sabes.
When a Puerto Rican labels.
Y esto aquí en el hallway. Sí. En el hallway.
Hallway.
Y esto aquí. I don't know what the fuck this was. The shit says bone wrecker, nigga. Look what the fuck it is. The garbage disposal.
It's the garbage disposal.
Bone wrecker.
It's the bone wrecker, man.
Tell me what this is the last one. Tell me what you think this robot is gonna be ready to do when it hits the market. What would it look like it's gonna do? Loading something, right? Obviously, these are just equipment, it's just metal. Does this action seem like it simulates something?
Yeah, it's going to show all the time. That's
Isn't that interesting? You see the swipe too, that aggressive ass swipe? Like, what is that?
That's
Yeah, I'm sure that the shape of these items and the placement and movement
No, of course not. No, we're changing fucking sprocket to a fancy machine. We're not loading fucking artillery into howitzers and tanks.
That's right.
I don't like none of that, dude. All right.
That's the last one.
I'd be saying that's it.
Yes.
I'd be saying that's it, bro. It's time to get the fuck out.
With that, everyone, that is the grab bag for today. That is the end of episode 164. Unless you have any final parting notes for us, Colin.
No. I'm good. Just had to take a second to think about it for a second.
That's fine. With that, I want to thank everyone for being here for episode 164. Obviously, you've been watching us here on YouTube, youtube.com/Salt of the Street. You can find us everywhere. We have our own personal social media. I am at Salt of the Street on Twitter and at alpaca_Donovan on Instagram. Colin is at Big Bird Alfie on both those things. Everything at saltofthestreets.com, patreon.com. Go there, subscribe, and we'll think more better content just like this, just like Zeke. He's the executive producer. You can be too if you go there and subscribe at the highest tier. We also have the SOS IDs. We have the articles. We have all of the things. We will see you guys here in 2 weeks for another episode of Salt of the Streets. And in 5 days, we have another episode of SOS ID dropping on the YouTube. If you want to see the uncut, go to the Patreon and subscribe. Thank you guys again for being here, for spending your time with us.
It's been great.
And of course, I want to remind you before you go to stay smart, stay strong, stay safe, stay free. Thank you very much, everyone. We love you.